I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
After them Draco, that mean Judas and the stay wrong, 12 tribes against NATO, 12 tribes against NATO. You ready to say it now? For them Draco, that mean Judas and the stay wrong, 12 tribes against.
Shabbat Shalom, and welcome to a new edition of Hebrew Tribes, giving all praises, honor, and glory to Ahaya, Ashar, Ahaya, Bahashem Yeshaya, Wakodash Wawak, which is all praises, honor, and glory to the Father, the Creator, in the name of His Son, the Messiah, our Savior, through the Holy Spirit. This one, as you can see from the introduction there, it's going to be about the law, because as controversial as it may seem, of who people are by the scriptures, of things that happen in wars in the scriptures and all these other things that happen, one of the biggest, well, not gonna say one, the biggest thing that separates us followers of the Messiah and of the Father from the world is these laws. So without further ado, I'm gonna jump right into it on this one. We're gonna go to 1 Timothy 4:1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly, that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. Now I'm gonna say this. I understand that a lot of people, I get a lot of messages, talk to a lot of people that trying to wake up their families, friends, relatives, close ones, and they just don't want to hear it. Whatever they learned in their school or their religion, they don't want to hear it. Like, it's some brothers that's never going to look into the name that they're calling on. As an example, to use that as an example, they're never going to look into it. They're going to say, hey, well, I seen it right here, and that's good enough for me. Or some brothers never going to see that some of the doctrine that they pushing is actually off. Why? Because it's seared with a hot iron. You can't remove that from them. And it's not your job to remove it from them. In all honesty, by the scripture, you're just supposed to preach it. Let the Most High get an increase, because you can't make something straight that was made to be crooked. If they don't want to look into it, then that's on them. But if they want to look into it, then that's a brother you can build with. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not all gonna see the same thing. We're not gonna all see this the same. At the same time, if we're not willing to set self aside and look and see, because as I go through this, I say this because as I go through this. Some brothers told me that this law that I'm about to show you from the scriptures that I was keeping is wrong. And I'll be like, okay, well, how should I operate? These brothers is off. And I'll be like, well, I'm reading what I take in what they say, and I go research and study it and come back to them like, hey, I see what you're saying, but when you look at this, and they just don't want to deal with it. So now I have to make that decision. Am I going to follow what this man said or follow what the word says? Now, if you can explain where I'm off, what brothers have done, oh man, yeah, you're right, it does say that. I was reading that, okay, I wasn't reading that deep into it. Okay, let me go look into that. I mean, just last week I had a conversation about just like that. Me and the brother was like, oh, well, I see you come from, I see, that's a brother I'm building with now. So don't let your conscience get seared with a hot iron, man. You can be wrong, I can be wrong. Let's not get too puffed up in this thing. And there's also those that follow the doctrines of the devils. There's people that's following the wrong doctrine, but they so puffed up in self, they will never admit it's wrong, ever. No matter how many scriptures and precepts and history you throw at them, they will never admit that they're wrong, or that they don't know. You can just say, I don't know. I can respect that. Jeremiah 10:6-8. For as much as there is none like unto thee, O Ahijah, thou art great, and thy name is great in might. Who would not fear thee, O King of nations? For to thee doth it appertain. For as much as among all the wise men of the nations, and in all their kingdoms, there is none like unto thee. But they are altogether brutish and foolish. The stock is a doctrine of vanities. Isn't that just what I just said? As great as Ahijah is, we just can't, and I mean in the Hebrew community and some brothers that's in the Christian community, when I'm showing them scriptures and they don't even want to look into it. I'm like, but you love Christ, you love the Bible, but when I'm showing you stuff from the Bible and that Christ said, you don't want to hear it.
And he loved us so much because he told our people the truth. They hung him and killed him. Handed him over to the Rome.
Come on.
Right? God said if you worship him, you must worship him in spirit and truth. Christ warned us about traditions. And because I love y'all, I'm going to tell y'all the truth whether y'all receive it or not. Christianity was forced on us by the sword. We are the children of Israel. The way they set it up for us to follow traditions. And you look at the traditions that we follow today, it's not the way God ordained it. You understand? The Roman Catholic Church has been lying to us. We are the children of Israel. Christianity is a facade. Repent and keep God's commandments. That's all I got to say to you. Listen, according to the Bible, Christ was supposed to die 3 days and 3 nights. You cannot get 3 days and 3 nights from Friday to Sunday. Wake up, y'all. The Bible says it's high time to wake up sleep.
In the name of Jesus.
In the name of Jesus.
I take authority.
Repent and keep His commandments.
I take authority over every demonic force.
Ain't no demonic force here.
In the name of Jesus. God is not the author of confusion.
Believe that.
In the name of Jesus.
So you can tell me what you follow in the Bible.
So we're going to have to ask you to leave.
The way y'all worship the Lamb.
So we're going to have to ask you to come on, people of God. Put your hands together. Praise will restore the enemy. I said praise will restore the enemy. I said praise will come on. Come on, you can praise in here. Come on, you can praise in here.
Christ said they would throw us out of the church. And look, Christ said whatever house you go into, and they don't receive your word, kick the dust on your feet. Glory to the Father. And the wisdom, listen to what I try to tell you. Glory to the Father.
And that Christ said, you don't want to hear it. So you are dealing with a doctrine of vanities. Oh, my church been here this long. Oh, my camp been here this long. Oh, we throw the greatest this. We do the greatest feasts. We do the greatest cookouts. Who cares, man? Ahai is not going to be asking when you're in front of the throne, well, how big was y'all Passover? Like seriously. I'm being so for real. We gotta, this vanity is what made Lucifer fall, man. Ain't no sense in being vain. Let's be truthful, okay? Hebrews 13 and 14. For we have no continuing city, but we seek one to come. I got love for my people, but you see brothers out here in these streets as an example, they'll die over their block. Look at Chi-Town, look at Chirac. I'm gonna show y'all some stuff from there, where these brothers is literally dying over blocks that they don't own. This isn't our world, y'all. If you really follow these scriptures and you really, the Most High put on your spirit to look into these things and you constantly just on fire for the Most High, you have no continuing city here. All this, we just passing through. That's what Hebrew really means, to pass through. We just passing through. Okay? Matthew 23 and 5. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries and enlarge the borders of their garments. Now I'm going to say this, because I'm going to get into the clothes in this too. I have no problem with brothers wearing fringes. I have no problem with brothers wearing shawls. I have no problem with brothers wearing mitres. Matter of fact, I salute that. Because that's our heritage, that's our culture. By all means, do that. Do that. I'm not against that. I'm working on getting some stuff together myself. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do it. I'm working with some brothers right now. We trying to move in that direction. But at the same time though, your fringes and your borders of blue don't dictate your heart and your spirit, brother. You can't sit up here and tell somebody they're not in the truth because they're not wearing fringes. When you got brothers, I've seen, I'm not going to blast them on this, but they know who they are. I've seen brothers that's selling fringes, selling things, and they'll never get back to the brother for it. You know what I'm saying? They'll have a fringes that and they'll have a business and they're lusting after other women. I done seen this. They'll be lusting after women all day. And bashing those who's not. This is the outside. The point of the fringes is to keep the law. So if you wearing the fringes and you preaching hate, you do the fringes no good. You see what I'm saying? But what it's talking about here, the Messiah was expressly talking about these Pharisees. They do these works to be seen of men. They doing this street preaching. They might be doing videos. They might be doing whatever it is that they do, but they're not doing it for the glory of the Most High. They're doing it for the glory of men, to get the glory of men. And they make wide their phylacteries and enlarge the borders of their garments. The Pharisees used to have fringes hitting the floor, have the law all in their little compartments. Let me read what phylacteries is. Greek Strong 5440. Okay, phylacterion from philasso means to keep, preserve. Phylacteries are small leather cases worn for 4 key passages of scripture. Strapped inside the left arm between the shoulder and the elbow, phylacteries rest over the heart during prayer. They are also strapped to the wrist and forehead to signify the word of Ahia should regulate all behavior and thoughts. So this is again about fashion. The Pharisees was wearing these, but you see what I'm saying? This isn't me. Yasha saying they wearing these, and you see how the Pharisees did Yasha. Okay. John 5:46. For had ye believed Moses, ye would have believed me, for he wrote of me. Like all this antichrist spirit, you don't have a leg to stand on. Yeshua was written of by Moses. He was written of by Isaiah. He was written of by Jeremiah, by Daniel, all through the scriptures. So he didn't bring anything new per se, except what they was already saying he was going to bring. Because we broke the covenant in Jeremiah. We broke it. It wasn't, the Most High went back. No, we went back. Our priests fell. There's a bunch of scriptures on that. But preaching these laws, like you said, they're going to put you out of temples. They're going to put you out. They're going to put you out of these churches. So they don't believe Moses. So they don't believe Yasha. They don't believe that Yasha never said nothing about a rapture. Ever. So we're going to keep on moving. I got some more. Deuteronomy 18 and 15. This is what Moses wrote. The Most High thy power will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee of thy brethren, like unto me, unto him ye shall hearken. So he going to raise up a prophet that's going to be greater than Moses. Who is this prophet? Who is greater than Moses? I'm just leave that there. Exodus 4 and 14. The Most High Ahia shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. So that means once you plant these seeds, don't keep fighting these people. Because they're really not fighting against you. If you're speaking straightly from the scripture, they're not fighting against you. They're fighting against the word. And that's going to be on them. Cry aloud, Isaiah 58 and 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and shew my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins. He said the house of Jacob. So I got to come to y'all first. I got to come to my people first. And let y'all know, yeah, a lot of people, and I'm going to say this to the newcomers, okay? I'm going to try to push this video to as many people as I can. Highest will be done, man. I'm trying to show y'all, if you're new to this truth, you a year old, you was a few months old, you kind of been hearing about it, and you're looking into it, and you wonder why all this madness is, this is going to break down a lot of it. This law, man. It's this law. Over and over, if you just read the scriptures, don't only watch my videos, you don't have to watch nobody, just read the scriptures. Read the whole First Testament. The whole Old Testament, we kept going astray. Going astray, following this deity, Look at us today. Look at us today. You got brothers that go harder for another religion than their own. That includes everything from Buddhism, Muslim, Christian, you name it. They'll go harder for than the tribe that they're from. They have no idea what tribe that they're from. But all these other people, religions that you're following, you ask them what tribe they're from. You ask them about their ancestors, they'll tell you. Okay? Deuteronomy 7 and 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Most High thy God. The Most High thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. The reason I have to touch y'all first is because we was given the law. We was. I have to touch my people. We was given the law. So how are you going to be a light to anybody, including the Gentiles, including your own brethren, and you're not even keeping it? Are you fighting somebody on the law? Are you have no leg to stand on when when you approach that you're doing something wrong with the law. I'm telling y'all, this right here, this right here is the separation. Okay? So in order to be this, we got to be that holy people he's talking about. You can't say, oh, we above all people, when you out here doing madness. Let your walk show it. Let the Most High increase you and show it. When they be, that's what it say also in Deuteronomy. Like, they're gonna be like, man, who are these people? Surely their power is great. Not us saying, oh, look at us, we great. Nah, we ain't nothing but dirty rags anyway. But the Most High, let Him increase you through your, and show that through your walk. Okay, this is why it says, 1 Peter 2:9, also in the New Testament. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should shew forth the praises of Him that hath called you out of darkness into His marvelous light. That's that being a light, y'all. Okay? This is why Yasha came to the house of Israel, to try to show us how to operate. But the truth is, we, as a whole, we're not operating like that. Even if we disagree with it, brother. Because I'm going to let y'all, before I go on, let me say this real quick. I'm going to finish this one out. But it's people that calling on different names than I'm calling on. It's people that don't see the Sabbath the way that I see it, by the scripture. Not I see it, but by how my understanding through the scriptures. But hopefully this video will clear a lot of that up. But I don't delete these brothers. I don't shun these brothers. I don't go out and make posts about these brothers, or go talk to other brothers about it. Because you know what? We still have a foundation somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Even I'm gonna get into all of it. I'm gonna get into all of it, y'all. So just hold on with me if you like, man, where's he going with this? We gotta stick together. We gotta be able to disagree and still let there be peace. Just because we disagree don't mean it's war. Maybe sometimes you just gotta go over there and I have to go over here. There's been times like that where I may get into disagreement with a brother. Our brother's not, you know, we not clicking, and I'll just be like, okay, I'm gonna go over here and just do my, and then some months later, some time later, he'll hit me back, I'll hit him back, and we'll be cool. You know what I'm saying? But then there's other times where a brother just completely off dealing with a doctrine of devils, dealing with a complete heretic doctrine. I gotta let him do his thing, but there's still love for that brother, because that brother might wake up a year from now and be like, man, I've been pushing this all this time. There's been people that did that. They've been pushing a doctrine a long time, and the light finally goes on. Like, man, I've been saying it. And they'll come out and be like, you know, I was wrong. So it's hope for everybody, man. We was all, like he said, in the darkness to come into the light. We was all there. Okay? It says, Deuteronomy 4:6, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. See, why? Because of the law. Yasha said, if you love me, keep my commandments. So it always leads back to the law. Even when I did the thing about the Ruach, the Holy Spirit, it leads you back into doing the law. You know what I'm saying? So let's get right to it. Isaiah 28:10. For precept must be upon precept. Let me stop right there. I'm showing a brother something in the scriptures, and he like, brother, you can't just be jumping all over the places. All the scriptures all the scriptures I'm showing are showing what I'm trying to show this brother. This brother's in complete error. He has no history, no facts, no data, no nothing. He's going off of straight philosophy. That's another thing. If you're dealing with a brother, I'm saying check anybody, check me, check not anybody, everybody on what they say. If you listening to them and hearkening on what they saying, check what they saying. Why do I say that? Because these brothers will spend 30 minutes reading 3 verses, just like Christian pastors will do. They'll spend a whole 2 hours reading 3 verses. And they'll do so much philosophy by the end of 2 hours. You're like, yeah, it does say that. The scripture ain't got nothing to do with that. I'll give you an example. Will a man rob God? I know y'all heard that in the Christian church. That wasn't talking about no money, tithes for no pastor. It's not what that was talking about. That was about us literally robbing the Most High of His time and His and what He asked us, what He asked to do, being disobedient to the Most High. That's what that was, robbing Him. Who gives you the time? Don't you just wake up and say, "Oh, thank the Most High for another day. Thank the Most High that I woke up. He gave me another 24 hours to get it right." So that's you robbing Him of His time when you're not giving it back, when you're not honoring Him with your time. That's what that was saying. But I'm going to show precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. So that's why he says things so many times in the scripture. Because people, I had early on, I came to the truth of comedic was like, says the same thing over and over. Yeah, it's like a black dad telling you over and over, hey, you gotta do this, you need to do this. I told you to do this. I told you to do that. You ain't doing this, you know. So you just like you gotta talk to your kids. Let's bring it home. You gotta talk to your kids. Don't you gotta keep telling them the same thing pretty much over and over? We are his children, right? So come on. You know what I'm saying? Proselytes and all. Where am I? Proverbs 10:8. The wise in heart will receive commandments, but a prating fool shall fall. A lot of people, once it gets down to, I just sat and talked to these people. When they're like, well, why are you doing, what is your purpose in doing all this? They think, again, thinking I want to be boastful, want to be vain, and it could be farther from the truth. I can care less about that. I want to put the truth out there. Ain't no truth. Hosea, he says, ain't no truth in the land. That's why he's angry. Nobody even knows his truth. They know all these, I go to people's houses, they got all these books from T.D. Jakes and Joel Osteen books and books from this dude that went to Africa and this other doctor in Africa. Not reading one scripture, don't know who they are. Who are you? I'm black. African American. Really? What part of Africa you from? What tribe you from? You don't know about the tribes now? Okay, so again, we're not following the commandments because he gave these commandments to us. That's the thing, he gave them to us. Moses on those slabs. James 2:19. Thou believest that there is one God, thou doest well. The devils also believe and tremble. So believing ain't enough. Having faith ain't enough. Yes, you do need it, but that's not enough. The devils believe and also tremble. So you got to have faith and do the works. Your works show your faith. Your faith will reflect on your works. Works without faith without works is dead, and works without faith, same thing. People doing the works and don't believe in fallen angels. People doing the works don't believe in giants. People doing the works don't believe that Yahshua is coming back. Okay. You deny him in front of me, he gonna deny you in front of the Most High. Okay, so now that's the forward, the introduction. We're gonna jump right into it. We'll talk about marriage and the Israelite covenant, the marriage covenant of Israel. Okay, we're gonna talk about sacrifice first. Okay. Israel was always referred to as the Most High's woman, not because we are women, like all Israel ain't all women, but it just correlates back to the Hebrew tradition of the man being the stronger entity and the woman being the weaker vessel. As we know, he is strong and we are the weaker vessels. And we broke the covenant, which is the marriage that we had, because our ancestors did not keep the law. You can't say, can't nobody die for our sins, everybody responsible for their own sins. When over and over, as I showed you before in the scriptures, you're living Deuteronomy 28 because of your forefathers. That was what's going to happen, was what happened because they broke the marriage covenant. That was he's what he said. If you keep these laws, they're going to flee from you 7 ways. If you don't keep them, you're going to flee from them 7 ways. So Jeremiah even said that we broke it. We broke the covenant. It says it in Ezekiel. You know what I'm saying? So, speaking of Jeremiah 31 and 32. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, saith the Most High. Again, he's saying which my covenant they break, meaning we broke that. Jeremiah, this book was written about 600 BC, around that time. So we broke it. You can't be in 2015 talking about, oh, we still in the old law. No, we broke that law. We need to keep that law, but the part of the covenant that he referred to after that, if you keep reading that chapter, was there's going to be somebody that's going to come through the seed of Judah, through the seed of David. He wrote about David hundreds of years before David was in the earth. So let's get this. Israel, the 12 tribes, are also the children of Israel, was always referred to as a wife, not because of the male or female attributes, but because we are the weaker vessel in the covenant, i.e. the marriage, okay? Ezekiel 16 and 32. But as a wife that committeth adultery, which taketh strangers instead of her husband. That's Israel. When we take these other nations' religions and ideologies and their philosophy, we're literally taking, you're literally cheating, you're committing adultery against this covenant, which we still do to this day. Jeremiah 3:20. Surely as a wife treacherously departed from her husband, so have ye dealt treacherously with me, O house of Israel, saith the Most High. This is what he says. This isn't G saying this. This is the Most High's words. Revelations 21:9. So even in the New Testament, let's see what he says. And there came unto me one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials full of the 7 last plagues, and talked with me, saying, Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. That's Israel, y'all. You understand? Let's keep it moving. Isaiah 62:5. For as a young man marrieth a virgin, so thy sons marry thee. And as the bridegroom rejoices over the bride, so shall Ahiah rejoice over thee. You understand? A marriage is supposed to be a happy thing, which I'm going to get into the earthly marriage. I got to get into the spiritual covenant first, because this is A1. If you're not dealing with Ahiah, don't look for a righteous man. If you're not dealing with Ahiah, don't look for a righteous woman. You got to seek the Father first. Matthew 6:33, he going to add all that to you. Okay? Now, this is just symbolism to show we are the weaker vessel. This is the man is stronger than the woman. Nobody should disagree with that. This is even proven in science. Go figure that. The man's stronger than the woman. So the Most High is stronger than us. It says it's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the almighty power. It's fearful. Ahiah decked us out with jewelry. Now I'm going to talk about jewelry, okay? I want y'all to follow me in this, okay? Because I want to say this too. I should have said this in the beginning. And this is no offense to anybody. This is just the truth. And I want y'all to hear me out. When I use the term Europeanized or Americanized, I'm talking about the Edomite governments that took, like it's in Maccabees 3:48, how they took our black images and made them white. You got Hebrews that really think, and I'm serious, I'm talking about people that's awake, that really think that the Romans just invented everything. That, and the reason I'm saying that now is I'm going to touch this throughout this lesson, because you'll have people saying the Romans invented the wedding ring. Matter of fact, the Romans invented rings. Don't even wear them. You got to understand that was what they took from it. People was doing that way before the Romans. The Greeks was doing it. The Egyptians was doing it. And I'm going to show you in scriptures what we was doing. Now, was it a necessity? No, not at all. It wasn't a necessity. I'm not saying you have to do it. But wearing jewelry and things of that nature, rings and watches and nose rings, earrings, really it was earrings. I'm going to give y'all a little history, y'all. Now, I'm freestyling this, but you can go look this up. When a slave or servant was owned, and really was a servant, because there's a difference between slave and servant, which I'm going to get into. They would have a ring. You wouldn't brand them because we didn't believe in putting marks in the skin, which I'm gonna get into later as well. That was also against the law. But we would give them an earring. So when somebody would see a servant and see that earring, they'd be like, "Oh, that's so and so's servant. That's brother Malak's servant, or that's brother Ahmad's servant." You know, we would understand that. The same thing was with marriage. It wasn't that we had to, or it was a necessity, but we did. Now, just because the Romans took that and wanted to flip it and say it's just like they do the rainbow. You got people, if you wear a shirt with a rainbow as a Hebrew, I'm in a group called Rainbow Israelites, it's talking about the rainbow had to do with a covenant. Just because the gays took that way down the line and said, oh, yeah, this means homosexuality. No, that's what the Romans say it is, but let's see what it was way before them. We got to stop giving Esau so much credit. Esau is the newest, listen to what I'm saying here, y'all. Esau is the newest nationality on the earth. You understand what I'm saying? Esau's not one of the newest, one of the newest. Everything was here before Esau. A lot of things that our government takes, which I agree with the Pan-Africanists on. I don't follow their religion, but they took from Egypt. So we can't say the Romans didn't invent nothing. That's what I'm trying to, they ain't invent nothing. They took everything, including what we had, and flipped it for their paganism. But people, I gotta give you an example. People don't follow Christ because their whole life they've been shown a white Christ. So they say, oh, no, this guy, I'm sticking to the Old Testament. You're wrong. Now you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. They took what we had and made it pagan. They took what was pagan and just whitewashed it. So but that don't mean they invented nothing. If I take your car and paint it, ain't it still your car? So just listen to me here, y'all, okay? Because we strain at gnats in Israel. And I'm going to show you through the scriptures. You don't have to believe me. Believe what these scriptures say. Okay? Ahaya decked us out with jewelry and fine clothes and oil and wine, but our forefathers sacrificed it to Baal, i.e. other gods. Israel is a nation that the Most High Ahaya adored, even to the point of telling us that if we keep his laws, statutes, and commandments, the LSCs, that we would be a special people unto him, and that we would also reign over the earth. He referred to Israel as his wife and adorned us, even with jewelry. Okay? The thing about it is, when you're wearing Cedar Bourget on the chain, no, you can't say that's from the Most High. When you're wearing a sundial, like a sun, you know, the sun symbolism on a chain, no, that's not what he's talking about. But when you're wearing like the stones, the 12 stones of Israel that he had for each tribe, and you wear that on a chain, yeah. When you're just wearing just a regular chain, yeah. I'm gonna show you. Exodus 35. This is Exodus, y'all. 35 and 22. And they came, both men and women, as they were willing-hearted, and brought bracelets and earrings and rings and tablets and all jewels of gold, and every man that offered an offering of gold unto Ahaya. So you see both men and women. It says, as they were willing-hearted, they brought their bracelets, all their jewelry, to offer it unto the Most High. I'm going to keep reading. This is Numbers. I'm going Old Testament. I'm showing y'all we got to stop saying stuff like the Romans invented this. The Romans didn't. I encourage y'all to start challenging people that tell you that. Oh, the Romans did that. Oh, the Europeans invented that. Oh, you're on some European. No, they didn't invent nothing. They stole everything that they had and put us back into us. So I'm going to get into that, though. I'm going to save that for the end. Okay, I'm saving that for the end because this is not condemning everybody that's an Edomite or Esau. I'm not doing that. I'm talking about the high level people at the top that pushed all their whitewashed stuff and twisted and manipulated scripture. Called us ham in the Christian church. All that. I'm getting to all that. Okay. Numbers 31 and 50. We have therefore brought an oblation for the Most High, that every man hath gotten of jewels of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before Ahaya. So again, giving offerings of gold unto the Most High. Earrings, rings, bracelets, chains. So these rappers that's wearing that, it's because maybe deep down, this is a little speculation, but they know we was kings. We was walking around here with gold on. Way before Romans. We was already doing that. We was dealing with that. The thing about it is, what do these rappers do though? See, this is where it comes full circle. What do? They wear the chains and go out there and I'ma kill that dude. I'ma kill that brother. I'ma kill his. I'm so and so gang. We gonna ride on this gang. Look at shot. I'm gonna get in the shot town. That's what he's talking about. While you wearing a Cesar Bourget chain, you preaching about killing another brother on a whole CD of you shooting somebody in the head. That's what he's talking. You dealing with Baal now. Isaiah 3 and 18 through 21. I'm gonna say this because I talked to the sister that was asking about this. Can sisters wear jewelry? Okay. In that day, the Most High will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet. Some sisters wear the ankle bracelets, right? And their calls and their round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers and the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings, the rings and nose jewels. See, I want to put nose jewels on there because actually that's in the scripture, but I'm saying I'm gonna go deeper into that because our older sister told the younger sister, you can't walk around with a nose ring, you should be wearing it. But no, he gave it to Israel. He gave it to, it's specifically to women. But he was saying that he took them away. Why? Because the law. You see where I'm going with this, Israel? We're going to keep on walking. I'm not even halfway done yet. We gonna get busy on this one. I'm telling you, we get busy. Genesis 38:25. When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man who these are, by the man who these are, am I with child? She said, discern, I pray thee, whose are these, the signet and the bracelets and the staff. Now this is when Judah was dealing with, because he had two sons, just real quick. He had two sons. Well, he actually had three. The first son did wicked in the sight of the Most High. He was slain. The second one did wicked in the sight of the Most High. He wouldn't raise up seed by this woman. He was slain. Okay? So Judah didn't want to give his third son. He's like, man, it's my last seed. You know, it's my last heir. So he put her away, told her to go to her father's house until his son be old, then he'll send his son and they'll do the, they'll get together and all that. You know what I'm saying? What happened was she dressed herself as a prostitute. Now back then, some of the in some of the cultures you look up, prostitutes covered their whole body. Like all you see is the eyes, you know what I'm talking about? And she sat on the side of the road. And Judah walking by, he's single. I think his wife had died, and he's seen her. And he like, well, you know how brothers is. I'm not condoning this now. This is just what happened. He was like, well, shoes, girl look good. Because she was covered up, he didn't know. Okay, so don't say he knew, he didn't know. And he laid with her. And she got pregnant. So what happened was when she was pregnant and he heard of it, so he gave her, when he laid with her, because she looked like a prostitute, he's like, I don't have no money, but here, take my, he's like, what do you want? She says, I want, I think, a lamb or a goat or something of that nature. And he's like, I don't have it on me right now, but I have this signet, these jewels, and my staff. I'm gonna give it to you, okay? When I give it unto you, bring it back to me, and I'll give you the animal that you want. So he came back with the animal. She was gone, okay? And he's like, man, I just lost. He's like, whatever, So when he found out she was pregnant, he's like, oh man, we got to stone her, man. She committed adultery. She's supposed to wait on my son, on my younger son. So when they brought her up, she's like, okay, the man. And they're like, well, whose child is this? And she's like, the man that gave me these, and it was his jewelry. Okay. So this is a little lesson. I ain't trying to go too far on that because that's a whole nother thing. But check me out. Song of Solomon 1 verse 10. Thy cheeks are comely with rows of jewels, thy neck with chains of gold. Cheeks and rows. You know, rows of cheeks. When you see brothers rocking gold grills, they pulled up skeletons with gold grills on them. We did that, y'all. I'm not saying, you know what I'm saying? Again, I'm reiterating. Don't put all your faith and trust and hope in jewelry and buying gold. Like some brothers talking about now, we gotta buy gold, we got the dollars falling. No, I'm not saying that. I mean, if you want to do that, then do it accordingly. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, don't let all your faith and hope be there. Let your faith and hope be in the Most High. Okay? This is because that's where we went off. When like I said, these rappers and athletes and stars and singers wear all this jewelry, and they're singing songs about witchcraft, singing songs about fornication, singing songs about lust. You know what I'm saying? So Genesis 24:53, and the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. So not only did he go to Rebekah, okay, and give her jewelry and things of that nature, but he also went to her brother and her mother. Okay, so I want y'all to repeat. I want y'all to peep this. Okay, all right. And this is also when he was doing the courting process. Haggai 2:23. Then this is again bringing it back to what the Most High did. In that day, saith the Creator of hosts, will I take thee, O Zerubbabel, my servant, the son of Shealtiel, saith the Most High, and make thee as a signet, for I have chosen thee, saith the Creator of hosts. So signet is a ring. And it's more specifically a ring that a king used to stamp, like in Daniel, when the people were plotting against them, and the king wrote that law, thinking, not even worrying about Daniel, but that law they were trying to pass to get Daniel thrown in the den, the king stamped it with a signet. That's his ring. They would stamp the paper. Okay. Again, Jeremiah 16:19. O Ahiah, my strength and my fortress, my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. This is again in Jeremiah. So any of these people that's coming into the fold of Israel that are proselytes, are Gentile, they're gonna say this. They're gonna say, man, our forefathers been lying. The Romans didn't invent anything. They've stolen and flipped everything, and then gave it back to you to make you hate it. They took our Savior, whitewashed them, gave you Sunday, gave you pigs, gave you just be a good slave and die, and gave it back to you. They're gonna say this. Matter of fact, they speak on this sometimes more than my own people. And there's nothing wrong with that, because it's all about, at the end of the day, it's about the truth. Because I'm gonna get into that too, okay? But one thing that you know, because people want, like, again, they want to say everything's pagan, this is pagan, this is pagan. You got to look into what it was way before the ruling powers we are under, which is the Roman Catholic Church. We got to look into it way before what it was before when they got it. Because people will say sports are pagan. Now, I will say this: when you're going overboard, when you look at these countries where they're rioting and people are dying behind a game of sports, people are burning down stadiums, yeah, you want some other stuff. But if you want to go hoop with your brothers on Sunday or Saturday night after the Shabbat, you want to go hoop, man, go shoot a couple jumpers. I don't see anything. I don't see where, you know, because we boxing, all that, running. If you want to go run around the track, you can go work out and exercise and do those things. But when the thing about the Olympics was, it was literally a sacrifice to Zeus. You understand what I'm saying? It was literally a sacrifice to other deities. That was wherein the problem came. But what I'm saying is, when you taking it that far to where your whole life, and I'm gonna show you some pictures as I'm talking here about when you got a wedding and you're having a Chicago Cubs Bears wedding, or a New York Yankees wedding, or when when I was, before I did these videos, again, I told you I was writing a book, and what I noticed was, when I did my research on sports, that more domestic cases happen after the Super Bowl team lost in that city, and it's like a spike hits. When the team loses, men, I'm talking about men beating their wives behind their team losing. I'm being so for real with you, Israel. This is what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody can make that, just like they say, oh, rings is pagan, jewelry is pagan. They can make the argument that sports is pagan. But it's about what you're doing it to. If you're wearing a ring or a watch or a chain and you're running into a Christian church on Sunday, yeah, you most definitely pagan. But if you got a roll, which I got a grill. If I'm wearing my grill and I'm out there with my partners and we go to the studio to make mixtapes and CDs to go distribute to the public that lift up the name of Bahia and the name of Yeshaya and what we need to do as a people, that's not. If I go buy my wife, well, she would love this. She gonna love this clip. Buy her some jewelry. That's what the Most High did to us. That's what we did back when we was in Exodus. That's what we did way back then. That's not wicked. It's all in the way you do things. So I'm just gonna leave it at that, because I got some more I gotta get into. Okay, so let's talk about the sacrifice for sin. Going against the covenant is the same as the transgression of the law. Okay. Hosea 2:8, for she did not know that I gave her corn and wine and oil, and multiply her silver and gold, which they prepare for Baal. Again, we got all these things from the Most High, and what do? We prepared them for Baal. As I just went over, I just talked about that. Ezekiel 16:12 and 17, and I put a jewel on thy forehead, and earrings in thine ears, and a beautiful crown upon thy head. Thou hast also taken thy fair jewels of my gold and my silver, which I had given thee, and madest thyself images of men, and didst commit whoredom with them. Didn't I say people be getting chains and jewelry of fake gods? This is what he's talking about. Or go get jewelry and follow a false god. This is what he's talking about. This is how Israel as a people went astray from the Most High, by dealing with other gods and religions. We engaged in a spiritual fornication. This is why we are under the new covenant, because we broke the old one in Jeremiah, the verse I gave you earlier. Yet we must still follow the law, because due to the constant breaking of the laws, statutes, and commandments, LSCs, of Ahia, our sacrifices were null and void, and our priests fell, as I discussed in the Christ deception versus the Messiah video. Okay? I went over that, so I'm not gonna repeat that. You can go watch that video and just check it out. Ezekiel 7:24 through 26. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. Isn't our land trodden down of the Gentiles? I will also make the pomp of the strong to cease, and their holy places shall be defiled. Aren't they defiling our land? And to tell the truth, I see this brother Polite, and I hate to even use names, but I'm going to go ahead and speak on it. He going to the temple, talking about this is where David and Jesus was and blah, 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 but this don't make sense. This isn't historically accurate. Everybody, oh man, Polite. First of all, brother's a Mason. He's in league with the very powers that claim to be Hebrew. Okay? That's first off. Second off, that's not the real Jerusalem that they're in right now. When they took the...
And 34. Then will I cause to cease from the cities of Judah and from the streets of Jerusalem the voice of mirth and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, for the land shall be desolate.
But when it comes to teaching the black people something about great black men who stood their ground, who were scientists, who were civilizers, who were fathers of culture and civilization, the white man has shrewdly written that role out of the textbook.
Ezekiel 36 and 33. Thus saith the Lord, power, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquities, I will cause you to dwell in the cities, and the way shall be builded.
But we are never taught about any black hero. Only someone we're shown in history as my grandfather was picking cotton.
Actually, tomorrow walked down to Bethlehem and some of the other sites that's close by the city of David. So I'm walking on the ancient road, and you can look. I'm walking the same road that our forefathers walked, Ephraim. This is amazing. This is the greatest experience that I ever had, to actually be able to see what my forefathers saw in the land of Israel. Scripture talks about that we're going to rebuild our roads in the future. So this is a beautiful experience, but just to show you that the modern day place that they're calling Jerusalem is not the Jerusalem of our people, but it's the Jerusalem of the Amorites. Because all this fits going right. You have the road here to Bethlehem. You have the other road going straight to Zion, straight to Ephraim Gate.
And right, like you said, right now, look again. You get this. You see the step pattern of the stones.
Yep, right here.
You know, point that out to them, brother.
Yep, right here.
You see, so these patterns here, and this is what is all over the land. This is how you're able to identify the ancient paths.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it's your boy Free out here. All praises to the Most High. And again, you can look right here, and you can see the ruins of the courthouse.
Yeah, that we just left for.
Right there. So we're here. And again, there's Jordan to our left that Moses looked on to see this the Israel.
So the next stop is that we're gonna show you Absalom's grave.
Absolutely. This is a grave of Ashkelon. David.
That's first off. Second off, that's not the real Jerusalem that they're in right now. When they took the land over, they turned the map upside down. You understand what I'm saying? And that's a whole other lesson in itself. But where they are isn't the real Jerusalem. They took the map and turned it upside down. It's like they didn't give you a real earth map, which I'm going to get into later. So just let me finish, and all this is going to tie together. I'm just trying to throw that out there. Verse 25, destruction cometh, and they shall seek peace, and there shall be none. Mischief shall come upon mischief, and rumor shall be upon rumor. Don't you see all these rumors? You can't get online. Somebody did this, somebody did that. Some of it's real, some of it's not. We don't know. It's just a bunch of mischief and rumors. When they shall seek a vision of the prophet, but the law shall perish from the priests, and counsel from the ancients. See, the law, the thing of us getting back to the law, we did our sacrifices and everything by the priests. This is why that when they got on Yeshua about picking the corn, he said, didn't David eat the have to eat that day he ate the food of the Levites? But that's what we did when we gave our quote unquote tithes. Wasn't for the pastor, which I'm gonna get into that. Okay, it was for the Levites, because there's no land of Levi on the 12 tribes. If you look at where the 12 tribes were located, there's no land of Levi. Because they were the priests. They were among all the tribes. Because when we had a problem, let's say me and my cousin got a problem. We went into business. We got a problem. He signed his contract. I signed his contract. He ain't do what he's supposed to do. We go to the Levi priest. First, I bring it up to him. We don't want to do it. Then I bring it up in front of a couple people as witnesses. Then we go to the priest in the end of it. We go to the priest. Man. I'm just saying, man. I don't understand how people could miss the whole boat when it comes to the law. We wouldn't even be arguing about half the stuff where we do if we just looked into the law. Numbers 14 and 18. The Most High is long-suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation. You see what I'm saying? This is when the scriptures come up talking about we sinned and so have our forefathers. We sinned and so did our fathers. This is what this is talking about. This is part of that breaking of the covenant, okay? This is what all this is about. I'm going to get into the marriage covenant in just a second. But I have to get into what it's all about, because we did certain things that really just made the Most High wroth with us. And I have to touch them, because we need to know this, okay? It ain't got nothing to do with no Romans. They got their power because we failed, because we wasn't listening. If you lose your job because you wasn't doing what you supposed to do, you don't then go blame the company. Look at what you was doing. Call corporate. Leviticus 26:1. Ye shall make you no idols, nor graven image, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall you set up any image of stone in your land to bow down unto it, for I am the Most High your power. Man, that one statue in Rio, man, if I see that thing one more time on the screen, I'm so sick of seeing that. And people just go crazy over it. Because when I first seen it, when I wasn't in the troop, I was like, man, it's a big statue, man. Like, you know, I guess is what they call home. I didn't feel no way about it. I just thought it was, you know, a nicely built, large statue, but I didn't feel no way about it. But ever since that game, the game down there in Rio, they've been going crazy over that statue. I see it on almost. There's a couple Christian sites, and that's all they post. They'll post scriptures on the site. I guess they didn't read Leviticus 26. Daniel 3 and 14. Nebuchadnezzar spoke and said unto them, Is it true, O Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, do ye not serve my gods, nor worship the golden image which I have set up? So they was keeping the law, even in captivity. Because I get that lot too. Oh, in captivity, we ain't really supposed to keep the feast days. Oh, in captivity, we really can't do it. They was keeping it. We kept the first Passover in captivity. Let's get it. Amos 5 and 26. Oh, yes, I'm going here, man. But ye have borne the tabernacle of Moloch and Sheun, your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourselves. Until you identify what star he's talking about, you're going to be lost. We know the pentagram is satanic. But a lot of people don't let that six-pointed star satanic. Think about it, y'all. Just take a second. Israel, that rules the banks, that rules the world, Amalek, right? They have that star on their flag. Now, this is the synagogue of Satan. What makes you think they would have anything that was portrayed to be the Most High on their flag? It's not. His son Solomon, not David's star, Solomon, when he went left, not when he was writing Wisdom of Solomon, not that Solomon, but a lot of people don't let that six-pointed star satanic. Think about it, y'all. Just take a second. Israel, that rules the banks, that rules the world, Amalek, right? They have that star on their flag. Now, this is the synagogue of Satan. What makes you think they would have anything that was portrayed to be the Most High on their flag? It's not. His son Solomon, not David's star, Solomon, when he went left, not when he was writing Wisdom of Solomon, not that Solomon, the later Solomon, when his wives turned his heart away, when he was sacrificing to the god Astaroth, which is Lady Liberty, Apollyon, whatever you want to call it. When he was sacrificing to these other deities, then he made that the seal of Solomon. And Bruce wear it to this day. I'm not condemning you. I'm telling you, look into it. Look into what that star he's talking about. Let's go to Acts. Okay? 7:43. Yeah, ye took up the tabernacle of Moloch. That's the church of Moloch. And the star of God, of your God Remphan, he says, is your God Remphan, figures which he made to worship them. And I will carry you away beyond Babylon. This is the same star, y'all. We had it in the Old Testament. We had it in the New Testament. When you look into what this star is, and we're gonna get into one of the, now we're gonna bust down, because this is a overview of the 10 commandments, but we're going to go a little bit deeper, as you can see. Exodus 24-6. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Most High Power, am a jealous power, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. Oh, I thought everybody paid for their own sins. Let me reread that. Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation. Oh, of who? Of them that hate me. Them that hate this law. Verse 6. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. So you get that mercy, but you got to love him. And how you show you love him? Keep his commandments. Isn't that what Yasha said? He didn't bring nothing new. Again, he was just what he did bring that was new, okay, was the baptism to receive the Ruach. That's what he brought new, and he did away with the law of sacrifice. Because I don't see no Old Testament brewers out there sacrificing lambs. I'm just going to keep it real, okay? That's what he brought that was new. Other than what he was telling us to do, that was what I'm trying to say here. It wasn't nothing new. Okay? So that's one thing when we went wroth with the Most High, okay? The second thing that we made wroth with him is dealing with the name. Because this is one of the 10 commandments. Again, I'm going over the 10 as guidelines, but we're going to touch more. But the 10 is the ones I'm going to touch here. Okay? Let's do Psalm 74:10. O God, how long shall the adversary approach? Shall the enemy blaspheme thy name forever? You got Christians that will not let go of Jesus. Why? Because it's in the Bible. Though there are no J's, E's, or U's in Hebrew. They won't let go of it though. They won't look deeper into it. Are you going to act like them now in the truth and not look deeper into really what it is? There's no J's, E's, U's in Hebrew. There's no I's in Hebrew. Let's get into it. Okay? This is when I did this, and let you know I'm not trying to convict anybody. I'm trying to enlighten you, because this convicted me when I was reading it. I'm like, man, not this part per se, but other stuff in the law. There's no man keeping all these laws. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not one that's keeping all the laws. If I ever say that, I'm a liar and the truth ain't in me. Okay? I'm gonna tell you right now, I can't keep all of them. I'm trying my hardest. Tell you that. Exodus 20:7. Thou shalt not take the name of the Most High thy Creator in vain. The Most High will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. It's Exodus 20:7. So when somebody such as myself is showing any of you brews out there, or anybody, what the name is, and you don't know, or you just like, I'm gonna look into it, I'd rather you say that than say, oh, that's not the name. Not because you not hurt me. I would hate for the Most High to punish you for that, because you've been dealing with this name, or dealing with that name, or dealing with this, or tetragrammaton. When have you spent hours and days and weeks looking into what that is? I'm telling you, I have. I'm not bragging. I have. I looked, because I was one that was calling on Yahweh. I looked into it. I started seeing too many clues. Okay, hold on. The Jewish called on. Oh no, first the Egyptians called on it. Hold on. The Jewish called on it. Okay, hold on. Let me look. I'm just gonna call him the Most High until I can figure this thing out. Those that research and read, I usually don't get this kind of arguments with. And I don't get arguments anyway, but just do the diligent work, man. Just do the diligent work. And if you're not sure, I'd rather you just say, okay, that's what you do. I'm not sure about that, but okay. Rather than sit there and say it's definitely Lie's name or you're a liar. Because when you do that, you're not coming at me or other brothers bringing it to you. You're coming against Exodus 20:7. This is a commandment. Now, I'm not going to let this stop me from dealing with brothers. Of course not. Because if that was the case, I wouldn't be where I am today. So, Romans 2:24. The name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you, as it is written. They put Jesus in the book. They put God, Lord, all that in the book. I'm talking about as the name. When it's all in caps, yeah, that's called an injection, y'all. They injected that there. They took something out and they put that there. If I can make it happen. It's about the power of the Most High. Let's make it happen.
Them Jewish people defiling the ground that they standing on. Invented Ebola and Zika's and kept the antidote. Find that Syrian candidate, then tell you to cash a vote. Whitewash all our history like Michelangelo. Antelope out and dead, chemtrail across the land. They never followed the Father's plan. Fans followed on Instagram, claim they wanna know our numbers, but since it's a scam, Pharisees playing the tough guy, Killer Cam. But this here no paid in full. Broke the mule and 40-acre rule. Let us play the fool. But now when a million gas up, the range is full of fuel. Now see they might call us the Jews, but really we are the Jews. And I don't mean no peace and chain, bro. They chosen had no peace and chains. Trying to dodge them like the rain go. Hey Mo, guerrilla warfare, I need Jacob Bow. Cops blaze chrome, want us in bad. John and Jane Doe, like case closed. We paid tolls, tried to lay low, but they Draco. Ancient serpents from the state Rome. Used to be that one they asked, do you got the good? Now I'm trying to free my people mind from out the hood. Lord forgive me, I don't wanna be misunderstood, but woe to those who seeking idols and worship in Hollywood. Gone. You know what I'm saying? Google everything I say. Kazarians, NDAA, Black Wall Street 1921. You know what I'm saying? Executive Order 13603 by Obama. The Patriot Act. You understand what I'm talking about? Agenda 21, man. Real talk. Stick to the script. Hey.
Every time they see us come, watch them demons shake. Hey man, here you come with all that stuff, man. Come on, let's go, man. Life and death is in your tongue, so watch what you say. Hey, real talk, what you say around here too, man? Real talk. Cause name's whole weight. If you don't know about Father Rahai, cause name's whole weight. And you don't know about his son Yeshai, cause name's whole weight. Receive the gift of Rawakadah, cause name's whole weight. Forever screaming, Kwam Yasharallah, cause name's whole weight.
You ain't gotta tell me names whole way. I'm calling a higher, calling them out, kicking them tables over, just like Yeshaya. Digital download of the hard copy, man, I'm 2x2s. Some of these Hebrews be acting feminine, we call them 2 wonk fools. I'm laughing at them, same time wouldn't put it past them. I ain't trying to be the boys' favorite rapper. They only rap cause they Twitter popular. That's the difference between me and them. I'm the son of Jacob, they the son of sin. Double rock open, so I'ma go on in. We don't go ham, but we go shim. I'll gut that bird, put his fur on. Great warrior like Gideon. I tell you the truth, do what you do. I can't judge you like Gideon. I get these bars from my album. Ruach is my ghost rider, word Sham Yalla. I'm ready for that war, you know I'm a rider. Left hand on my strap, right hand on my Bible. Yeah, every day I'm getting tested, but I don't fall, guess that's progression. Got a whole list of do's and don'ts. Just have a seat, yeah, class a session. Praise the Father, yeah, that's a blessing. You can relate to somebody in the same stages. Yeah, I love them when the beat bang, but you know they hate it when we're due to make it. Yeah.
Every time they see us come, watch them demons shake. Hey man, here you come with all that stuff, man. Come on, let's go. Life and death is in your tongue, so watch what you say. Hey, real talk.
Jeremiah wrote they would do this, the lion pen of the scribes. From our people, then the Gentiles would do it. Isaiah 50, see, so that's why we got to be a light to them. Isaiah 52:5. Now therefore, what have I here, saith the Most High, that my people is taking away for naught. They that rule over them make them to house, saith the Most High, and my name continually every day is blasphemed. The name is important, y'all. This isn't nothing, I'm just keep saying, this isn't nothing to argue about. I'm not looking down on nobody. This is something to look into. Again, I spent days, weeks, probably months just looking into the name in ancient Hebrew. And I understand we talking the broken tongue. I heard the Isaiah verse because we speak in English. I'm not going to do a whole video in Hebrew, okay? I'm not saying anybody should unless you really want to do that. And if you do, you need to have a translator, as Paul said. But I'm saying look into what you are calling on. That's all I'm saying. That's all. Even if you're dealing with a higher, look into it so that you know, so that when somebody challenge you on that, you got some ground to stand on. You're not just saying, oh, I just followed this guy. I just followed these people over here. I just followed this girl that was calling. No. You need to, this is a self-check. This isn't no bashing. This is a self-check lesson. Ezekiel 20 and 27. Therefore, son of man, speak unto the house of Israel, and say unto them, thus saith the Most High God, yet in this your fathers have blasphemed me, and that they have committed a trespass against me. This is why he was wroth with Israel. It wasn't just of course the marriage thing, but this was part of it. This is just part of it. The name and the images. Because the images, I'm telling you, why am I saying that? Because the images came with other names. No, there's no I, there's no O, there's no U in ancient Hebrew. At all. That's what I'm saying to y'all. It's not there. I don't even know Hebrew like that, but I know that. So you don't, and again, you don't have to speak Hebrew. I'm talking about when you're dealing with the name of the Most High who spoke Hebrew, who said Hebrew is the language of creation, and he's the creator. His son came from him, his first begotten. They all had Hebrew names, so and it keeps saying under no other name shall men be saved, dealing with Yahshua. He talks about people that blaspheme his name in Exodus. Even Paul said that the name of the Most High is blasphemed through the Gentiles because of who? Israel. So don't go blaming nobody else. You got to look at self on this one. 2 Kings 22 and 8. And Hilkiah the high priest said unto Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of Ahiah. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, and he read it. So you see, they have found the book of the law. The Bible, I keep telling people this, it's like it goes in one ear out the other. The Bible is not a Mormon book. It's not a Christian book. It's not a it's not a book of guidelines as far as suggestions, I should say. It's a book of the law, man. Over and over it's called that. You see, they found it because they lost it. This is part of because they failed dealing with all this other stuff. They wasn't worried about their culture. Okay. Isaiah 1 and 11. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith the higher? I am full of the burnt offerings of rams and of the fat of fed beasts. And the fat of fed beasts. And I delight not in the blood of bullocks, or of lambs, or of he-goats. He's saying right there, I'm tired of your sacrifices. Why? Because you sacrifice unto me and then go back and do the same thing. If I keep telling you I'm sorry, if I keep coming to your house, I come to your house in a disrespectful manner, I'm cussing, I'm dirty, I'm not cleaning up behind myself, I'm being rude, and I keep telling you I'm sorry, you gonna keep inviting me there? That's what we're doing with the Most High? Okay? This is from, and just real quick on the name, okay? It's Isaiah 1 and 24. Therefore saith the Lord of hosts. I'm just reading it as it's written, alright? Therefore saith the Lord of hosts, the mighty one of Israel. Ah, look at that word ah. Because ah is the first letter in the Hebrew, what they call the Aleph. Alright? He says he's the beginning, alright? Telling y'all, they could not translate that to anything else. Just like they can't translate I am to anything else except I am. The Most High knows. That's why every Bible you look at says I am. I will ease me of mine adversaries and avenge me of mine enemies. So it says ah. And you see before it says ah, it says the Lord of hosts, the mighty one of Israel. It's addressing him by his titles. Then it says ah. This is all over the Old Testament. I'm serious. Like, this is for y'all to do a search on. I'm not going to go into all of this. But this is for y'all to do a search on. Jeremiah 14 and 13. Then I said, ah, again. Lord God, behold, the prophets say unto them, ye shall not see the sword, neither shall ye have famine, but I will give you assured peace in this place. You see it says, ah, Lord God. Again, I'm reading as it's written. But you see it says, ah. They couldn't translate that to anything else. You see what I'm saying? Ahaya. Ezekiel 9 and 8. And it came to pass, while they were slaying them, and I was left, that I fell upon my face and cried, listen, and said, Ah, Lord God, wilt thou destroy the residue of Israel and thy pouring out of thy fury upon Jerusalem? You see how it addresses him? It has that ah there. I'm telling you, all these injections, man, these capital gods and capital lords, they injected that there. Mark 15:29, because this is also in the New Testament. And they that passed by railed on him. This is when Yahshua was on the tree, okay, on the cross, whatever. The cross made out of wood. We're not going to sit here and debate that, okay? He was hung on the wood. It wasn't the wood he was hung on. It was the Messiah, okay? Let's get that straight. Wagging their heads and saying, Ah, thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it in 3 days. Because remember, they kept saying, by saying you're the son of God, you make yourself equal with God. Why? Because you are what your father is. Now, if he would have said we're all the sons of God, which he told them that, but he was the only begotten son, being the Messiah. So, peep game with that, y'all. Peep game with that. Testimony of Dan, for I have read in the book of Enoch, the righteous, that your prince is Satan, and that all the spirits of wickedness and pride will conspire to attend constantly on the sons of Levi and cause them to sin before the Most High. So Dan was seeing this. This is Dan. You wonder what Dan is. Dan was the tribe that was cut off out of Genesis 49. Dan was the tribe that was cut off in Genesis 49. Okay, he was already seeing. The Most High was showing him that Levi was gonna fall, dealing with Beelzebub, dealing with we see today the tribe of Levi, the Haitians out there, not all of them, but a lot of them are still dealing with voodoo. Everybody, this is not common knowledge now, but that's what Dan was seeing way back then. That's why they fell in the first place. Okay. 1 Samuel 15:22, and Samuel said, hath the Most High as great delight in burnt offering and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Ahiah? Behold, there is no better than sacrifice, and to hearken, behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. So it's saying to obey is better than sacrifice. If you don't obey him, your sacrifice means nothing. That's what he was trying to tell them way back then in 1 Samuel. Hebrews 10:6. In the burnt offerings and sacrifice for sin thou hast had no pleasure. Because we done did all this over and over and over and over and over. We sin, sacrifice, sin some more. And the Most High even said that in Scripture, in Isaiah. This is also in Hebrews, he says that. You see, even in the New Testament. We go back to Psalms 40:6. Sacrifice and offerings thou didst not desire, mine ears hast thou opened. Burnt offering and sin offering hast thou not required. You see, he wanted David to come to him spiritually. It's nothing about just chopping off a ram or a lamb and sacrificing it. It was about the heart and the soul and the mind and the spirit seeking the Most High. David got some strong prayers in there, man. He's praying for his enemies and everything. That's what the Most High wanted, obedience. Not to do your own thing, but to hearken unto what he say. Psalm 51:16. For thou desirest not sacrifice, or else I would give it. Thou delightest not in burnt offering. So David just saying what Samuel already said. Okay? Now, speaking on Israel. Israel was a wicked woman. Meaning we were a wicked people unto the Most High. We were. Okay? Jeremiah 4:30. And when thou art spoiled, what wilt thou do? Though thou closest thyself with crimson, though thou deckest thee with ornaments of gold, though thou rinsest thy face with painting, this is the makeup, okay? In vain shalt thou make thyself fair, thy lovers will despise thee, they will seek thy life. So this is it talks about women too, but let's put it on Israel. We go out to the club. What do brothers want to wear? Gucci, Michael Kors, or females wearing Michael Kors, Louis Vuitton, all this stuff that's of all these people that are homosexuals, that are dealing with, you know what I'm saying, straight sodomy. These other nations, women go paint their face. That's us painting our faces, getting all fly and fresh. And these people hate us, man. We're not even listening to what the Most High is saying. You know what I'm saying? We deck us ourselves with, that's what I'm talking about, the ornaments of gold. And what do? Go serve our own flesh. That's what he's talking about, y'all. Again, I'm not saying that you have to do that if you're in a relationship, or if you're just by yourself, or if you want to like somebody, or if you're already married, you want to. I'm not saying that you have to do that. That's not, that the scriptures don't say we have to do that. I'm not saying that. I was going to make that clear. What I'm saying is, when you do that, make sure you're doing it in the way that the Most High was decking us out, but keeping the Most High first, though, not following like our forefathers did. That's what we do to this day. Proverbs 6:25. Lust not after her beauty in thine heart, neither let her take thee with her eyelids. This is where brothers fall off, because again, with the face paint, the makeup, I've seen before and after pictures where it looked like two different people. I know you females seen this too. Sisters without makeup, then they put on makeup, and two different people. And this is my opinion. Some of them, they just go without the makeup. Just be you, cause that's who you want your husband in love with, right? Let's just speak real right now. That's who you want. You don't want him to fall in love with you always dressed up, and everybody can get dressed up and look nice. But what about when you wake up one day and you don't feel good, you sick, or one day you just feel like laying in the bed, you're tired, you're not feeling yourself. You going to say, oh, you need to get up and get dressed, put some makeup on or something, because that's what some of these marriages do to these days. These brothers always want their wife to be tip top. You can't love her when she's down. Same thing with some of these sisters. Brothers always got to be tip top. You brothers, man, you better stop letting these females take y'all with their beauty and what to say in thine heart, and take thee with her eyelids, man. I'm telling you, man, a lot of y'all fall into that. Y'all listening to these sisters that's dealing with, like I said earlier, the doctrine of devils, because they're a little, oh, you feel like they're a little cute, they look a little, oh, yeah, sister, amen, yeah, Kwam Yashala, leading you straight into the pit. Instead of correcting that sister. Hey sister, you know that what you're saying ain't really scriptural. Calling her inbox or something. Nah, man. You're getting caught up. So Ezekiel 23:40, and furthermore, that ye have sent for men to come from afar unto whom a messenger was sent, and lo, they came, from whom thou didst wash thyself, paintest thine eyes, and decked thyself with ornaments. See again, decking ourselves out for the flesh, man. For the flesh, because a point a brother made on the video, I thought it was very deep, and he just kind of said it and went on, but I'm gonna expound on it. We attracted to these other deities because these other deities deal with strictly serving the flesh. That's how Satan got Eve, strictly serving the flesh, not worrying about what the Most High said, not worrying about the spiritual, the mental side of things, like what's gonna happen after I do this. No, strictly serving the flesh. Give you an example. You post a picture of you and your family in front of a Christmas tree and going Christmas shopping, and you making a post about Christmas shopping, you know, jokes and whatnot. People like it, people laugh, people sharing it, people into it, you know. But you're serving Nimrod. You putting up these idols in your house, these wreaths and Christmas trees and decking with boughs of holly, kissing under mistletoe. All that's pagan. Now that, yes, all that's pagan, which they got that from the Egyptians too. But all that's, yes, that's not in scripture. Can't find that one. But people do it all the time. So that's what the Most High talking about. We decking ourselves in our houses up for other deities. Okay. So again, that's with the ornaments and everything. In Leviticus 19:29, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. Now check that out. When these women out here prostituting, it's not just hurting them or the Johns they messing with. It's hurting the whole community. Because what happens when little girls see that? You gotta, which I might just run this video now. You got this video where these college girls is going and messing with these older Johns.
I also was really intrigued. Obviously, we're all working and struggling in the city. The cost of living is crazy, tuition. So I'm like, why not give it a try? They're not going to just hand you money, so you have to develop some type of relationship with them, and chemistry. It hasn't compromised my morals. Like, I feel like what I'm doing is just as dating. So for other dating, I feel like you're dating for free. I'm actually dating this guy and he's just helping me. It's not like escorting or having clients or a call girl. I've been on trips. I've been to LA, Florida. I live in the city, so a spontaneous trip is always great. Guys have offered me, you know, jobs or recommendations.
With prostitution and escorting, you are selling services in exchange for money, and sugaring is relationships. It is a modern take on relationships, but it is based around traditional values. We don't know how many are in open relationships, how many are seeking arrangements with the encouragement of their significant other, and how many of those are actually, you know, affairs that are being hidden from their partner.
That could be morally compromising for some girls, but it does work, and some, you know, it does have benefits to dating someone who is married.
And messing with these older Johns. I call them Johns. I'm from the hood. I'm gonna call it what it is. You messing with a John. I mean, just because you say you ain't doing nothing, who knows? Maybe you are, maybe you're not, but you're still prostituting yourself. You're still giving a portion of yourself, your portion of your time to this gentleman. For what? For a cash payment. What real man gonna want a wife then? What man wants a woman always in another man's face? Not just that, but you know, another man's face for what? To get that mammon. You can't serve two masters, y'all. So, but this is actually prophetic. I'm gonna read this next verse. Leviticus 21:9, because this is what Israel did. When we prostituted ourselves to these nations and their deities, look what happened to the world. Look what happened to our land, of course. Well, look what happened. The people that run our land, they own all the banks that run the world. Look at the world. See how deep that this law is, y'all? It's deeper than, oh brother, wear your fringes, oh sister, wear your head cover, which I'm gonna get into that. Like I said, I talked about earlier, but it's deeper than that. You can tear down, but build them back up. Give them a way to follow the law. Give them some understanding of it. This is what we need to do. It ain't just you wrong, you wrong, you wrong. No, you're doing this wrong, but here's how you do it. You do it now. You're an error on this, but this is how you do it. Period. Then give him some verses. This is how we're supposed to operate. Leviticus 21:9, and the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profaneth her father, and she shall be burnt with fire. We know fire coming to Babylon. What the Rastaman say, fire burn them. Fire coming to Babylon. Why? Because people have adopted this Babylonian philosophy of whoredom. It's cool to play the harlot. It's cool to play the whoremonger. It's cool to get yours, side woman, side Negro. It's cool for that, right? Constantly breaking the law. Constantly. See, this is what I'm talking about, Israel. This is what's coming here, because by us coming over here, adopting their guys, and hearing this gospel in its true form, through the spirit of Yahshua, hearing it, and still turning and doing what we want to do, by doing that, this land is going to be burned. This is going to be fire. He said he destroyed the earth once with what? Water. Then he coming back for what? Fire. You see what I'm talking about? By us, it say by you playing the whore, you profaned your father. Aren't we profaning the father by doing that, Israel? Peep game, y'all. 2 Kings 9:30. When Jehu was come to Jezreel, Jezebel heard of it. She painted herself and tired her head and looked out a window. I'm telling you fellas, man. you gotta watch this. You gotta watch these females that deck themselves up with these come hither looks and all that. Got you looking on lust, and y'all say you look on a woman with lust, you already committed adultery in your heart. Y'all gotta watch that, man. Protect yourself from that, man. Protect yourself from that. You gotta pray. Sometimes you gotta fast. You gotta really focus on this, because this is gonna make a lot of brothers fail, man. I know that the Most High didn't make nothing more better than a woman. I feel that. As far as, you know, I mean, you know, Adam wanted to help me. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that the women better than everything. You know, I'm not on no comedic. I'm saying that help me is definitely needed. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of brothers. Not with every brother, but with a lot of brothers I see. That being said, brother, let the Most High lead you to that help me, man. Stop looking with the eyes, man. Okay? It's more than that, bro. It's a million pretty faces in the city. I'm talking to my men right now. It's a million pretty faces in the city. Not all of them know a higher. Less of them even seeking a higher. Less of them even seeking them and trying to do his word and play their role. You see, it gets smaller and smaller. You gotta let the Most High find that. You know what I'm saying? As far as point you to that. Because there's a bunch of worldly women out there that you might find attractive. But after all that lust and all that is exercise, you ain't gonna have nothing. You're gonna be more miserable with her than you were alone. You'll be like, man, I should have stayed alone. It's too late now. Now you done made a covenant. Oh yeah, we gonna get into all that. But I'm just trying to speak to y'all, man. Isaiah 3:16. Moreover, the Most High saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet. So this is what he's talking about. These daughters of Zion, how they walking with wanton eyes. To be found wanton is to be found lacking. You're looking because you feel like you're lacking something. No, man. Stretch forth necks, you stretch, you looking. You know what I'm saying? You tinkling. You trying to be heard, trying to be seen. The Most High has a problem with hidiness, but when you look at love and hip hop, when you look at all these housewives of
has a new air.
That's Tosha. This bitch is really crazy. Hello, darlings. Hello, doll. This is Hollywood royalty right here, girl. Everybody knows Tootie.
Honey, if we weren't born to you, weren't famous to me, because I didn't even know who you were.
Your husband can't be your best friend. Well, my husband's in prison, so.
I want a baby. All I need is sperm to get up inside of me.
He's real, y'all. He legal, right?
He has a new air cinematographer. Are we gonna get a nanny?
Mama Joy.
Huh?
That's for your first FaceTime with your new boo.
I spoke to Apollo. He said they don't answer the phone.
She told me that she talks to him every day. The kids talk to him every day.
Apollo has hurt this entire family. He said he wanted a divorce, so I'm gonna give him one.
Thirsty women.
I'm just gonna date like a man.
This is the homicidal honey.
So now I can turn on my crazy.
Check, please.
Look at the cat drug in. That's right. Bitch, you ain't got no reason not to like me.
Kenya wanted to stir the pot again.
She seems devious.
Peter does not have my attention right now. Peter, somebody had him on videotape, all up on the girls.
Oh.
You should have walked away.
Austin, I don't need to talk to you.
You cannot be okay with that.
We have a problem.
I can't stop what I'm doing.
Something wrong?
I've lost myself.
I know I caused you a lot of pain.
You cannot imagine.
I don't trust you.
I want our relationship to be what it used to be.
If you didn't do anything wrong, then you don't need to be upset about it.
What I'm upset with is your bullshit.
You are fake.
People call you stupid, but I know you're actually not that damn dumb. I'm really trying not to throw my drink on her.
Are we grown?
XYZ city, they all hottie. That's why BET promotes this black entertainment, which is black evil television. They promote that. Why? Because when they showing that to a whole generation of people, some of these sisters don't have a mom or a father that's gonna sit down with them and be like, hey, you ain't supposed to be acting like this. You don't need to be watching this. This is not for a way a woman to carry herself. Don't no brother, no real brother want no woman like that, man. Just being real. That made the word. Now, a worldly brother will love that. That's the Trinas and the Nickis. Oh, the worldly brothers love that. They can have that. There's nothing there. I'm telling you, man. Ecclesiasticus 26, 6 through 9. But a grief of heart and sorrow is a woman that is jealous over another woman, and a scourge of the tongue which communicateth withal. An evil wife is a yoke shaken to and fro. He that hath hold of her is as he hath had hold of a scorpion. A drunken woman and a gatter abroad causes great anger, and she will not cover her own shame. The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids. We need to peep game with this, brothers. Okay? Peep game with this. Okay? Because this is back again to Israel. Okay? I'm about to get into more of the earthly marriage, because this is what Israel was doing. Like I keep saying. It's like when we gather, we gathered abroad and causes great anger. We went abroad with all these different religions. We made the Most High angry. He said he was a good husband unto us. He's still putting breath in our bodies. He's still making us. You can't watch a cereal commercial. You can't watch TV for 15 minutes without seeing 3-4 commercials with an Israelite sponsoring some sort of something that they're selling, whether it's Cheerios or shoes or clothes. You got Israelites on there. Why? Why are we still side out? They know what's up. The thing about it is we got to start giving what he's giving us back unto him. You understand? We got to start getting, when he's giving us this gold, this oil, the wine, making us, again, like it says in Deuteronomy, above our people. We got to start being that light. That's the whole, we got to start being that light. How? Follow the law. This is what Israel did, even starting in the wilderness with Moses, or Moshe. When we built idols to honor false Egyptian gods, we actually used that gold that the Most High gave us when we left Egypt for ourselves to honor false images. That's how, when he said break off the earrings and the rings and wives and children. Now I'm going to ask y'all, Israel, who gave them to them? Wasn't that before the Romans? You see what I'm saying? We already was doing that. But what was we doing with it? The same thing we're doing today. That's what the Most High has a problem with. Who are you honoring with that? What are you doing with that? Just as Satan was caught up all in his beauty. Remember? He thought he was the business. Okay? Israel was caught up. Israel was caught up in our own vanity and allowed our hearts to lead us to false religions, where many of us still are today. Again, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Egyptology, Catholicism, atheism, which is nothing but Satanism. This is why 2/3 will be cut off. I won't say I hate, but it does trouble me when I see brothers that's never ever gonna look into this, and they're gonna be cut off. They're never gonna. They're gonna blame the Most High for it the whole way down, but they're never gonna look into what He said to do. I feel bad for them brothers, man, and sisters, for real, y'all. Now, we will get into the earthly marriage institution to understand what the highest will is concerning marriage. Remember, as in heaven, as on earth as it is in heaven. But now we're going to see what he set up for us in the earthly realm. Okay? And just on the ends of that, I'm going to go Exodus 20:3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Because that was adultery. Okay? So now let's get into the earthly marriage. Now we're going to get into the good wife. Okay? Because there's some good wives out there. Praise the high, I have one. You know what I'm saying? Proverbs 31:10-13. A wife of noble character who can find? She is worth far more than rubies. Her husband has full confidence in her and lacks nothing of value. She brings him good and not harm all the days of her life. Brothers, this is what you want. This is what you want. You know how what that big touch said? This ain't what you want. Nah, brother. This is what you want. I'm telling you, this is what you want. Ephesians 5:24-25. But let the Most High lead you there. That's all I'm saying. Because leaning on our heart and our understanding and our opinion is not going to be good. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. Husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for. This means don't treat her like no slave, brother. Don't treat her like no underling. Like, go get that, go do that, go do. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get to the law. We're not even supposed to even treat servants like how we were taught servants were supposed to be treated. But it says, husbands, love your, just how Christ loved his people, you're supposed to love your wife. Like, it kills me how brothers want with this misogyny, man. Y'all turning a lot of sisters away in Israel. Christ wasn't, it was an order, yes. Husband then covers the wife, then she covers the children. Yes, it was order. But that doesn't mean that you throw your wife under the bus, man. Titus 2 and 5. This is talking about wives. To be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, obedient to their own husbands, that the word of Ahia be not blasphemed. Because you see these couples that's not keeping the word, like, and I can see it, man. Like, I'm telling you, doing this and even like this peeping game, you can see when a couple's not keeping it. And I'm not talking about not trying to, because all relationships guys gonna have their bumpy roads too. I want to put that out there. A1, don't think because you find a good wife and this and that y'all gonna have smooth sailing, never getting. You gonna have some bumpy roads that you're gonna hit. Thing about it is you're gonna have this word to lean on. That's why it says to keep the word so that it be not blasphemed. Okay, all right. 2 Corinthians 11 and 2. For I am jealous over you with godly jealousy. I have espoused you to one husband, that I may present you as a virgin. I'm sorry, as a chaste virgin to Christ. So this is how we got to operate in our marriages, Christ-like. Okay. Okay. Now let's go to some marriage in the earth. Okay. This gonna bust some bubbles too. So let's just go and get into it. Psalm 137 and 6. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. This is what I was saying on the last one I was discussing this. Now I understand people who's already married coming into the truth. This isn't talking about you. This is talking about people that are awake and in the truth, know who they are, and they don't prefer the tribes of Israel above their chief joy. They still want to go. This is what they're saying. If you prefer not Jerusalem upon my chief joy, I prefer Jerusalem above my chief joy. I mean, the Jew first and the Gentile. That's all. If you came in with it, then hey, I'm not saying, oh, that's unlawful. But I'm saying when you come into the truth, knowing who you are, and I see this all the times. I gotta touch this, y'all. A lot of y'all are just caught up strictly on melanin. Strictly. Let me tell you something. Israel was scattered to the four corners. Y'all need to leave that 12 tribe chart alone. If you don't understand that that's just talking about people that are in the Western world, and it's not saying every one of that race is definitely an Israelite. It's not. That's not what it's saying. But if you look into the history of these people, just go back a few generations back, and you'll see they look just like me. You got to understand this, that we are all in the four corners of the earth. Okay? Why are you getting on brothers that may have a Puerto Rican wife or a Mexican wife or an Indian wife? But you're not getting on brothers that's in the truth saying, I want an African woman. Now, I'm not talking about African like that same stipulation when a brother go gets an African woman. And he's in the truth. This isn't somebody that wasn't in the truth. I see it all the time. Now, that being said, if you Judah and you prefer Judah, brother. If you Issachar and you prefer Issachar, sister, brother, whoever you are. If you Zebulon, you prefer Zebulon, same. Benjamite, same. Do what you do, but this cross-tribal stuff, but you're looking at melanin only, you need to chill out, man. I mean, y'all need to chill out when people come into the truth and they were already married to somebody, talking about they need to leave that person. Because if you say that, your hands are going to be bloody your hands are going to be bloody if they leave that wife, and that wife leaves that husband. That wife gonna get somebody, she's committed adultery. That husband gonna get somebody, he's committed adultery. So now you're responsible for 2 cases of adultery and a broken family. Because all through the scriptures, Joseph, which is Ephraim, right? Joseph, with the coat, his wife was Egyptian. Okay, his wife was Egyptian. Are you putting away the tribe of Manasseh? Because by the doctrine that some of you brews is pushing, we need to put Manasseh away. Because regardless of who you think it is, whether you think it's Puerto Ricans or whatever, or Cubans, we got to put them away. Why? Because they came from an Egyptian mother. But if you know the scriptures, the father dictates who the seed is. The father, not the mother, the father. The Most High didn't tell him to put away his Egyptian wife. Moses came into it with what? An African, an Ethiopian wife. The scripture says that Zipporah was one of the what's the word? Most faithful women of the scriptures. Is an Ethiopian. Her father even converted and was speaking with Moses. Now, from a position of authority, no, but we dealt with them. In Exodus, I believe chapter 12, Miriam and Aaron had a problem with this Ethiopian wife. Why didn't the Most High strike Moses down for having an African woman? Why did he strike down Miriam and Aaron? Aaron got to fear the Most High. He was feared. And Miriam got leprosy. Had to be away from the camp for 7 days. Had to wait for her 7 days so she got cleared up. Then they went on. You got to understand, this is deeper than melody, y'all, for one. Because there's some people that look straight like an Edomite and their father's black. And I'm not talking about grandfather, I'm talking about father. There's people that came into this truth, married to people that already look like that. That already might be of those nations. You're not supposed to come in and say, hey, you need to leave. If that person stays with whoever that they are, and they strive with them, as the scriptures say, now you're not supposed to say nothing. Now, if that person got them doing Christmas and Easter and all that, then that's where the strange wife comes in. When you're following these other deities, that's when that comes in. But even so, if that person gonna stay with that person through that, and they gonna have to work that out, you need to let them work that out. Stop being busybodies, man. That's what I'm saying. Stop being busybodies, man. Once you come into this truth, you're supposed to prefer your people, man. You're supposed to. I don't understand how y'all can get on somebody that didn't know and rail them for somebody that they met 20 years ago. So you being awake, you need to focus on what you are doing. Period. If you see a brother that's going off, and because I see brothers do this, they go off and they dealing with an Israelite woman and still dealing with astrology. You need to hit them up, man. Okay? Because being of Israel got to do with what you follow, not so much who you are. But if you met somebody 20 years ago, that's what that is. But if you sit here and know who you are and you go on astray, whether they're Israel or not, especially if they're not, because you're not following what David said right here. Okay, so this is, I'm just going to leave that alone, but you got 12 tribes to choose from, man. Okay, so Proverbs 18:22, whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor from the Most High. It's a good thing, man. It's a good thing to marry. You got these brothers talking about brothers shouldn't get married. You want brothers to burn? Man, let the Most High lead you to a woman, man. Y'all need to start seeking the higher above all these people, these false prophets. Romans 7:2. For the woman which hath an husband is bound by law to her husband, so as long as he liveth. But if the husband be dead, she is loose from the law of her husband. I seen somebody post something like this saying, oh, she's loose from the law. And stop right there. No, the law of her husband. Just like with Judah. Remember when his son died and it the wife went to his brothers? That's how it went. Like, you got a brother back then, and your brother had a wife and you didn't. Your brother died. The wife didn't come on to you to keep, so y'all keep the line going. It was about the line. When the husband dies, the wife can't go remarry. Just like if the wife dies, the husband can go and remarry. Okay, that's what that's saying right there. The husband can go remarry, the wife can go and remarry. It's not saying that once her husband dies, she can just be lawless. Okay, 1 Corinthians 7:4-5. The wife hath not power of her own body, but the husband. Likewise, also the husband hath not power of his own body, but the wife. Defraud ye not one another, except it be with consent for a time, that you may give yourself to fasting and prayer. So when you're fasting and praying, especially when you're fasting, you know, I'm gonna say no sexual relations in that time. You know what I'm saying? So your body can be pure. And then after you fast, then y'all can come together, because that's what he says right here. And come together again, that Satan tempt you not for your incontinency. So, you know what I'm saying, brothers, you know you got a rib, you know, you might be like, hey, I want to fast all week. She like, hey, you know, hey, I'm trying to, do something with you. You gotta, hey, of course, you gotta put the Most High first, but You can't just cast her to the side. That's what I'm saying. You gotta deal with her needs like she deals with your needs. Okay. Yeah. So that's that's what that's about. Fasting and prayer. Yeah, y'all be apart for a second, then come together after you're done fasting. Ecclesiasticus 26:3 and 13 through 15. The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones. A good wife is a good portion, which shall be given in the portion of them that fear the Most High. A silent and loving woman is a gift of a higher. There is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. A shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace, and her continent mind cannot be valued. Let me touch this. Shamefaced doesn't mean you walking around looking like, oh, woe is me. Shamefaced means you're humble. This society preaches haughtiness. Like these comedic brothers and sisters, they'll show a black woman in a bikini doing a pose with everything out, every curve you can see, and they'll say something like, your body is one said, it said your body is a temple, not a visitor center. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. That's a good message to put out there, because most people ain't rocking with that. But why she gotta be naked though? Why can't she be covered up? You gotta understand, these Hamitic cultures and other cultures, these pagan cultures, let me say, especially, they view covering up as a bad thing. A lot of, not all of them, but a lot of them view it as a bad thing. They believe being naked is somewhat being free. This is why you have new beaches in California. They're not following what the Most High said. You see what I'm saying? Our new beaches all over the place, pretty much. When you go to different areas. That's what it is. How do I put this? That is what this world pushes, what I'm trying to say. Like, it pushes haughtiness, pushes being a diva, being loud, these women of the housewives. That's what it's pushing. It's not pushing a woman that stays where she's at with her family, helps out the house, does things of that nature, and then does it within reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, not out in everybody's face, not doing everything, you know what I'm saying, not trying to run the streets. That's what it's saying. You know what I'm saying? It's not saying to be shameful. It's saying shamefaced is being humble. Again, about the marriage, okay? It says Ecclesiasticus 7:15, 19, and 26. Hate not laborious work, neither husbandry. Let me tell you, husbandry is work, man. You can't be no lazy brother and trying to be a husband, especially you want children. Which the Most High hath ordained, forego not a shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace, and her continent mind cannot be valued. So nothing can be, as far as relationship wise, can be valued as far as somebody you're dealing with, rather than a woman with a continent mind. That means she's content in her mind, she's content in herself, she's humble, and she's faithful. You can find a haughty woman all day, like I said, you can find it all day. That's not what's gonna last though, regardless of looks. Marriage is way deeper than that. Ecclesiasticus 7:15, 19 through 26. Hate not laborer's work, neither husbandry, which the Most High hath ordained. Forego not a wise and good woman. They're saying you got a wise and good woman that's after you. That's not like after you like that, but like you see she's sending signals, she's courting you. You know what I'm saying? As I can say in the old times, she courting you, she's shooting at you, as we say. Don't forego her. Because the thing about it is, I don't know why a lot of fellas is like this, but they want the woman that they gotta constantly run after. They gotta constantly search after and go after. They don't really deal. And they have a sister that's coming at them, like they look at her as less, and really not. The scriptures say that's who you need to be, because when you're dealing with a wife and you get you a wife that you constantly have to chase, constantly have to go after, not paying you no attention. That's kind of hard, man. That's kind of hard, man. Especially when you in this is a long run. This marriage is a lifetime long run, period. And it's saying don't forsake that good woman, man. She's trying to hit you up. See what she about. You'd be surprised. That be the one that's gonna hold you down. That be the one that gonna listen to you. That be the one that's gonna have your back, man. That one is just going out doing their own thing and just want you to come sweep up the mess. You're gonna forever be doing that, bro. For her grace is above gold. Hast thou a wife after thy mind? So if she on your mind, you thinking, man, it say, forsake her not. If she be sin of the Most High, forsake her not, man. But give not thyself over to a light woman. You know what that light woman means? It's light, shallow. A shallow woman of the world. Don't give yourself over to her, man. Okay? We're going to go to, okay, right here. It says in marriage, okay, a woman is usually espoused to a man in a covenant, as with Miriam and Joseph before the consummation. In John chapter 2, Yeshua attended a feast for a wedding. Yeshua would not have attended such an event if he did not approve of what was occurring. Yeshua's presence at that event by no means indicates that God requires a ceremony or a feast. So just because he was there doesn't say that you have to. Just like I said with the Drew, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. If you just want to sign a piece of paper as they did in Tobit, Tobit chapter 7 verse 13 through 14 with the Father, you can do that. If you want to go like when Romans chapter 13 verse 1 through I think 3, to go get being under the ruling governments trying to, you know, like you have a license or you have a fishing license, you can go get a marriage license. You know what I'm saying? Do you have to? No, I'm not saying you have to do these things, Israel. But I'm saying it's good to have some kind of paperwork. According to scripture, there was paperwork. So get your paperwork, man. Now I don't think nothing's wrong with getting a piece of paperwork to make it official. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with that. So now I'm not saying you have to do it this way as society says it. No, I'm not saying that. Just like I was saying before, you don't have to do it that way. But if you want to do it that way, then you can. Just make sure you're doing it by the scriptures. But it's saying that, okay, but it does indicate that if you want to have a feast or a ceremony, it's acceptable in God's sight. I'm going to show you a couple of them, okay? With this Hebraic wedding that I seen online that just look beautiful. I'll run that for you. Now you see that there, you know, that was just showing how a couple come together and have a feast. You can have a celebration for it. You know what I'm saying? Me, myself, my wedding, really our feast, because we didn't have a wedding, but we had a feast ceremony, was actually Passover. You know what I'm saying? We had the feast on Passover where everybody came together. We already had our certificate and whatnot, but that's what we did. You know what I'm saying? So.
Married?
I've been married 16, been with my wife for 19.
For 19 years?
19 years, same woman, 19 years.
How would you describe the love in your marriage?
Unconditional, for one. We've been through a lot. I've had cancer twice, a lot of trials and tribulations. We got saved by the Lord together, so we've been through a lot, man. Yeah, it's just like my best friend.
So a lot of women in particular will say that men can't be monogamous.
That's not true.
How would you answer that?
It's not true, and it's an unfair statement. I'm not the only person in the world that can be monogamous. I don't even put myself in a situation to get tempted. There's beautiful women out there, just like there's beautiful men out there. I don't go to bachelor parties. I don't go to strip clubs. I don't go to bars, period. I stay home.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that. Another.
I encourage paperwork. The scriptures encourage paperwork, both Old and New Testament. Now, how you want to do it is up to you. But paperwork, yes. Yes. I'm going to go with the scripts on that. Luke 1:27. So I'm going to talk about what David, not David, the son of David, Joseph, when he was having Christ. It says, to a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David, because he was of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. So Mary had not known man. She was a virgin, and she was of marriageable age. That was a virgin. She did not have any relation with anybody prior to Joseph. I'm going to get to that, okay? This is a spouse. That's the key word. This is a formal agreement to be married as husband and wife. Marriage is the union between man and woman, and only to last until death. Again, the widows and can remarry. Paul, what he says in his book is at a certain age he believes that they should just stay single. Like if they're, I think he said 60, so 60 years old, just stay single. But if a woman can remarry after her husband dies, that happened with Judah's sons. I brought that up. Okay. Proverbs 5:18 through 19. Let thy fountain be blessed, and rejoice with the wife of thy youth. Let her be as the loving hind and pleasant roe. Let her breast satisfy thee at all times, and be thou ravished always with her love. Now some of y'all might say that's carnal, but that's real, man. That's who you supposed to be giving your lust to. Not going to the strip club, not going to the club, not going to a bar, not for some female at work, not for some female where you go, a store that you go to. No. This is talking about having that passion for your wife at home. Let her satisfy you always. Okay, let that aspect of coming together be in your relationship, not with other parties. Okay. The Most High also made this union for man to procreate and have children. This is why he said it's not good for Adam to be alone. He created him Kawah, which is Eve, as a helpmeet, a wife. Genesis 2:24. Therefore shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. So this also goes deeper into, man, don't be bringing your parents and stuff all into your relationship, man. Women, don't be bringing your mom and your daddy into it. Fellas, don't be bringing your mom and your daddy into it. I understand you're going to speak with them. I'm not saying not to honor your mom and father, but some intimacies and things that y'all going through, it's not necessary that you sit up there and, involve other family members, not just mom and dad, involve uncles, cousins. Like every time y'all together, your cousin right there all in the mix. You know what I'm saying? Like, cleave unto, you're supposed to say he's a cleave unto his wife. Okay? Cleave unto her, man. You know what I'm saying? Make sure she's straight first before everything else, man. You can't sit here and regulate and tell other people about the law and what they're doing in their household when your household ain't even in order. Ephesians 5:31. For this cause a man shall leave his father and mother, and shall be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. Now that two shall be one flesh, that's having the children. You and her create a new being, a new fingerprint on the earth. You understand what I'm saying? Only a higher can bring that together, man. So praise his name for that, man. Proverbs 20:6-7. Most men will proclaim everyone his own goodness, but a faithful man who can find? The just man walketh in his integrity, his children are blessed after him. Ladies, these men out here, and I'm giving some game up, you know what I'm saying? Write it down, pause it, record it, whatever you gotta do. These men out here, oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm from the line, Levi, I'm Judah, I'm this and that, and my family always been, like, you're not supposed to both, there's even the script say, let somebody else compliment you, don't compliment yourself. Like, I said, a faithful man who can find, a just man walketh in his integrity. So how you walk, even it says that in Ecclesiastes, your walking your gait will let people know who you are. Just walk that walk. She gonna see you. And if she don't see you, one man for the Most High to let her see you. It's pretty simple, man. I'm not just speaking this from, I'm married and this hard. No, I'm telling you, man, when me and my rib was going through it, I prayed, man. I had to put everything I wanted aside, everything we was trying to do aside, had to put everything aside and pray to the Most High and say, you show me, you lead her to me. You lead me to her. You got it. I'm done with you. You got it. And he did. And he proved it over and over. So I'm confident in that. I can be confident in that I know that the Most High approves of it. That's the only way I could do it. I even told her that if he hadn't confirmed it, I wouldn't have did it at all. Period. I take marriage very, very seriously. I'm not trying to burn in hell behind me getting into a marriage that he didn't ordain, and parties going every which way, affairs and mistresses and all. I am not gonna do that. I'm not. So, and I don't encourage anybody else to either. Okay, Mark 10:8, and they twain shall be one flesh. So then they are no more twain, but one flesh. Okay? Again, that's also dealing with the children. A marriage is one. Y'all supposed to be on one accord, not just saying one flesh of the children, but y'all supposed to be on one accord. Because some people have children, they just all, and marriage still going crazy. No, I'm supposed to say that y'all are one flesh, y'all are on one accord. Okay? In the book of Ephesians, the relationship is described how a husband and wife should interact with each other and how they should love each other. Okay? Also, I'm going to show this clip here. This is a guy in a good marriage. Now notice what he says about seeking the Most High. He says God, but listen to what he says. Okay, because you got these bruises just saying, oh, just have sex and that's your wife. That is true by the law. That is true by the law. That is a part of marriage, but that is the only part of marriage. Have you met her father? Have you talked to her father about taking her as your wife? Do you have any paperwork? You see what I'm saying? Let me show you. Genesis 34:12 has a word called dowry. Okay, dowry is Hebrew Strong's 4119 mohar. It's the purchase price, usually of a wife. Now, women, before you get all in your feelings and say I'm being a misogynist, don't know women want a broke man. And that's scriptural. You know why I know? When Jacob, okay, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Remember Jacob had the two wives? Because through Jacob was called Israel. Israel had, or Jacob, had Leah and Rachel. Through Leah and Rachel came the 12 tribes. Now listen, he worked 7 years for each one of those wives. Okay? He was tricked. He didn't even want both. He just wanted the one wife, but he got tricked. He wanted the younger wife, but the tradition when you had to marry the older one, then the younger one. Laban didn't tell him that. So when he got the older wife, then he worked another 7. Why did he work? And then in that 7 years that he worked, which is a jubilee, I'm getting to that jubilee year, okay? And that 7 years that he worked, he was building up himself and getting his. He had sheep and everything. So when he left him, he took his sheep and everything else. He had items. How you gonna want to put a woman in the house and you live with your mama, man? I never understood that. Get yourself together, brother. You got to focus on self first and get yourself built up so that you can have. Even Yeshaya says, before you build a house, you're going to make sure you got the right materials, right? So that's all that's saying, okay? I'm just going to scroll through a couple of these, okay? I got, well, no, I'm going to save that. I'm going to save that. I got some things that I want to show y'all, though, okay? Actually, yeah, I am going to scroll through a couple of them. You see this thing, married at first sight. Now you see these photos. These people are just getting married by somebody that they never married at first sight. Literally, like first sight, first time you see you married. That is so dangerous. They are literally playing with the institution of the Most High. This is the reason I'm not defending gay marriage. This is an abomination, but I'm explaining this is how they were able. This is what the gays used. Okay, shows like The Bachelorette, The Bachelor. Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire, all this madness that they got out there, whatever they got. And then they want to say, oh, marriage is sanctified and holy. How? How, Sway? How? When you got shows like this, where people get married at first sight, you're doing a lifelong, godly, holy institution by somebody you just laid eyes on. That is dangerous, man. Again, what God is they doing that under? I don't know. Not according to the scriptures. But yes, I'm just saying that it's more than sex. It was people that got a spouse, people that had feasts. You can do that. You can do that by the scriptures. I think you should do as much by the scriptures as you can dealing with your marriage. That's my belief. Now I'm trying to work on that. You know, which is always gonna be trying to work on that. Like I'm done working on. Nah, a marriage is work, man. I say husbandry. If you a lazy husband, don't look to get married, brother, till you get that spirit of slothness off of you. I'm telling you, because it's a lot of work, man. You gotta have patience. Why? Same thing. Okay? Ephesians 5:22-28. Wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands. That's all that independent woman. You can't be in a marriage to an independent woman. That's disrespecting your husband. Okay? As unto the Most High. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is head of the church. I don't know why brothers don't want to lead. This is why they got the man out of the household through the feminism movement and the government being the baby daddy. The government's the baby daddy. The government's the husband now. The government's the boyfriend, whatever. The fiance, whatever. The woman's the government's the mate. Nah, brother, you need to stand up. So she could have a man that she could be proud of out there. We're not putting a woman above us, man. That's not what we need to do. We need to be men, man. We messed up, acknowledge your mistake, now stand up and be kings, man. Says Christ is the head of the church and he is the savior of the body. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, like us being followers of the Messiah, we subject unto him. So let the wives be unto their own husband in everything. Husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it. I mean, my wife, she doesn't know where we going, what we doing. Hey, what you doing? You know, we'll just text, hey, run in here real quick, run in there real quick. Not because, oh, he got you in check, she got, remember that? Oh, he got you in check, she got you in check stuff. Nah, it's a respect thing. It's just a respect thing. So something happens, oh yeah, my wife was over there. No, somebody trying to come tell me something, oh, I seen your wife. No, she was over there. And again, let stuff be in your marriage, man. There's going to be a lot of talebearers and stuff that's going to be trying to break y'all up. The Satan's going to send people. Because he hates this institution. That's why I'm going so long on this. He hates this institution. The one we have with the Father and the one we have with each other on earth. Husbands, love your wives even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it, that he might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of the water by word, that he may present it to himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but that it should be holy and without blemish. So ought men to love their wives as their own bodies. He that loveth his wife loveth himself. So would you punch yourself in the eye? Would you beat on yourself? Because I'm going to get into this domestic violence thing too. You understand what I'm saying, Israel? Loving her as you love your own body. You make sure your body clean, put lotion on, smell good, clothes on your body. You eat, nourishing your flesh. You should treat your wife the same way, man. Y'all one flesh, remember? From these scriptures, we can see that marriage is a holy union of man and woman to be together until death and for the love of a strong commitment that cannot be broken by man. Ahaya also considers a man and a woman to be married at the moment they engage in sexual intercourse. Okay, so this is back to the law I was talking about, which I'm gonna go deeper into that. I got some sex laws I'm going to, but Hebrews 13:4, marriage is honorable in all, and the bed is undefiled, but whoremongers and adulterers Ahaya will judge. I'm not worried about what people are doing in their marriage bed, man. You know what I'm saying? The marriage bed is supposed to be holy. As now, people in the marriage bed, I wouldn't tell nobody what you're doing in the marriage bed. Make sure y'all not eating pork in there or nothing like that. You understand what I'm saying? No pun intended, but just saying. Okay? Mark 10:9. What therefore Ahaya had joined together, let not man put asunder. This is what I was talking about. If you come into the truth, let's say you married to an Asian woman, you Judah, and you married an Asian woman, you come into the truth. Y'all was doing Christmas and everything else. She come into the truth, which she understands that all that's pagan, that she's married to a child of the Most High. Now y'all are keeping the feast days, y'all keeping the Shabbat, y'all keeping the Sabbath, y'all doing what y'all supposed to be doing, y'all keeping the law, y'all eating lawfully. Yes, you should stay with her. Now, on the other end of that, if you married, again, same situation, and she wants to keep that stuff, as long as she's willing to stay with you, brother, until she says, I'm leaving, and she leaves, it says if she leaves, then let her leave. But as long as she's willing to stay with you and fight and work things out, however they may work out in the end, the highest will be done, you're supposed to stay with her, even though she's not of Israel. Yes, that's what I'm going with. Because there was women that was not of Israel. There's two reasons. There's women that was not of Israel that followed the law, like Moses' wife. I'm going to keep bringing her up. Like Moses' wife. Okay? That being said also, okay, unless she leave or she commit fornication or adultery, by the law, y'all should stay together. This is what Yasha said. Okay? This is what the Most High said. When they talked about divorcing due to uncleanness, a man find uncleanness in her, uncleanness means she went out there and got unclean, she got defiled by somebody else. That's what that's saying. So yeah, y'all should stay together for that. But now, hey, that's what the scriptures say. If you want to go with your heart and how you feel, then I can't stop you, but I'm just going to tell you what the scriptures say. It's the same thing if you marry even if you marry somebody that's Judah. I done seen Christmas trees and everything break up plenty of marriages. You bring her, y'all both serving in the Christian church. Y'all both, African American. Coming to the truth. She don't want to come. As long as she willing to stay with you, brother, you can't leave her. according to scripture. Now, if she decides to leave or commits adultery, then your marriage then you can say, okay, by the scriptures, yeah. I still encourage you to try to if you can, you know, but by the scriptures, that is a reason to part ways, okay? As for the legal marriage, according to man's law, as long as it is not against the law of the Most High and an abomination, such as a gay marriage, a license is okay, in addition to what the Most High put forth as a marriage according to the Bible. This is what Romans 13:1 was talking about. It wasn't talking about gay marriage. Wasn't talking about RFIDs. It was talking about stuff like getting a hunting license, a fishing license, a driver's license, or a marriage license, stuff like that. Okay. It says, "Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of a higher. The powers that be are ordained of a higher." So that's saying the powers that we under, if we have to do certain, yeah, as long as it's not unlawful. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't do that, get some paperwork between her and her dad, or whatever man's overseeing her. Why do I say that? Because that's what it says in Tobit, chapter 7, verse 13 and 14. Okay. Let's keep it moving. Where am I at? On the other hand, fornication is a form of adultery. The Most High sees fornication as sin, and a sin against the body rather than a sin outside the body. If I rob somebody, still that's outside the body. If I fornicate, that's something that's inside my body. Okay. Because I'm really sinning with my body. 1 Corinthians 6:18, flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body, but he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body. What I just said. 1 Corinthians 7:1-2. Okay. Now concerning the things whereof ye wrote unto me, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. I'm going to get into this one wife thing. I believe that. Okay, one wife, one husband, husband and wife. Okay, but it's saying it's good for a man not to touch a woman. That's saying if you just saying, hey, I just want to just be single, well, don't be touching no, don't be committing fornication. Why? Because fornicators ain't gonna make it. Adulterers ain't gonna make it. Okay. 1 Corinthians 7:8-9. I say therefore to the unmarried and widows, it is good for them to abide. This is meaning by the Most High's laws, even as I, meaning. Don't fornicate if you're gonna be single. But if they can't contain themselves and they feel like they got to go out there and do that, it say let them marry, for it's better to marry than to burn. But that's not saying just go out there and marry somebody just because you want to exercise fornication. You want to exercise a sexual act. Because after all that's exercise, like I said before, what you got left? You exercise all that, and you dealing with somebody that want to eat pork. Are you dealing with somebody that want to keep Christmas? Are you dealing with somebody that's unfaithful? That's one of the worst things. Okay, so Yeshua the Messiah even spoke of these things, how the Pharisees, a man twisted way of thinking, is worldly and not as the scripture stated should be. Matthew 19:8-9, he said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your heart, suffer you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. I want people to listen to this, because I have brought this out to them, talk about divorce, like I was speaking about earlier. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, listen to this next part, except it be for fornication. So if you put her away and it's not for fornication, like you put her away saying, oh, that's not my wife no more, I'm doing me now, I'm single, and it wasn't for fornication, and shall marry another, you committeth adultery. Adulterers ain't gonna make it in the kingdom. This is beginning with this multiple wife thing. Adulterers ain't gonna make it into the kingdom. I'm gonna get more into that. Okay? And whoso marrieth her, which is put away, doth commit adultery. So you put her away, I ain't dealing with her. You go marry somebody else, you commit adultery. And the brother that marries your wife commits adultery. Now there's two cases of adultery. And anybody preaching to put away your wife, and it ain't for fornication. This is what you see how I'm going with this, Israel? Their hand is with the wicked. Exodus 20:1. They're gonna get punished too. So 5 people can get punished from that one sin, especially 4, but it may be a 5th person. If you're listening to somebody telling you to put away your wife and you can't find a scripture that okays that, you need to be seeking the Most High, man. Exodus 20:14, thou shalt not commit adultery. Again, that's one of the 10 commandments. Let's go to it. I'm gonna show y'all some pictures when I talk about unequally yoked, man. Okay. Now you see, this is what I'm trying to bring home to you, okay? Unequally yoked 1. You see this. This is from a Facebook group called Mommy Wars, and I've seen it, man. It's It's pretty crazy. This woman basically posted up in there, her husband's at war, she wants to cheat on her. And she said she wants support only. So only those that's going to support that she wants to fornicate while her husband is away serving the army in Iraq. Okay? See the message here? Spread them legs, girl. You know what I'm saying? Another female says, cheat. I can't cheat until during World War III. So these people know World War III is coming. Rep bands they are. They know. See what I'm saying? What land you think is gonna hit? They worry about fornication. Then you see there's another one. Go for it. That's Exodus 23:1. Why are you putting your hand with the wicked? Telling them to go do something wicked. That's like you bid somebody Godspeed, and you know that they're gonna go do something wicked. You're then guilty of the same sin that they do. If I tell you Godspeed and you about to go cheat on your wife, I'm just as guilty as you. It's Exodus 23:1, man. Support only. See, she only want people that's gonna support her cheating. Now this one, I'm gonna let y'all read it. Y'all can pause it if you want. I'm not gonna read through all this. I got a lot of law to go through still. But this is a sister of a brother, and I'm not gonna give out any names because you know I'm not trying to put people's business out there. But this is in a public forum, okay? So it wasn't like a private message to me. But she was she has a brother that has a Gentile baby mama. I'm not sure if that's why I'm gonna call it baby mama. But basically, what she was saying there is that whites today aren't guilty of slavery, but they benefit from it, which is true. There's a such thing as white privilege. There is. She was saying that we've been treated unfairly here for 400 years, which is true. You can't name a period in America when blacks was treated equally. This is true. Okay. Now I'm going to go to the Gentile BM message. Okay. Now you see her. She just like, oh, get over it. This is what I'm telling you. This is what the Most High meant. You see, she's not even looking into who we are as a people, what we've been through as a people. She doesn't care. She just wants to, that's that eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. This is what the Gentiles live by. This is why when you come into the truth understanding who you are, yes, you should deal with somebody in the 12 tribes, not just in the 12 tribes, but know who they are. Because if you're dealing with a sister in the 12 tribes that's following Buddhism, for example, right into this. You know this is hard. You gonna fall right into this. You might be telling your wife or wife and telling your husband, this is just who I am. This is who I am by the scriptures. And they like, oh, it doesn't matter. I've seen some articles, y'all. I'm telling y'all where on both sides, Gentile men with Israelite women and Israelite men with Gentile women, and the other one just don't want to accept it. This is why it's even harder. Because not just them, you got to worry about the parents, you got to worry about the other family members. Because a lot of brothers, now the reason I say that is because a lot of brothers think that because they marry outside their race, it's going to be easier. Like these women are going to be more submissive, and A, B, and C. I got a coworker, and this is the same coworker when I was trying to speak to him about the scriptures, and he says, "Oh, I don't deal with all that religion stuff, right? Even though it's not religion, it's a book of the law. But that, you know, he's reprobate. Sorry to say it. I'm praying for the brother. I hope he come." But he's all about, look at me, I just bought this new car. He's well off. So his trust isn't in the script. He doesn't even deal with it. He said, now he went out and married a woman from overseas. I don't know what race, I want to say Vietnamese, I'm not sure. But, you know, he went over there, got her. They had some children. Comes back to the States, he's retired, was in the army, he retired. Everything in the office that walks by, this is him. Looking at everything. Everything. I thought you went out there and got what you wanted. Don't think it's gonna be easy. If you ever talk to some brothers in the truth, just like Amari Stoudemire, his wife, right? But she's riding with him. Now, I don't think he should go back over there to Israel. He's making a big mistake, I believe, by that, man. Dangerous mistake. But before that, his wife was riding with him like, cool. Okay, that's cool. Because he don't even care about his thing isn't necessarily Gentile women, it's lust, man. He lusting after everything in there. Because he don't know nothing about these scriptures. This is what I'm talking about with the law. they follow the law, y'all be all right. Where am I now? Okay. Okay, here we go. Matthew 5:28. But I say unto you that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. So he committing adultery every day, doing that stuff. Won't listen to 2 seconds about scripture. We weren't even talking about, and this is the thing, we weren't even talking about us being the people, just talking about the scriptures and living righteously. This is from the law, Deuteronomy 22:22. Okay? If a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel. So if a man is found lying with the woman that's married, both of them put to death. That was the law. That's what that's saying. Like these Mari shows, so-and-so slept with my wife. Back then, it wouldn't be no Mari show. It'd be the Stone show. Now, I ain't talking about no Stone Cold. We put them somewhere off by the gates of the village, and everybody would stone them. And yes, the husband could remarry after that. That's I don't understand. If your mate dies, you can't. Okay. But I highly forbid any of that happens. Nobody who wants to die, seek life. Ecclesiasticus 23:18-22. A man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me? I am compassed about with darkness, the walls cover me, and nobody seeth me. What need I to fear? The Most High will not remember my sins. This is a brother that breaketh his wedlock, dealing with other women. It's like, who see me? We sneaking around here. She don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. He say, the Most High will not remember my sins. Let's see what happens. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. So you see how hot the sun is? The Most High eyes is 10,000 of that. He sees it all. Beholding the ways of men and considering the most secret parts. This is why people don't like the scriptures, because he talks over and over how the heart is wicked. Over and over about how men are wicked. This is why people don't like the scriptures. Why? Because they forsake, again, his law. You see, I keep going back to the law. I'm going to keep on going back to it. He knew all things all things or ever they were created. So also, after they were perfected, he looked upon them all. This man shall be punished in the streets of the city, and where he suspected not, he shall be taken. Thus it shall go also with the wife that leaveth her husband and bringeth an heir by another. And it just goes on. You can read the rest of that, but it just goes on to say that the Most High hates when the women do that too. I mean, they did. I'm telling you, I don't have time to put all the survey numbers, but y'all can go look up the race of adultery. It is amazing. It's like these people shouldn't even get married. Because I mean, it's one thing when you're committing fornication. It's one thing. It's another thing when you get into a holy union, and then you go outside of it. I'm scared of that, man. Not because I'm scared of that, but I fear the Most High. I'm not saying that my wife wouldn't go ballistic or anybody else, but I'm scared of what he would do, man. I'm winning against his union that he gave to me. Let's live by the scriptures, man. So this is not just saying to marry someone for sexual purposes, but it is saying to marry them in the manner I mentioned before, according to the faithfulness in the scripture, and to someone the Most High has blessed you to marry. So to faithfulness in scripture, and to someone the Most High has blessed you to marry, so that you may fulfill your desires, and vice versa, both physically and spiritually. Physical desires is you can fulfill that with anybody. I'm not trying to be carnal, but you can fulfill that with anybody. You can find multiple people, but somebody you can build spiritually with. I'm telling y'all, that's what the search need to be about, man. And that's why Shai said try their fruits. Same thing when you courting out there, fellas. Same thing, ladies. Peep the fruits. Let me just throw this out there too while I'm on this kick. There's no story of Lilith. That is of Talmud origin. I was, again, I'm gonna tell y'all my guiltiness in this. When I first came to the truth, I read of the story of Lilith, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. And that's the wicked women. Eve is the no. That's Talmud origin. There was no Lilith, and not in the King James, not in Enoch, not in Jackson. I was like, okay, well, it got a precept. All these books, all the lost books, whether people realize it or not, they all precept. They all precept. There's a reason everybody took them out and then put them in something called the pseudographical, so we would think, oh, it's pseudo literature. No. That's what they did to make you not want to look into it. But all those books are mentioned in all those books. That's how you know about the tribe of Dan. You don't know that if you don't read the lost books. That's how you know about evil spirits. You don't know that if you don't read Enoch. But Yahshua was casting them out of people every gospel. So now let's go to the marriage and inheritance laws, okay? Okay, the marriage and inheritance laws, Jubilees 30 and 7. And if there is a man who wishes in Israel to give his daughter or sister to any man who is of the seed of the Gentiles, he shall surely die. And they shall stone him with stones. This is written by Moses. Now, remember, Moses had the Ethiopian wife. I'm going to explain this. For he hath wrought shame in Israel, and they shall burn the woman with fire, because she has dishonored the name of the house of her father. She shall be rooted out of Israel. Okay? Now, we're going to go to the verses prior and see why the Most High said this, because he had a chosen people that he was bringing to the land. Okay, this book of Jubilees is about the Jubilees and about laws that we had. Because people are bringing this out and say, see, you came in the truth for her, you need to leave her. Let's, you know, you're gonna pay for it. Let's see why the Most High said that, though. Let's listen. Jubilees 30, 2 through 5. And they carried off Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, into the house of Shisham, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, the prince of the land, and he lay with her and defiled her. She was a little girl, a child of 12 years. I'm telling y'all, man, this is what the Gentiles do. This is why you look overseas and you see a bunch of Arabics that say that lying with a 9-year-old girl is fine. Child marriagees. This is what Gentiles do. Israel didn't do that. To be a virgin was a woman of, well, it was on the marriage side was a woman of marriageable age. Of course, a child is a virgin. I mean, I'm not saying that, but during the scriptures, when it was saying a virgin, the definition reads, when it's talking about woman in marriage, it's talking about marriageable age. We're talking about like 16 and up. Okay? And he besought his father and her brothers that she might be given to him to wife. And Jacob and his sons were wroth because of the men of Shisham, for they had defiled Dinah, their sister. And they spake to them with evil intent, and dealt deceitfully with them, and beguiled them. So they were saying, let us have her as a wife, but really they were imagining to wipe out the sons of Jacob. So this is what happened. And Simeon and Levi came unexpectedly to Shisham, and executed judgment on all the men of Shisham, and slew all the men whom they found in it, and left not a single one remaining in it. They slew all in torments, because they had dishonored their sister Dinah. Okay, because these people that made the people of Shisham, and the Hivite Hamor, they were planning to say, oh, let me have your daughter, I'm gonna wife her, you know, but they were really planning to kill them off. So this was a righteous doing. And thus let it not again be done from henceforth that a daughter of Israel shall be defiled, for judgment is ordained in heaven against them that should destroy against them that they should destroy with the sword all the men of the Shishamites, because they had wrought shame in Israel. Because there's also a commandment in Deuteronomy to kill the Canaanites. Now these Old Testament are these people that just all about the law. Why aren't you out there riding on Canaanites? It says to wipe them out, the Canaanites, the Jebusites. You know the verse I'm going to put up there. The Jebusites, all of the ites that they have up there. Why aren't you wiping them out? Because that was a historical context. That's the long end of it. Because they'll use this verse too. That was historical context. Again, once you know you're Israel, you have 12 tribes to choose from. I'm not going to back down from that. I believe that by the scriptures. Okay? But you see, this is the reason why. Because what happened when we dealt with Canaan, when we went in the land, the Most High said, don't deal with Canaan. We dealt with Canaan. We gave them our sons, and we took their daughters. We did all that, right? And look what happened. To this day, you got Hebrew Israelites calling on El, on Yahweh, on all these deities with the YHWH. No, they didn't come from the Jewish people. They came from the Canaanites. Now we know the Jewish people are Esau, right? Who did Esau deal with? The Canaanites. He had 6 wives, I believe. All of them were Canaanites. Do you see where I'm going with this, Israel? It was about preserving our culture. He knew that the Canaanites wasn't going to do nothing but try to wipe us out and do evil toward us and give us their gods, and we went to them and took their gods as our own. That's why he said in Hosea, you will no longer call me Baali, but call me Ishi. We're still doing that to this day. You see how dangerous that we see why the law is so important? This is why he was saying that. Okay? It was the reason he wasn't, because I've heard this from atheists that the Most High was racist. No, he wasn't. It was just about preserving his people. Now imagine he got all these people in the desert. I'm just going to give y'all the other end of it. Imagine he give all these people in the desert. He doesn't tell them any of this. They were already going out doing it. Imagine we just go out, all the Levites, the Moses people, the Judah, Simeon, all of them just go out and just spread themselves among the Gentiles. Where's Israel now? We already weren't following the law, but now, imagine we weren't told this. Where's Israel now? Where's our culture now? You see what I'm saying? It's a reason behind everything he says to do. As we went over, the book of Jasher went into detail that the Shishamites plan to eradicate. This is in the book of Jasher chapter 34 if you want to read it. And when Simeon and Levi got the word, they killed them all. Okay? Let's take another look at King David as well. We knew both David and Solomon had multiple wives. This was a time when the law was shut off until way after his reign. It is even written in that David took concubines, Gentiles were called concubines, that women of Jerusalem, are meaning a lesser wife. So your wife number 2, wife number 3. Is that what you want, ladies? I don't think so. I just don't think so. But that's basically what the concubine thing meant, okay? Side note, you think all these women of Jerusalem he took were Judah are of several tribes. Let's look at the scriptures. 2 Samuel 15 and 13. I'm sorry, 2 Samuel 5 and 13. And David took him more concubines and wives out of Jerusalem after he was come from Hebron, and there were yet sons and daughters born to David. 2 Kings 22 and 8. And Hilkiah the high priest, Levi, said unto Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Most High. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shisham, and he read it. So again, 2 Samuel 5, David was marrying these wives, but we see 2 Kings 22, the book of the law was found. So again, there was some of the law that was shut up, that they didn't see it. Okay, the book was found. It was read approximately 621 BC when I did the time frame of this. So 2 Kings 22 and 8, 621 BC, around again approximately. While David reigned approximately 1003 BC. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Now this is the Dead Sea Scrolls. These are the scrolls that the Old Testament was written out of. Let's read the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is the Essenes as the last remnant. Okay. It says, concerning the prince it is written, he shall not multiply wives to himself. That is Deuteronomy 17 and 17. But David had not read the sealed book of the law, which was in the Ark of the Covenant. Because they were scared of the covenant, because what happened was when David was moving through these cities, and he had the Ark with them, right? This is when they still had the Ark. They weren't carrying it right. It was one verse, and I'll put it up here, where they were carrying it on the back of oxen, I believe. And the oxen, of course, you know, you've ever ride a horse, you know, it was bumpy. So the thing started, the Ark started shifting. And one of the priests, because they weren't carrying it like the law said, he tried to grab the top of it, and it came up, and it said, you know, that's the power of the Most High, and they're looking to kill you, and they killed him. And the people were scared of this, so they hid it. They hid it in one of the passerby's house. But that's why it says, for it was not opened in Israel till the death of Elijah and Joshua and the elders who worship Ashtoreth. Because remember, the elders, the priests, were worshiping other gods. Said it was hidden and not revealed until the coming of Zadok the priest. Okay, that was that 2 Kings 22. Okay. Also, Abraham had concubines as well after Sarah's death. We read in 1 Chronicles 132. Now the sons of Keturah, Abraham's concubine, that's Hebrew Strong 6370. She bears Zimran, Jokshan, and Midian, and Ishbak and Shua. And the sons of Joksan, Sheba, and Dedan. Okay? Abraham's sons that weren't through the seed of Jacob, Isaac and Jacob, they were all Gentiles. So all these are other Gentile tribes and nationalities. Okay. Also in Genesis, Reuben sinned when he lay with his father's concubine. Again, Hebrew Strong 6370. Paramour, better known as a wife of a different status, as Hagar too was considered a concubine as well. Hagar is also a different nation. That's why I put that out there. Not saying all concubines, I'm not saying that, but it was a lesser wife status, a different status. In 22, and it came to pass when Israel dwelt in that land that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. Again, Hebrew Strong 6370. And Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. So this is why Reuben was cast out. Okay, that was the sin of Reuben. Okay, but this right here, this is why Solomon fell. Okay, he had multiple wives too, and they turned his heart after other gods. This is when it said, every time it talks about a strange wife, every verse, you can just go to a Bible, BibleHub.com. You can go to Gateway Bible. You can go to the Blue Letter Lexicon. Any online Bible, if you don't know off the top of your head, you can just type in strange wives. And don't just read the verse, read the whole scripture. Everyone has to do with somebody that had a strange wife that was dealing with a different God. Everyone. It wasn't one that they were dealing with a wife of another nation and they were following the Most High. Not one. Again, look at Moses' wife. Okay, so 1 Kings 11:4. For it came to pass when Solomon was old that his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not perfect with the Most High, his power, as was the heart of David his father. So David didn't let that mess with him, because David had a heart for the Most High. Solomon, as he got old, did not. Okay. Then we see when it was righteous in the book of Jasher 79, we see that he sent them away until the Israelites were free. Okay. And this is Jasher 79, 16 through 18. And Moses said unto them, they are my wife and sons, which Ahiah gave me in Midian, and the thing which grieved Aaron on the account of the woman and her children. And Aaron said to Moses, send away the woman and her children, that they may go to her father's house. And Moses hearkened unto the words of Aaron, and did so. And Zipporah returned with her children, and they went to the house of Ruel, and remained there until the time arrived that the Most High had visited his people, and brought them forth from Egypt from the hand of Pharaoh. So you see, the people will use that verse 17, and say, see, Moses sent his wife away, but it says until his people were free. He had to deal with his people, then come back and get it. That's what that's saying. We see in Jasher 83 that Miriam was stricken with leprosy for hating the union of Moses and his wife. Now ask yourself, if Moses put her away, as many brothers state, why was she still with them right before Moses sent out 12 men to explore the land of Canaan in verse 35? Okay, I'm in Jasher 83 right now. Okay, Jasher 83, 31, 34, and 35. And whilst the children of Israel were in Hazeroth, the anger of the Most High was kindled against Miriam on the account of Moses. Remember, she was hating on his wife. And she became leprous, white as snow. Again, because they were dark-colored people, black people. At that time, the Most High spake to Moses to send 12 men from the children of Israel, one man to a tribe, to go and explore the land of Canaan. And Moses sent the 12 men as they came to the land of Canaan to search and examine it. And they explored the whole land from the wilderness of Sin to Rekob, as thou comest to Shema. Okay? And again, about Joseph and his Egyptian wife. Okay? She was an Egyptian. Genesis 41 and 45. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name I always messed this up. Zephanath-Paneah, and gave him to wife Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. The name Asenath, Hebrew Strong number 621, perhaps belonging to Neith, the wife of Joshin of Egyptian divination, proper name, feminine wife of Joseph. It says belonging to the goddess Neith. That was her name. They was Egyptian. She was named after a goddess named Neith, which it says that it was the same as Isis. That Isis god. lowercase g, of course, okay? And to add to the fact, 2 tribes came from that union, okay? So by many brothers' logic, how are we going to cast out the tribe of Manasseh and Ephraim, okay? Because their mother was an Egyptian. Right here it says, oh, their mother was an Egyptian, though they are a tribe, as mentioned in Revelation 7:4-8. We see the Most High did not smite Moses or Joseph because of these women. Genesis 46:20. And Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim. So Manasseh and Ephraim, whether you believe they're Puerto Ricans, I don't care who you believe they are, if they're preaching this doctrine that if they're born to a woman, put them away, breaking up marriages, making people sin, they gotta also have a 10-tribe list. Manasseh and Ephraim were born unto Joseph, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar of priest of On, bare unto him. Revelation 7:6 and verse 8. Of the tribe of Manasseh were sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Joseph, which is Ephraim, were sealed 12,000. But they were born of an Egyptian. You see where I'm going, Israel? This is the busybodiness stuff. Okay? If they serving the Most High, let them be, man. That's all I'm going to say. Let them be. And this is about Zipporah, okay? This is Moses' wife. Joshua 78:7-8. In those days, Moses, the son of Amram, and Midian took Zipporah, the daughter of Reuel the Midianite, for a wife. And Zipporah walked in the ways of the daughters of Jacob. She was nothing short of the righteousness of Sarah, Rebekah, Rachel, and Leah. We came from Rachel and Leah. It compares Moses' wife to Rachel and Leah. So by disrespecting her, you disrespect what's written here in Joshua about your own foremothers. Okay? So I hope this is clear to you. And again, go read this. I'm going in deep, but I can go away. I can go on this all day, but it's up to you to go and read this stuff, okay? This is Ezra chapter 9, 1 and 11. And I hate to keep going over this, but this is something brothers need to, if they came to the truth with her and they're following these laws, let them be, man. Let them be. I think the focus should be on following the law. You know, now if they come into the truth and then they're going, then sit that brother to the side and tell them, look at these trials, man. This is what you need to choose from. Now you're awake. Let's stick within. Let's stick within it. So your tongue don't cleave to the top of your roof or your mouth. Ezra 9:11. Now when these things were done, the princes came to me, saying, the people of Israel and the priests and of the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, doing according to their abominations. So the priest was doing according to the abominations of the Canaanites and everybody else that was in the land. The Jebusites, right? Even of the Canaanites, again, here go. The Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, and the Moabites, which are the people of Jordan, the Egyptians, and the Amorites, which thou hast commanded by thy servants, saying, the land unto which ye go to possess it, it is an unclean land with the filthiness of the people of the lands, with their abomination, which they have filled it from one end to another with their uncleanness. They were sinning in the land, making it unclean. This is why it says that the Gentiles were a wild tree. This is why when Peter had the vision about the food being unclean, the food wasn't about food, it was about Gentiles, because this is what they followed. They weren't just unclean because they're Gentiles. It was unclean because the Gentiles followed something completely different from. That's why the Most High gave us the laws to show to them, because they were following madness, as we see today. They following this white Jesus. They're fine with that. They're not cool with what the scriptures say about them. They're cool with what the church pastor told them. So this is the part about being a light. Okay. You read how many times in the law it says the stranger among you. Let's go to Numbers 9:14. And if a stranger shall join among you, you will keep the Passover unto the Most High according to the ordinance of the Passover, and according to the manner thereof shall he do. So shall he do. Ye shall have one ordinance both for the stranger and for him that was born in the land. Stranger is Hebrew Strong 16:16, a sojourner. Exodus 12:4 43 through 44 was about the law of circumcision. So was Exodus 12, 48 through 49. Leviticus 24 through 24 verse 22. Numbers 15 and 15 is about the law of circumcision. He was like, yeah, you could join with us. Of course, not in the inner temple, because the inner temple wasn't for the Gentiles. It was for the outer temple. Just like in Revelations, the 12 tribes, 144, are going to be the ruling class. Then everybody else, the other nations and the wives and everybody else that's just going to be along with the Gentiles are going to be on the outside. Okay, so you got to understand that 144 is just talking about the ruling people, the ruling, like the Levites were in the temple. It's the same kind of thing. Okay, about the cross-tribe marriage according to the scripture. In Numbers 36, okay, this was about inheritance. Again, the Most High was like, y'all can deal with this, but y'all got to keep the law. Okay, and I'm going to get more into that toward the end, because we're going to have the Gentiles, the Most High's will, as our possession in the kingdom. Okay, as the thought, if your daughter was Judah, okay, now this is about the inheritance and the cross-tribe stuff. If your daughter was Judah and went to marry a Gadite, your inheritance would shift to Gad, not Judah, because you go by the man, by the father. Notice in Numbers 36, it only talks about daughters because the nations comes through the father, thus the inheritance. Okay, so you have nothing. When they say, oh, they say don't give your daughters here, they'll go to a verse, but it was saying it's more about inheritance, because if your daughter, if you have 3 girls, that's all you got, and you're Judah, and a lot of people in your town only have girls, we need to give those to Judah so we can keep our inheritance. So what if we give all the people of Judah gave all their daughters to Gadites? Then where's our inheritance in Judah? That's what it was saying. I'm going to read Numbers 36, 7 through 8. So shall not the inheritance of the children of Israel remove from tribe to tribe. This is about inheritance. For every one of the children of Israel shall keep to himself to the inheritance of the tribes of his fathers. And every daughter that possesses an inheritance, so the daughter have some inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel, shall be wife unto one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Israel may enjoy the inheritance of his father. You see what I just said there? You see? It's saying you have nothing but daughters. You need to give them to somebody of your family. Who are you? Judah? Who are you? Gadite? You need to give them to a Gadite if you're a Gadite. That's what it was about, inheritance back then. Again, we weren't a large people. The Most High said He chose us because we were the least of all people. This is what this is about. He wanted to conserve a nation. Okay, like I said, atheists want to call that racist, whatever. You know, it's just about conserving the nation and conserving our culture. Precept and the law, of course. Numbers 27, 1 through 11. I'm going to focus on verses 6 through 11. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, the daughters of Zelophehad speak right. Thou shalt surely give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brethren. And thou shalt cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if a man die and have no son, then ye shall cause an inheritance to pass into his daughter. That's how the daughters get the inheritance. And if he have no daughter, then he shall give his inheritance unto his brethren. And if he have no brethren, then he shall give his inheritance unto his father's brethren. If his father have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. And if it shall be unto the children of Israel a statute of judgment, as the Most High commanded Moses. So all that was about inheritance. The inheritance laws is very deep. It's very deep. He wanted us to keep our inheritance. You see how that works with this marriage, and see what it's about order, y'all. At the end of the day, it's about order. Okay. Remember the info about Reuben that I presented last video in the plains of Moab. Okay. It was inhabited, excuse me, by Manasseh and the tribe of Gad, and it says that of course, and also Reuben. Deuteronomy 29, 7 through 8. And when you come into this place, Sihon, the king of Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, come out against us unto battle, and we smote them. And we took their land and gave it unto inheritance unto the Reubenites. Okay, this is talking about that land, y'all, that plains of Moab. We gave it for an inheritance unto the Reubenites and unto the Gadites and to half the tribe of Manasseh. So this is where that land is talking about. So Boaz took Ruth, and she was his wife. And when he went in unto her, the Most High gave her conception, and she bare a son. Ruth, that was Ruth 4:13. Now I'm going to go to 4:21 through 22. And Solomon begat Boaz, and Boaz begat Obed, and Obed begat Jesse, and Jesse begat David. Hebrew Strong number 1162, Boaz, quickness, an ancestor of David. So do you see what I'm saying? It all came down, and David was what? The great something like that, grandfather of Yeshua. Joseph, Yeshua's earthly father, was of the house of David. You see how the inheritance works? You see how it goes? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's deeper than what a lot of people make it. They make it about strife and debate. Why don't we get into these scriptures and see what the scriptures say? And why we have to make everything so debateful when the laws is clear? Her daughter-in-law followed the law of Numbers 27, okay, because both of Naomi's sons had died. Okay? And she took Naomi as a daughter, though she didn't at first because they were different tribes. But Boaz was a Judite and a kinsman of Amalek. I'm sorry, not Amalek. Elimelech. Okay? Ruth 3:12. And now it is true that I am thy near kinsman. Howbeit there is a kinsman nearer than I. And where am I? Oh, I got 2 copies. Okay. Ruth 4:9, 10 through 12. And Boaz said unto the elders and to all the people, ye are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Elimelech's. Okay, that's Elimelech's, not Amalek. And all that was Chalon's and Mahalon's of the land of Naomi. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess, because she was from the land of, they still call that land the plains of Moab. So she wasn't a Moabite, but she was living in the land. It's like, if you're an Israelite, you're born in Africa, you would call yourself an African. That's by where you live, but you're an Israelite by your nation, your blood. The wife of Mahalan, I have purchased to be my wife. This was the dowry I was talking about, gentlemen. Okay, to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance, that the name of the dead be not cut off from among his brethren and from the gate of his place. Ye are witnesses this day, and let thy house be like the house of Pharez, whom Tamar bare unto Judah. Okay, because remember when I talked about Judah dealing with that woman, her name was Tamar, and she bare him a son. Okay, where am I? Of the seed of which the Most High shall give thee of this young woman. Okay. So again, just stay within your people. Once you know, stay within your people. If you came in with them, they do right, they won't leave you. Stay with them. It's pretty simple. Most Hebrews will use verses about Deen in different books to transpose it on every story of marriage in the Bible. I got 2 more cross-tribal marriages I'm gonna go into. Okay, and then we're gonna go into the sex laws. Okay, because I just want to. And I hate to spend as much time, but I have to, because you got these brews out here that will just. Because again, you have a Judah that prefers Judah, which is nothing wrong, but then they'll just bash everybody else for their preference on what tribe that they want to deal with, or they'll bash everybody else that came into the truth already within the covenant with somebody, and not examine what's really going on in that relationship, or even it's all about strife. That's what I'm saying. It's all about strife, or they won't even look into the fact that there's people in Israel that's still serving these other deities that the Most High cut us, said we broke the covenant for. He didn't cut us off, not completely, but you see, it was times when He turned His face from us. So we gotta live by this law, man. That's just it's not a race thing. It's not it's not a hateful thing. It's really at the core of it. It's about the law, man. And if you're not willing to look into the law, and you have no love for your own, and you have no love for yourself, and I don't know what you're destined for, but it's not what the law says, though. You can't portray your opinion. You can't be what the brothers say. You can't be zealous with an opinion. You know better than Rush Limbaugh and the rest of them. Judges 20:5-14. And the men of Gibeah rose against me, and beset the house round about upon me by night, and thought to have slain me, and my concubine they have forced, that she is dead. But the children of Benjamin gathered themselves together out of the cities of Gibeah to go out and battle against the children of Israel. So the men of Gibeah were Benjamites, and they rose up against a brother, and rose up against his concubine. Okay. Long story short, well, it was some interference there. Okay, and they, through that interference, and then within that, you know, that couple, they rose up against his wife, and they all had their way with her, and they killed her. Okay, she came and fell at the door dead. And instead of they're like, well, send the men of Benjamin who did this. The Benjamites like, nah, we ain't send nobody. Matter of fact, we gonna go to war with you. Stay out of our business. So Judges 21:5-6, 21 and 23. The children of Israel said, who is among all the tribes of Israel that came not up with the congregation unto the Most High? For they have made a great oath concerning him that came not up against him to the Most High at Mizpah, saying, ye shall surely be put to death. And the children of Israel repented them, for Benjamin their brother said, there is one tribe cut off from Israel this day. So they had a meeting, they had an oath where we're going to all meet up here at Mizpah, and Benjamin didn't come. So they said, we're going to cut him off, let him be put to death. And see and behold, if the daughters of Shiloh came out to dance in the dances, then come out of the vineyards, and catch ye every man his wife of the daughters of Shiloh, and go to the land of Benjamin. And when the children of Benjamin did so, they took them wives according to the number of them that danced, whom they caught, and they went and returned unto their inheritance, repaired their cities, and dwelt with them. So you can read that whole Judges 20 and 21. It goes more into detail. I don't have the time here, but basically, when they didn't come up, they were like, we're going to cut them off. They went to war with them. Benjamin eventually was like, hey, look, man, they took all the virgins out of Benjamin. The Benjamin, they went to flee. They took all the virgins out. So Benjamin didn't have their own. They were just men. They were just men that was fleeing and warring against them. They said, hey, man, we can't, you know, we gotta survive as a tribe. So they basically came together on one concord, and they had this dance where basically it was like a dance where you get you a wife, and they just sent their women out there. The Benjamites got their wives and continued as Israel. And that was again, you know, they said no man shall give. At first they said no man shall give his daughter to a Benjamite. So we was doing cross tribal stuff. You know, again, it was about inheritance. That's what all it was about. Y'all gotta look into this law, man. You're telling the Judite not to deal with Issacharite or Reubenite not to deal with whatever, and half of them people that I run into that say stuff like that, they never really did their research on who these people are, the customs, the traditions, where they come from. They just say, oh, they're not the people. Who are the people then? You gotta, this is why you gotta start looking at self, what you're saying, and does it have any kind of hold in anything? In anything. Because by you spewing what your opinion or what you see or going off of skin tone, you do yourself a disservice, because Israel's like a speckled bird. So I'm not giving, like I said before, I'm not giving out DNA tests. Nobody asks for a DNA test when you say you're a Muslim. Nobody asks for a DNA test when you say you're a Buddhist or you're a Kemet. Nobody asks for that. So you look into the curses, man. Look into your family line. You understand? Let's get into it. That's enough on that. We're going to get into these sex laws, okay? We're going to show now how the laws of the Most High is completely separate from the laws of the world. Leviticus 15:16-17. If any man's seed of copulation go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water and be unclean until the even. Peep game. Every law, when you're unclean until even, because even is the end of the day, start of a new day. Let me get into that too. And every garment, every skin whereof the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, shall be unclean until even. The seed of copulation is sperm. If you lie carnally with your wife or whatever, seed goes out from you, you wash your whole body. You say you wash all his flesh in water, get in the shower after sex. That's all I'm saying. Shower after sex. You know what I'm saying? Leviticus 18-23. 18 and 23. I keep saying through. Neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defy thyself therewith, neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. It's confusion, man. Because right now, man, I'm going to go ahead and let me see what I got here. Give me 1 second, Israel. Yeah, I'm just going to run through...
video on 10 reasons why I think women should have sex with dogs. Reason number 1, women in history have practiced it. There have been documented cases of ancient Romans and Greeks practicing it for pleasure. Reason number 2, dogs' tongues can get in very hard to reach places and it can feel amazing. Reason number 3, you cannot get pregnant. It is impossible for a dog to impregnate a human, meaning you can have sex 24/7 risk-free. Reason number 4, you cannot get an STD, which is a huge thing nowadays. If you're allergic to dog sperm, that's the only way it can harm you. There was actually a case in where was that? I think it was in Europe, of a woman dying from an allergic reaction. So that's just pretty much the only thing that can harm you, is if you're allergic to dog sperm. Reason number 5, it has been around since the beginning of time. There have been cave paintings of it since 2000 BC. So it's been around a while. Reason number 6, it's legal in some countries and states, so you can enjoy it. Will you stop biting on my skirt? It is, okay, where was I? I think I was on 6. Yeah, it is legal in some countries and states, so you can enjoy it pretty much without worry, other than judgmental people and religious people. That's pretty much all you have to worry about. Reason number 7. Some people like to think of it as a kink. You are fully submissive to a wolf or canine. Some people like to think of it like that. It's something that most people wouldn't do. So some people like to think of it like that. Reason number 8. It's convenient. You don't have to. The dog just right there. You don't have to. I'm sorry. You don't have to go out to find sex. It's right there in front of you. It's around you. Right there. The bathroom. Reason number 9. They don't nag or complain. They are silent companions. You a silent companion? Yeah. They are. They're good. Reason number 10. They are easy to train. He is. It's not hard to teach your dog phrases, words, or show them certain objects to initiate sex. This protects you from your dog humping you in front of your family, your friends. Yeah. There's my 10 reasons. Oh, Jesus.
A couple of these videos with these men and women that's having intercourse with animals. Oh, it's out there. I'm not telling go look it up, go get no virus on your computer, but man, it happens. So the Most High not just set, because people act like, oh, the Most High talking about don't lie with the beast. What was he thinking about? No, he knew people in the earth was doing this, and they still do it to this day, which I've showed you. Leviticus 18:6 through 18. I mean, some 6 and then verse 18. Well, actually, you can read Leviticus 18:6 through 18. It forbids sleeping with your brother or your sister, sleeping with your dad, your mom, your dad's wife, your grandchildren, your step siblings, okay, your aunts, your uncles, your in-laws, your brothers or your sisters, man or woman, a mom and her daughter, our grandchild, our 2 sisters, to make them rivals, okay? And just let you know, it wasn't talking about what Jacob did with Dinah and Leah because he was tricked. I'm not Dinah and Leah, what he did with Rachel and Leah because he was tricked. Okay? Genesis 34:25 through 27. And it came to pass on the 3rd day when they were sore that 2 of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man a sword and came upon the city boldly and slew all the males. They slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain and spoiled the city because they had defiled their sister. You gotta understand, this was rape. This was what happened if you rape. There was no biblical rape. I don't know where that term came from, but it's from the enemy, the pits of hell. There's no such thing as biblical rape. You come in here and attempt to with any of my family, you're going to get the sword. You're going to get the sword, brother. If you're not captured first. Okay? And I'm not saying I'm going to go out there looking for that. You know, like I'm going to go look. But you're going to definitely get some pain and punishment. Okay? But if a man find a damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. So we're saying, if you as a man, if you force yourself on her, the woman not in trouble, you are. I don't know what's biblical right. This is Deuteronomy 22 and 25. That's what that's saying. Raping will get you stoned, brother. You're gonna die by the law. Okay? Where am I at here? So, you know, I'm gonna run a couple more videos you can see here with the
At first I told Carlos that I'm sorry, I don't know how you react to this. I'm your mom and you're my son, and I am falling in love with him. He said, are you really? I said, yes, I am. He said, you know what? I was scared to let you know too. I am too. He was too, falling in love with me, with his mom, and I was falling in love with my son. And then we ended up talking, and we took off to the park, and we ended up asked him, will you ever date your mom? And he said, will you date your son? I said, honest truth, yes, I would. Because 19 years, you're the best thing that ever happened to me, and I really want to be with you the rest of my life. And I really want to be with them. It's kind of hard right now, but I don't care what people say, because we're going through a lot right now. We try to keep it a secret, but we couldn't do it no more, because, you know, my other kids found out. At first, they didn't like it. Then they started liking it. They're accepting it, and my mom, my dad, my brothers, my family's accepting it now. This girl found out. She lives across the street from me, and there's a big old fight started, and she called me. She called my son Joseph something and let me know across the street, and she told me I better watch my back, because I'm being incest. I'm not being incest, and she was outside cussing me out, so I went and go get everybody out of my house, and she got her family. We got stabbed, beaten up, jumped. Ambulance showed up. It was me, Carlos, and the kid's uncle got stabbed because the incest. Because she made a big deal out of all of this. So we went to the hospital. We got stitches. Came back home, and on that side, her family did all this. So we went to the hospital. We got stitches. Came back home, and on that side, her family didn't get arrested at all. So I don't know why nobody didn't get arrested at the time. So we came back home, took a shower. The cops took, first the cops at the hospital, the cops took pictures of where we got cut, sliced. And after that, we came home, took a shower and stuff. Then we sat back, and I broke down crying. I told Carlos, what we're going to do is going to hit all over the world. I said, there ain't no way I can leave you. And he said, don't worry. I'm going to still be with you, no matter through thick and thin. And that's what we're going through right now, through the thick. And I'm going to still be with him. I have to. I'm going to have to, because there ain't no, if I get out of prison, and if he don't get sentenced, if I get in prison, if I get out, I will move out of Clovis, and I will get a state that will accept us in it. I've been going through a lot on the streets and in public, and it's kind of hard because it's public record here in Clovis. They can find out where I live and stuff, and this is going through a lot, and I really can't go to the store. I can't go in public. I can't see my other kids. I can't see him. They call me I'm sick. I'm incest. and it hurts a lot. And you know what I mean? It messes with my mind a lot. The other moms don't understand. They're not going through what I'm going through. It'd be different if they were. Like I said, I didn't raise him for 19 years. It feels like a new person, and my love like came back like in my life. I've been waiting for all these years. It feels like he's my man, and he does, you know what I mean? Sometimes I call him Hinojito, as that means son in English. And he sometimes, once in a while, he calls me mom. You know what I mean? It don't get to him or get to me. Actually, it feels like more than his lover, because it got so deep. And it feels kind of, at first kind of felt weird, but now it don't feel weird at all to me.
Who made the first approach was actually me. What happened was we were hanging out and, you know, just talking, you know, just laughing, and I looked at her and she looked at me, and I kissed her. It was a real kiss. It had feelings behind it. It had a spark in that. Ever since then, it just stayed. Honestly, I really didn't think we would. We were both consenting adults. If it comes down to it, you know, it's just like the gays. They're you know, as long as they're over 18, everything's fine. You know, it comes down to it, you know, it's just like the gays. They're you know, as long as they're over 18, everything's fine. You know what I mean? So I thought, you know, I'm 18, she's 8, you know, I'm 19. I actually came down when I was 19. But you know, she's an adult, I'm an adult, I can make my own decisions. I never thought it would blow up into something like this. Honestly, if it wasn't that strong, we wouldn't be together right now. We are together, but we're not. We can't really see each other, but in my heart, I know that we're still together. And I still love her with all my heart. If I had the opportunity to leave all this behind during the courts and move back to Utah, but I stayed. I had every chance I had, you know. After 19 years, you know, all the questions, everything got to me, and I had a plane ticket, and I was about to leave, but I couldn't. Every single time I thought about it, I kept on thinking about her, and I couldn't leave. I couldn't. It wasn't fair. I feel at peace when I'm with her. When I'm with her, I'm happy. When I'm away from her, I'm all depressed. To me, if it's worth, you know, going through all this, it's worth staying. Even if sometimes the easy way isn't the best way out. Sometimes we have to make that life decision that's going to change and affect everything, but when it comes to it, it's worth it. You know, some people say it's disgusting, it's gross, she's your mom, you know, that's your son, you should be doing that. It doesn't hurt me, it doesn't affect me at all, because if they were in my situation, or if they were to find out that somebody they loved were actually related to them, then they'd be saying the exact opposite. They don't know the situation. The way the courts put it out, the way the newspapers put it out was, you know, the second I turned 18, that's when she did it. That's when we did it. No, it was totally when I was 19 and I moved down here. You don't plan stuff like this. It happens. I can't plan who I fall in love with. I can't. I can tell a girl on the street, I want to fall in love with you. It won't happen because it's not. It might happen, but you can't plan on love. It just happens. For me, it's not even about patience. It's about commitment. If I'm committed to something, I finish it through. I mean, that's the type of person I am. I've always finished everything I started, and when it comes down to it, if I love her that much, and I'm crazy enough to stay in Clovis for it, I'm crazy enough to face all the courts for it, then waiting a little bit of time to have the rest of my life be happy, then I'm willing to do that. Honestly, I see us living inside a mobile home, renting out our houses, and living life. True love can do anything. You know, it's about this whole entire case is about whether I have the right to love somebody. And I sure as hell have the right to love Monica. You can't tell me who to love, who not to love. It's just people are butting in the wrong issue. She's never had anybody give her a rose and she's never got really anything from me because I haven't really been able to. Because I'm trying to get a job, but it's hard now because of the courts. Nobody wants to hire me, and if I could, I'd give her everything she wants. But if I can give her this rose, then that's what'll happen.
ask me, what, your mother's been molesting you since you was born? Yes, I have. Yeah, she has. Okay, yes, I know, some people are like, why would she admit this? But molestation is okay for people. It's okay for my mother to get her anger out and put it all on me. And if I ain't got nobody sucking on these titties and sucking this pussy, all right, or killing this pussy with their dick, guess what? At 2 o'clock in the morning, if I want to go in my daughter's room and suck her titty and finger her. People, you already know who this is. This is Raw and my daughter Raw. We're just gonna touch on a little topic. Matter of fact, this is a big fucking topic tonight, and it's about Jesus. I want to say straight off the top, fuck Jesus. Alright? Fuck Jesus. Alright? Fuck that. What I'm trying to do is entertainment for your ass. That's why y'all motherfuckers keep watching. You know what I mean? Hold on, they say it's incest. Y'all want some incest? Give me some incest. That's a motherfucking incest for your ass. And if you want to know more about that motherfucking incest, let me tell you, damn, you slobbed all in my mouth, chick. Some boogers got right in my mouth too. Damn! Sorry. Anyways, do your motherfucking research when it comes to incest, because first of all, baby, I'm sure none of y'all motherfuckers read The Bonding, okay? Too long. It needs to be like 2 sentences for niggas to read. Truth, put in the book. A nigga never know the truth. Okay? First of all, our ancestors come from ancient Egypt. Okay? Where the pyramids are still standing over 3,000 years ago, probably longer than that. Yeah. Do some research, niggas. Okay? It's called royal inbreeding. All right? We've been doing this shit forever. Egyptians did it to keep the blood in the fucking family. You know who else is doing it? And who was fucking wealthy and owned 5% of the motherfucking earth? The royal fucking family in London. Because they know the science behind keeping their blood pure. So while you're too busy worried about me touching my mom's titties, do your fucking research and get a better relationship with your mother. But just because your mother beat your ass.
to church. God don't live in...
Yeah. You killed your mother. And why did you kill her?
She wasn't taking care of my family.
Meaning you and your brother?
Yeah.
Is that who you mean? And so because she wasn't taking care of you and your family, you decided to kill her. Did you think about discussing?
Beating her to death.
And you beat her to death with what?
Sledgehammer.
And how many times did you hit her with the sledgehammer?
I don't remember.
About. Did you hit her once or did you hit her?
Heartbreak knowing that someone is your own 7-year-old son. Laurie Ferris is here today because she wants the world to know what it's like to walk in her shoes and understand what it's like to live with a violent and mentally ill child. You're watching right now home video of her son, Zach, after losing a simple board game.
Prior to that time, most of Zach's outbursts were happening at home behind closed doors. I was horrified when I got a phone call from the school district letting me know that Zach had tried to stab a fellow student with scissors. I remember thinking, what do we do now?
By this, we're talking about the night that you picked up a gun and shot your mother. That was just over 2 years ago.
Yeah.
There's only one person that really knows what happened that night and why you did what you did, and that's you. So that night, you were home alone in the house with your mother.
Yes.
And you had a shotgun.
Yeah.
What went wrong here? ABC's Aditi Roy is in our Los Angeles bureau with more. What a gruesome story, Aditi.
It is a chilling story. Good morning, Dan and Bianna. Before the murder, police were actually at the teenager's house with a stern warning to her to respect her mother or be thrown out of the house. Hours later, police were back, this time to a bloody murder scene.
District 1 is looking for Isabella Guzman. Looks like cut her mother's throat.
Police say this is the face of a killer, and that 18-year-old...
I like messing with Christians, man.
Queen should be calling you Mrs. Israelite. Was down with me even when I wasn't living right. I done learned patience forever, don't happen overnight. Laid the foundation, we just working on this building site. Flyer than a domestic flight, dreaming of the motherland. What a higher bring together tree and didn't come by chance. That's a far cry from being the victim of circumstance. Amazing when somebody got you feeling like 100 grand. Say you value far above rubies, absolutely. Way more than jewelry, men don't buy this usually. I talk that truthfully, that this is more than unity between you and me, that even as Stevie Duke can see. With 2020 vision, real commitment's a profound one. Faith in hard times makes you appreciate the outcome. You dealing with the trill, it ain't no playing like an album. Unless it's slow jam, some candles, we lost in nostalgia. Hey long, no one can tell us we're wrong. No one can tell us we're with the higher with us, we won't fall. We won't fall. Feels like we the chose, like we the chose. Gotta keep focused. This so king and queen motion we on. Could've never pictured me in this situation. Seeing my last name on your bank statements is amazing. Broke the promises I made to be a young bachelor forever. The early breakups, the makeups, and getting back together. Growing ancestors will be proud. Past level of society's added pressure. Hate to see your black treasure.
incest and with everything else that they do in here. But before I run into all that, because I want to show it all at once, okay? We can go to Deuteronomy 22:13 through 18, okay? So because this is what happens when acts of domestic violence, I believe, because I'm taking from context here. Because when domestic violence happens, what's usually the cause? The man accuses the woman of lying with another man. Most of the time, I've been in the hood, I've seen it happen. Oh, you done mess with so-and-so, boom, 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 they fall outside, they fighting, she throwing hands, they throwing, that's how it happened, right? So, this is what happened in the scriptures. Let's see what happened. If any man take a wife and go in unto her, and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not as a maid. A maid meaning untouched. I found her not being clean. She wasn't clean. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity. The tokens is when they first consummated the marriage as through sex. The popping the I don't know the word to use, the cherry, and she would bleed. It would fall on the sheet. They fold it up and give it to the parents, like, hey, yeah, she was a virgin. She was definitely a virgin. That would be a record, okay, of the damsel virginity unto the elders of the city and the fathers of the damsel and her mother, and take forth the tokens. Take forth the tokens of the damsel virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife. So this is, like I said, dude to my, oh, you messed around with this dude, and girl like, I ain't do nothing. So let's see what happens, okay? And okay, unto the elders, I give my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hateth her. And lo, he hath given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter as a maid. Okay, so I'm sure this happened more than once. This is why I'm saying this. This is probably when they first got married, but this probably happened more than once. Okay? This has to do with that domestic violence thing. Okay, so let's see what happens after all this happens. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. So showing that she's chaste. And they shall spread forth the cloth before the elders of the city. So the elders looking at it like, okay, because she was a virgin. Verse 18. And the elders of the city shall take that man and chastise him. So when you see these clips where it's showing these people getting beat, that's how we used to handle these woman beaters and these people that even spoke up against them. But you got to understand, that's most likely, we see in today's society, that's what comes with it. When the jealousy, oh, you messing with this dude, you doing this, that, it comes with some form of domestic violence usually. The elders would chastise them.
Hi guys, my name is Emma Murphy. This is Ava behind me. I have 2 children, Xavier and Arabella. She's 7 months. I've been thinking long and hard and contemplating whether to post this video. And I was, and I wasn't, and I was, and I wasn't. I finally decided, after a lot of thinking, that, yeah, I need to do this for me and my children. I need to raise awareness to other women out there. I'm 26, I'm from Dublin, I have 2 children. I've been in a relationship for 3.5 years with a guy who I thought was the love of my life. He was the love of my life. Loved him with all my heart. We've had ups and downs. I'll cherish the ups. I won't miss the downs. Unfortunately, last year, I found out he cheated on me with one of his clients. I found out in June, but he denied it. She contacted me in November and told me she was pregnant. So, with the stress, I went into labour early. My world was turned upside down, as you can imagine. You think you know somebody, you know, and it was such a hard time for me that I loved him so much that I tried to forgive him and I gave him another chance and I took him back. And unfortunately, I found out he did it again. On Father's weekend, he didn't see us. He spent his time with somebody else. And I found out on Friday. So I went to the gym and I confronted him. And he denied it, of course, and when I threw his phone, he punched me in the face. And it wasn't the first time. Last year he split my head open at an event, and prior to that he punched me as well, and I had a black eye.
Was shot. Haygood was arrested by Springfield police for shoplifting, but instead of being booked, he was taken to a hospital where he was released. As that trial begins, many are shocked at how this case ended. Joseph Presley was a babysitter. He molested the 8-year-old boy he was hired to watch, and not just once. He's admitted to the crime but won't face much punishment. KSPR's Rachel DeBroven joins us from the Greene County Judicial Facility, where Preston will serve not years but weeks. Rachel?
That's right. Jerry Presley is in that jail right behind me tonight, but he will not be there for long. For molesting an 8-year-old, he got 30 days in jail.
That's simply not enough.
Barbara Brown Johnson is the executive director of the Child Advocacy Center. She says the sentencing took her by surprise.
I just can't help but think that the victim's needs were not met with this outcome.
According to court documents, Presley molested a boy twice while he was babysitting the child at his own house. The boy told investigators that when he tried to call his mother on the phone, Presley took the phone away and sent the child to bed.
He knows that what he did was wrong. I mean, he apologized on the phone to the family of this little 9-year-old boy, and he cooperated with the police.
Dee Wampler is Presley's attorney.
I'm sure a lot of the public is going to say, lock him up and throw away the key. And they're in favor of strong law enforcement as long as the law applies to the other fella and not to their child.
He says in this case, prison was not the answer.
Do we really want to take a boy that's not institutionalized, that has not been in prison before, and put him in prison with some real sex molesters and some real rapists so they can really learn the trade?
Wampler says Presley needs counseling, especially because Presley was molested when he was a child.
It happens, and that's not to say it justifies it, but it's an explanation probably as to why it happened.
But Brown Johnson says that's no reason to go easy on a sex offender.
It just doesn't matter. You have to deal with the child victim in front of you, and saying that a perpetrator should get a lesser sentence because of their perpetration when they're an adult makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay, so 30 days in jail followed by 5 years of probation, and Judge Calvin Holden also sentenced Presley.
And there you have it, Carol. He walked out of the jail, obviously did not want to say anything, got to the car.
Oh, Leanne. I was almost going to call you Lori. How could I miss? Oh, it's very easy. You're both very pretty. And you have green eyes. Are they? They're not blue. Now, don't tell me that. Look at me a little closer. They're green. See, I fooled you. I fooled you. Do you talk about getting married and having a family and things like that? No. You don't? What do you do when you're 11 years old for a date? Where do you go? What are some of the things you do?
We just walk home from school with each other.
Oh, you walk home from school with each other. Okay, what category? Do you hand out kisses, Jennifer? You look like a young lady who likes to give lots of hugs and kisses out, do you? Hey? Hey?
Not really.
Not really. Not really. Can I have a hug and a kiss? I can't have one?
Mm-mm.
Even if I say and whisper in your ear that, Allison, you're gonna win the show? I still can't have a hug and a kiss? Well, I guess you can't win the show then. If I don't get a hug and a kiss. Yeah, you hear that? Yeah, you hear that? That's a good answer. Oh, you missed.
Stephanie, which category for you?
Little kisses? Are you shy?
A bit.
Can I have a little kiss, please? Oh, that's me off the top of the show. See, she'd get a whole bunch of right answers. And you give out kisses, though, don't you, Stephanie?
No.
Oh, you don't, too? How come? Yeah. Okay, we've got Stephanie and Lorraine here in the big family kiss. I couldn't get that kiss earlier. The mothers are always so easy to kiss. It's the kids. Okay, dear.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
Come on, Maggie, make me look better. Okay?
Oh,
There we go.
Thank you.
You gotta look up at the center photographer up top of it. Hey, right here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, nice to see you guys. Thank you. See you back home, I hope.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay? Thanks, pal. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna leave this one.
Is Eva Tiamat Baphomet Medusa, also known as the Dragon Lady.
Scary, right? Born Richard Hernandez near Phoenix, Richard has spent the last 20 years becoming a dragon.
My first modifications towards my reptilian transformation were my horns, 5 eyebrow dome implants. My next major mod, I actually started my tattoo work. The removal of my ears. I have had 2 procedures done on my nose. I also had my tongue split. I have no chewing teeth, no molars, only leaving enough teeth in my mouth to mirror the mouth of the rattlesnake, which is the 2 fangs and a couple of hook teeth in the bottom.
The process was more than just physical. Richard also evolved his name and his gender.
When I announced that I was becoming a female, that I was transitioning from male to female, I took the name Eva Medusa. I evolved from Eva Medusa to Tiamat. She is the mother of primordial chaos, which means she is the mother of the universe.
The end result, Dragon Lady body art.
A lot of people say, oh my God, you're chopping things off, you're mutilating yourself. Why would you mutilate yourself that way? And I'm thinking, you call it mutilation and I call it beautiful body art.
Government has revealed there are a number of young students across New South Wales schools that are transitioning their gender. The youngest, that preschooler you mentioned, who is just 4 years old. That particular case was brought up at a budget estimates hearing delving into the Safe Schools program, which does provide support for cases like this. Now, speaking of cases, the number of referrals for gender services at the Westmead Children's Hospital in Western Sydney has tripled. And with some children as young as 3 getting assistance from the Gender Dysphoria Unit. Now, the New South Wales Education Department will provide ongoing support to that 4-year-old as they transition their gender, but some psychologists are questioning whether 4 is just too.
The elders would chastise them. The elders would take them to it and pop them one good across the jaw. And I plan to do that with my daughter, just to let y'all know. I'm all for that scripture. I'm all for it. But they going to get it right, man, though. You know, how it with it. Deuteronomy 22 and 22. You know, they going to get a good brother. How you with it. If a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then both of them shall die. The man that lay with the woman and the woman, so you put evil away from Israel. Again, you lay with a married woman, like all these talk shows. He slept with my, she slept with my, all of them be put to death. It wouldn't be no Maury, Jerry Springer, Ricky Lake, you know what I'm saying? All that matters. But this is what society is cool with. It's crazy, like, it tripped me out, right? Like, in the hood, you got brothers be best friends with a op. I'm gonna get a little hood for a second, but you be best friends with a brother and lay with his baby mama, bro. I cannot, like, it's too many. Okay, like I said, you are committing fornication. At least have enough respect for yourself not to do that with your ox baby mama. Like, what if you have a seed by you? Now y'all both picking up y'all kids. Like, I guess it's just a certain level of honor I'm on. Even when I was living foul, it's some things I never do. But there's no honor in this society. There's no honor in this, man. Deuteronomy 22:28-29. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed. Now this is what I'm talking about sex being marriage. What they say a lot too. Which is not betrothed, so she's not engaged, and lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found, and the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father. See, you got to do things in order. You give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all of his days. So that's what that's saying. They always say, oh, just smashing you good. No. First of all, let's try to keep it biblical. You lay with her, you gotta go see her. You gotta go see her dad or whatever male figure is over her. Why do they always leave that? Why do they always leave out? And also with that 50 shekels of silver in the book of Tobit, it talks about a paper. Oh, you can do a Romans 13:1. You gotta do something. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna speak that, speak the whole verse. That's all I'm saying. Don't follow a piece of the law like, yeah, you can do that. No, follow the whole law, because then that's a record. That right there is a record. You can't just say, oh no, I ain't smash, I ain't doing it. No, you better talk to Pops. Leviticus 18:21. And thou shalt not let any of the seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Most High. This is about abortion, y'all.
For several years, the Israeli government was forcibly administering birth control to a segment of its minority population, with doctors injecting Ethiopian Jewish women against their will with a contraceptive, Depo-Provera. But it wasn't until this January that a government official finally acknowledged it. One investigative journalist who interviewed 35 Ethiopian immigrants found that they were being intimidated and threatened into taking the shots, while being told that they were merely inoculations. But many speculate it was all part of a deliberate attempt to restrict an expanding minority in the country. You see, over the last 2 decades, Israel's experienced a significant influx of Ethiopian immigrants. But there now being close to 130,000 living in the country. And while the government has finally put an end to this inhumane, insane population control tactic, the story has shed a light on a dangerous contraceptive that's now being pushed and administered on women of color all over the world, including right here in the U.S. So here to talk about the use of Depo-Provera and how this is targeting minority populations in both here and abroad, I'm joined now by Randy Short, President and National Spokesperson for the Anti-Depo-Provera Clergy Coalition. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
So, Israel allegedly put this to an end. Can you talk about what you know about the health effects, though? Because obviously women were being administered this for years without knowing about them.
Well, the drug was first patented in 1959. By the middle 60s, there were a lot of unethical experimentations done, in particular the Grady Clinic study in Georgia on poor black and poor white women. God knows how many people died. This drug did not get approved until 1993-94, but during that time that was used on women all over. The effects of it are serious: excessive bleeding, osteoporosis, breast cancer, cervical cancer, heart attack, stroke, ectopic pregnancies, excessive weight gain, which can lead to type 1 or 2 diabetes, short or long-term infertility, maternal death. It strips the epithelium, the inner part of the woman's womb, making her more susceptible to all STIs and STDs. Therefore, doubling the chances of getting HIV, AIDS, chlamydia, HPV, gonorrhea, or syphilis. And there are other things that bothers the mental health. One of the things that's come to us, that the group that I work with, the Rebecca Project, is that many women are telling us that they've had mental problems. The FDA in 2004 was so concerned about the dangerous nature of Depo-Provera that they issued a black box warning, which is the most serious warning that can be issued by the FDA about how dangerous this drug is.
And despite this warning, this black box warning, it's still being administered under multiple agencies to multiple countries around the world.
Yes.
Who is administering it, why, and where?
Well, it's being used primarily in non-white countries. So Muslim countries, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Burma, possibly on the Myanmar minority, all over Africa, Central America and Latin America, and of course in the United States, depending on whose information you look at, it's disproportionately used on African American women. Who's doing it? Planned Parenthood is one of the big purveyors of it. In addition to that, you have the Population Council, you have the International Federation of Planned Parenthood, you have a lot of persons and groups that have a Malthusian view that there are too many people, and therefore they want to reduce the population. They know this drug is deadly, it's cheap, and it makes huge profits for the parent maker, which is Pfizer.
And USAID is also one of the agencies as well.
For 47 years, it's been an unofficial policy of the USAID Office on Population to use or to send abroad dangerous, unsafe, untested, or unapproved drugs. And
you said that this is being obviously disproportionately affecting minority populations.
yes.
If they know that it's deadly, why would they be administering it to minority populations? I mean, what is really this all about here?
There are too many non-white people. If you look at a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ravenholt, who was head of the USAID Office on Population from about 1966 until 1979, he was able to first convince President Johnson that it was in the national and commercial interests of the United States that 1/4 of the women in the developing world be sterilized. So there's some sense that if there are too many black...
The #1 killer of black people, I'm still not off of that. The #1 killer of black people. So, also, if a man lies with mans, he lies with, if he lies with mans, he lies with women. Both of them put to death. Same thing with the women. All this gay marriage stuff, like, I don't see how Christians is for that. So, I'm gonna run those clips if y'all haven't seen them already, about the gay marriages, the gay marriage proposal. If you also bring that out, if you touch a dead body, you're unclean, and if you mess with one, then it's the same thing. It's the same thing as witchcraft. You will put to death for it. Necrophilia, you will put to death for it. And you see through those things, that's how these diseases get crept in. Okay. And you see all this madness. Now people don't know you a man, you a woman. Ancient Egypt used to follow that type of stuff. They didn't believe in sex as far as gender. Okay, it was what you felt. Which is why we see this is called the land spiritually that is Sodom and Egypt. Okay, we talk about drug use, gluttony, and drunkenness. Okay, so just peep game. Titus 2:2. That the aged man be sober, grave, temperate, sound in faith, in charity, and in patience. Okay, so you an aged man. It doesn't worse than seeing an old guy that's just a drunkard out there. An old guy just, like I could say with me, it was hard for me to stop smoking. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about tobacco neither. You know what I'm saying? I gave that up, but it's like I look at my city and you got brothers that's 35, 40, 45, 50, just smoking. They have nothing to show. They have no goals, no ambition, but they can get a sweet. They can get a bag of that. I didn't want to be that. I wanted to have something. I don't think brothers realize how much money they spend behind that stuff and how that alters their conscience only for like 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. Then they back to the reality. People keep talking about they smoke to ease the pain. You saying reality is so bad you got to smoke to escape it, but you're not escaping it. You fooling yourself that you escaping it, but you coming right back to it. Deuteronomy 21:20. The best thing that you can do, I'm going to say this, the best thing you can do is learn how to cope with the reality that you in. Because you're using that as a crutch and a cop-out. Learn how to cope with the reality that you in, how to handle it. You can do that with the Most High. Deuteronomy 21:20. And they shall say unto the elders of the city, this our son, stubborn and rebellious, he will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. So this is when President Obama wanted to say, oh, should we stone our kids like Deuteronomy? This is when the elders were saying, our son, the parents were saying to the elders, our son is stubborn, he's rebellious, he's a glutton and a drunkard. He will not listen to us. And they stoned him. Now think about it. Doesn't society stone our kids all the time? When they give it 18-year-olds 45 years, I didn't have partners 18, 19 commit a crime, they get 45 years. They're not even going to see, if they blessed to make it to the age of what, 65, 63? if they blessed to make it that far, they'll get out. It's if they survive in there. They don't catch nothing. They don't get shot, stabbed or something. So that's all that law was about. And it wasn't like they just, oh, you're not gonna listen, okay, I'm taking you to the elders. No, they tried to reason with them. It wasn't his parents like, oh, you bad, I'm gonna take you to the elders to get stoned. No, it wasn't like that. You try to reason. I'm going to child raising in a minute here, okay? But you try to first. You don't just count them off. 1 Corinthians 5:11. But now I have written unto you, but I have written unto you not to keep company. If any man that is called a brother be a fornicator, or covetous, or an idolater, or a railer, or a drunkard, or an extortioner, which such an one know not to eat. So it's saying, if you know somebody's a drunkard, they're an idolater, they're covetousness, they're a railer, they're scoffers, don't eat with that person. Why? Because just like I said, you strive with an angry man, soon that spirit of anger gonna be on you. I know this because I went through it in the street. I was striving with a brother that was angry. Before I knew it, I was angry. I didn't even know why. I'm like, man, I'm usually like a cool cat. Like, I'm just angry now. Nah, I'm riding with this cat who always angry at something. But they respect it. The world respects stuff like anger and rebelliousness, but the Most High sees it as an abomination. Proverbs 23:21, for the drunkard and the glutton shall come to poverty, and drowsiness shall cloth the man with rags. So, you see where drunkenness leads you. Isaiah 28:7. But they also have erred through wine, and through strong drink are they out of the way. The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They are swallowed up of wine. They are out of the way through strong drink. They err in vision. They stumble in judgment. This has also got to do with the spiritual wine of Babylon. When you drinking Christianity, when you drinking atheism, and all this other stuff that they put on TV for you, you're going to stumble and err in judgment. That also has to do with wine too, don't get me wrong. But I'm just bringing it to another level for you. Leviticus 10:9. Do not drink wine, nor strong drink, thou nor thy sons with thee, when you go into the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. So that's saying when you come to church, don't come to church drunk. When you come in to meet with the body, don't come in there drunk. Okay? Now they kill you. Ecclesiastes 10:19-20. A feast is made for laughter, and wine maketh merry, but money answereth all things. Curse not the king, no, not in thy thought, and curse not the rich in thy bedchamber, for a bird in the air shall carry the voice, and that which hath wings shall tell the matter. You ever ask an old school somebody, like partner, friend, mother, cousin, a relative, hey, who told you that? Where'd you hear that from? A little birdie told me. It's from Ecclesiastes. You know what I'm saying? It's from Ecclesiastes. That's what that's saying. Don't be cussing the king out on your bedchamber, or be out here talking reckless. Somebody gonna go tell that. But it say that, you know, money, when it say money solveth all things, it's talking about just worldly things. You know, if we have more money, we'd be able to do more. You know what I'm saying? But it's saying don't let that have you cussing people out that have it. It's like we said, wine maketh merry, but that doesn't mean that. And it also says that a feast is made for laughter and wine maketh merry, but does that also mean we need to always feast and be gluttonous? No, I'm just saying what's the word I'm looking for? In moderation, you know, all in moderation. Okay? I sought in my, this is Ecclesiastes 2:3. I sought in my heart to give myself unto wine, yet acquainted my heart with wisdom, and lay hold on folly, till I might see what that good for the sons of men. See what was that good for the sons of men? What good is folly for the sons of men, which they should do under heaven all the days of their life. So he sought to give himself unto wine, but he acquainted his heart with what? With wisdom. You know, and it says that the folly, what good is folly? What good? It said it's best to meet a bear in the wood, lost of her cubs, than a fool in all his folly. Dealing with foolish people is heavy, man. You ever been on a comment board or just talking to somebody that just wants to only deal with what came out and who's on TV and Brad Angelina? Man, you feel heavy afterwards. Like, man, man. That's all they care about. Psalm 104:15. And wine that maketh the heart glad of men, and oil to make his face to shine, and bread which strengthens man's heart. So again, that's taking it in moderation. You know, you know, you sip you with your baby, you with your rib, or ribs, you with your king. Y'all can sip and have a, you know what I'm saying, with moderation. You shouldn't be getting drunk every night. That's not what they're saying. Just, you know, moderation, because it make glad the heart of a man. You know what I'm saying? It says 1 Timothy 5:23, drink no longer water, but use a little wine for thy stomach's sake, and thine often infirmities. See, a lot of drunkards like to use this. It says you use a little wine, though. It says a little wine for thy stomach's sake and for thy infirmities. And it's just saying that's when you sick. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they used to do. People were close to death. They give them strong drink to ease the pain. You know, especially if they went due to a disease or something that, you know, a lot of pain they're having in their body. Likewise, must the deacons be grave, not double-tongued, not given to much wine, not given to much wine, not greedy of filthy lucre. That's money. But we see it's a lot of drunkenness and a lot of greed in Israel. This is the law right here. It's saying you can have a little wine. You see what it says? Moderation. Because you got these people that, again, want to be Essenes or are Nazarites, and they take a vow of not drinking. Some of them take a vow of not marrying, not having sex. Man, and the Most High put that on your heart for you to do because of your walk. But you can't then put that on everybody else. Oh, y'all need to be having sex and drinking wine. Well, hold on, brother. That's for you. Because it's lawful to do that as long as they're not doing it in excess. Again, this is what I'm talking about. Brothers take stuff overboard.
Jeff! Give him a last cup of water, man. Here, drink the water. Here, on the No. You on the road, son. Man. No. Jeff, check it out, Jeff. Jeff, you alright, bro? Man. See, that's the L right there, Jeff.
Them damn, man. What the fuck is you on, man? They got what I told y'all as they was coming right here, man.
Jeff, get up, bro.
Hold on.
Hurry up, police. Get up there. Get up there. Jeff, you need to get this shit together, bro. This is the help that we need in the community right here. You see what's going on in our community? Jeff! He good, man. Get him out of here, man.
Walk off.
Jeff, pull it together, bro.
Dog, it ain't just about the money, man. I had to get out there and make a weight. You know what I'm saying? What you did, fool?
I was the one that went over and visited her.
You know what, fool? That's what it's about.
He's supposed to
you drink too much. That's the problem. I'm for real. You drink too much.
Motherfucker over here sleep.
Yeah, you drink too much. My brother is an alcoholic.
That's the choice.
Man, for real, we got to
burning the cookie, man.
I need to talk to you.
This motherfucker, man. Hell no, man. That's how we get down on the job, man. When we down here just kicking it and shit, man. Niggas ain't doing shit, man. Was just sit back. I mean, keeping it real with each other, y'all understand me?
I ain't doing it.
Laid back type.
What cigarette do you smoke? You'll be interested to know how the doctors of America answered that question. Tens of thousands of doctors in all parts of the country, in every state of the union. Doctors in every branch of medicine were asked, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? In this nationwide survey of general practitioners, surgeons, throat specialists, diagnosticians, and so on, the brand named most was Camel.
Yes, according to this survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Try Camels yourself. Make the one sensible cigarette test. Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test in your T-zone. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor. And see how well Camels agree with your throat. pack after pack, week after week. See for yourself why camels are so popular with the doctors of America.
Asking the average rapper about wars and scars and the force for law. They all in all, still dreaming about fortunes and foreign cars and gorgeous stars. Got their brainwashed, cold rocks with dawn. Hey dawg, when I get some rich to your mom, instead of buying watches and charms. In the 60s we marched up, our arm in arm, Black Panthers and bombs. Up in the hood, level the field to alarm. Keep my mind along. In the 80s, government supplied us with hard. Change the ambiance to a drug holocaust. This too real for a TV audience. Let me guess you a die for $1 pot, cause I would only take a high one for the fam, son on my daughter. I respect the ones who won my Oscar when they don't give up about you. With nothing to say about the homicides from these funky coppers. Yeah, they'll probably kill me cause I told the truth. Said about some of the same people who be living close to you. But what I'm supposed to do go depend on the strength of man. When I wear the armor of God, a sword of wisdom in hand. Sorry, the streets hungry, interrupting your dinner plans. Damage 1% had it plotted for us way in advance. Bought the banks, then they bought the slaves. Depopulate with a plot to take off like a holiday. When them shots exchange, they own Bush's oil and all of Obama's chain. Accommodating them Swiss accounts while we in prisons locked in shame. Calling them more debt to consolidate how they operate. Sometimes I wanna ask what's going on like Marvin. Why you sleepwalking? Why you sleepwalking? I let them keep talking. I let them keep talking. No threat but keep the promise. Ain't a speech, homie, we walking. We need silence, like a sleepwalking. I let them keep talking. I let them keep talking. No threat but keep the promise. Ain't a speech, homie, we walking. We need silence. I'm sleeping the coffin, the battle enrages for the ages. For the stainless, taking the fam just cause this world is crazy. For the ages, either get shot by the fast and furious case. So I'm holding no Eric holders, no Barry Sotoro stages. Support corporations, set up checkpoints for escapers. Sooner or later, the DHS and foreigner invaders finna be knocking on your door like an agent. Straight from army bases, dressed in plain clothes like a normal neighbor. Boy, when you seen it where you know them news reporters paid by aces. No Morpheus faces will be up to this horrible.
Some viewers may find this disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Had a young partner named Rex. Same hood I'm from, straight up out the text. Ain't big, ain't correct. Had the dope game in check. Man had balls, South Asian connect. Respect from the little snot noses to the old head. The girls in black holders. Lost look but couldn't see them with bifocals. So cold, they had a pride of frozen. See, many couldn't see it, but I noticed. Told me one night he was going through psycho. Pop pills, sip drinks till he lost focus. Girl turned her back on him, heartbroken. Told him money's okay, but time's golden. When you let the devil in, the door was wide open. And we not supposed to act off of emotion. That's when he grabbed the strap, said I'll be back. I'm on. A week passed, then I seen him midday, eyes swollen. Glanced down at the body he was holding. Thumbs on every word as he spoke it. With a dope thing we call Cordoba, steady smoking. Proclaim he had a plot to flip some more things. Had Glocks and shoot at him from both ways. Chopped it up with young B and like 4 days. Promise he seen big breaks and cocaine. Broke in his mama house and she old age. Took all the prescriptions in the domain. No way to something he know better than. But they caught him out of time with some evidence. Make the news, I peeped it on Fox 26. By the time he out, he owed his veteran. Pray that he wakes up, he repent. Stand up 6 times in the cell in his red. Like devil told the world that he don't exist, but it don't make sense. Better wise up while you trust a corrupt government. Everybody ain't a friend, know what that is. Nothing but lie. Do you know what that is? Know what that is? Nothing but lie. That's what it is. Know the devil told the world that he don't exist, but it don't make sense. Our people sell they soul for $1 and a few red cents. On a rush to get rich, know what that is.
Okay, Enoch 8. Okay, so I want to talk about a couple things where all this came from. Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates and made known to them the metals of the earth, and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids. This is makeup. And swords, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication. They were led astray and became corrupt in all their ways. Some Jaza taught enchantments and root cuttings, and a morose the resolving of enchantments. Bericurl taught astrology, constellations. Kokabel, the constellations. Ezekiel, the knowledge of the clouds. Eriquil, the signs of the earth. Shamsiel, the signs of the sun. And Siriel, the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and the cry went up to heaven. Now, when it says the cutting of roots, then if you go to other cultures, especially like South America, overseas, they got these things where they cut the roots and they make concoctions from it, and people get like have trips. Let's say they have trips on them. You know what I'm saying? This is part of, again, stuff that we're not supposed to be dealing with. Okay. 1 Corinthians 3:16. Know ye not that ye are the temple of Ahiah, that the spirit of Ahiah dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of Ahiah, him shall Ahiah destroy. For the temple of the Most High is holy, which temple ye are. So you're the temple of the Most High. And lately I've been seeing this thing. Now this is just something y'all to look into. Lately I've been seeing a lot of articles and reading a lot of what's it called, medical journalism, where they're saying that people that's been smoking weed have been getting cancer. And I always thought weed fight against cancer. Like people that had cancer smoked weed and was better, but really it's the smoke. He gave us herbs. And I'm gonna get into that too. He gave us herbs and stuff for healing. But when you're putting smoke in your body, whether tobacco, weed, whatever, you're putting smoke into your lungs. Your lungs weren't made to take in smoke. Smoke wasn't made to be put in your temple. That's basically what I'm saying. There's like 50 carcinogens in tobacco, and some of them are in weed. And when a lot of people that burn it, they burn it with the cigar. Let's be real. That's not good for your lungs. So that tripped me out. And this is something I just found out lately. So I've been doing a lot of research. I was like, I didn't know that. So yeah, smoke's not good for the body, you know, in any case. Now gluttony, Proverbs 23:1-2. When thou sittest to eat with the ruler, consider diligently what is before thee, and put a knife to thy throat if thou be a man given to appetite. Again, that's not saying to kill yourself. I know a lot of people always go too far. It's saying put a knife to thy throat if thou be a man given. So it's saying if you're a gluttonous man, you like to eat, you sit down with a king, it's saying you need to hold your appetite, man. Have some respect. Ezekiel 16:49. Behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom. Pride, fullness of bread, the abundance of idleness was in her and in her daughters. Neither did she strengthen the hand of the poor and the needy. Remember Sodom, man. Sodom was something else. Sodom, it was illegal to feed the poor, just like it's illegal to feed the poor here. They had a gay law. They have a gay law here. It was about fullness of bread. I showed you on the last one how much food that Americans throw out. Like I said, there's an amazing amount a month that gets thrown out. Luke 16:19. There was a certain rich man. This is about, remember Lazarus and the rich man? There was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen and fared sumptuously every day. That means he ate good every day. Never fed the poor. You know, like I said, if you watch TV for an hour, get a tally mark and mark a tally every time you see a food commercial. Every time you see something about food, like when I notice when I fast, I really can't watch TV. I can't watch it. Every other commercial is about getting a burger, fries, pizza, Mexican food, which all is all good, but that's what they constantly put in front of you. Food, eat. This is why we're a gluttonous society. All right. Gossip and strife, because this is A1 I see all the time in Israel. Let's go and get it, man. Proverbs 18:8. The words of a talebearer are as wounds, and they go down into the innermost parts of the belly. Nothing worse than a talebearer, man, to cause strife and division. I understand we see things differently. we're going to see it. It's going to be divisions among us. But a talebearer, mark them and stay away, man. Leviticus 19:16. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Most High Yahweh. So you're not supposed to go down. If you hear something, somebody tell you something about somebody. A lot of times I'll say, hey, well, have you talked to that brother? Well, maybe you should go talk to that brother or sister.
The diamond cross necklace, and of course I'm gonna admire it. And that's when I saw the diamond cross necklace, and of course I'm gonna admire it.
Was there a lot of drinking, and were there drugs there?
And if it's from a source that I know that's a righteous brother, I'll just watch. Again, judging by their fruits. If they say, hey, be careful ordering from this person that's selling t-shirts or something, or be careful of this person that's selling ointments or candles or whatever this, because they're saying because I dealt with them and this and that, and maybe that they just had a bad experience with that person. Maybe they didn't have no agreement with them or something, or maybe it was something that they did. You can just watch the fruits. You know what I'm saying? Just be wary of what they said, but watch the fruits. Because sometimes those people that's saying that about a person, they just talebearing. They don't have no beef with that person's business. They have a beef with that person. Excuse me. Exodus 23:1-7. Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and the righteous slay thou not. For I will not justify the wicked. So why are you gonna stand up for the wicked? Like when somebody's doing wrong, you know, like if somebody then said something and did something to somebody and it's wrong, it's been documented, people know about it, or it's just something that somebody did that was just completely out of line, and maybe that person made an apologize. It's not up to you, because you maybe respect that person as a person. Maybe they're a deacon, or maybe they're famous, or they're popular. And you'd be like, oh no, you're burying, now you're putting your hand with the wicked. They've done something wicked, but you're defending the wickedness because you're respecting this person. That's also not going to be justified, okay? John 7:51. And again, I'm not talking about nobody in specific here. I see this all the time in Israel. That's why I'm trying to adjust it all as one. Nobody's on my mind when I'm speaking this. I'm just speaking in general. I see it over and over and over and over. John 7:51. Doth our law judge any man before it hear him, and knoweth what he doeth? So sometimes you gotta hear both sides. You gotta like my ribs say, it's three sides to a story. His, hers, and the truth. It's the truth. Sometimes you just gotta hear and peep game and listen like, okay, I didn't really get that from them. Like I done heard something, they be like, man, you see what so-and-so, man, what they put out, man, they going crazy, man. I be like, no, I know Octo, let me go see, and I go click. No, actually, that brother telling the truth. So brothers is really convicted by the truth, but they mad because they don't want to hear it. And they may be attacking that brother or sister. That's what that is. Where am I? Ecclesiasticus 11:7. Blame not before thou hast examined the truth. Understand first and then rebuke. I had to learn this in my marriage. Like, it was a lot of times when I would kind of read into things, maybe too much I shouldn't have been, and we get in a big fight. And then once I go back and I be like, dang, I didn't ask you. And some vice versa. Did you ask me? No, you didn't. Okay, so we had to taking this into account in my marriage life has been a wonderful thing. Let's examine, okay, why are you mad? See, because when you ask questions like that, then you gotta, okay, well look, cause you did this, and I thought you said this. No, I didn't say that. I said da da da. You know, so even with the text message, sometimes that text message is dangerous too, because you could text something and somebody could read it wrong. Like you could text message, like, for example, tonight or tomorrow, hey, I'm going to the store to get something, right? And I was like, hey, headed to Walmart. She might think I'm mad, like, headed to Walmart. You know, you see what I'm saying? So she'll be like, oh, you just leaving? No, I'm just telling you I'm headed to Walmart. I'm headed to HEB. I'm going here. But that's just what it is, man. It's just basically, in a nutshell, examining things, man. Not just, sometimes that's why we call now. If I don't, hold on, I don't really understand. Call. Is this what you're saying? Okay, cool. Then we can hang up. Exodus 20:16. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. This is one of the biggest things in Israel I see again. 1 Peter 4:15. That none of you suffer as a murderer, or as a thief, or as an evildoer, or as a busybody in other men's matters. I'm gonna be real. When I left the Christian church, I thought the Christian church was bad with this. I didn't think I'd find this in the truth. Y'all proved me wrong. People be having their own issue over here in area A. You over here in area E. They posting about their issue amongst they people, which they shouldn't. I don't think a lot of issues. That if you have an issue, we need to start doing it privately and face to face. All this public, I'm not really with it. I understand how it has to go there. I'm not saying, but as long as you took the steps to get there, it's cool. But going straight to the public, like I got a beef with, and this I don't have no beef with nobody. So I have a beef with MC Speaker. Me and MC Speaker got beef. I sent him some music, some beats. We were supposed to do a collaboration on. He went and did a song with somebody else on my beat. Why am I'm not gonna get on a public forum like this. As my first step to address that. I'm gonna call that brother. We got email, contact, Facebook messaging, Twitter, Instagram. We got too many avenues that now if he doesn't answer, then I'm gonna get a couple people that maybe both me and him know, hey, let's get in the group chat or something, or let's get on a group call, let's talk to this brother. Now you can't do that, then you go to the next thing. Then you go, you do it like that. I'm not just gonna automatically, and hopefully that brother realized he did wrong. This is an example. That didn't happen, but you know what I'm saying? Because what happens is when that happened in the street, and this is why it's so serious. When this happens in the streets, in the hood, and in reality, the people that's outside the truth, people die. People die from people's lies. Lies will get you killed. You understand what I'm saying? Bearing false witness on somebody will get you killed out here.
this child's mother. David?
Nicole and Jessica, it is a sad story, and even though the 24-year-old suspect is behind bars tonight here in Camden County, the investigation continues, and neighbors of that little boy, they're devastated too.
My son is not, he's not responding.
A frantic mother told a 911 dispatcher that her son was badly beaten and no longer breathing.
Do you see his chest rising or falling, man? Is his chest rising or falling? No. No, it's not doing anything.
Pensacola police officers were called to this home on Mansion Boulevard Saturday night around 11:30. The toddler was rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead after midnight. Jonathan Santana lives next door from the crime scene.
It's deplorable. It's a heinous act.
Authorities are not naming the little boy or his mother, but say her boyfriend.
Vivian, what happened? Did you have anything to do with the death of this girl?
No, I didn't.
Can you tell us anything about what happened?
I just didn't have anything to do with it.
Then why are you in handcuffs?
What happened to your face, Fabian?
That was from a fight before.
Why did you leave her in the apartment?
And she said there was people outside waiting for me, so.
The 10-year-old? Why did you leave the little girl in the apartment?
Did you do everything you could?
Michelle, what happened?
Michelle, why did you leave your little girl in the apartment?
Did you have anything to do with this girl's death? No?
Why did you leave her in the apartment when you guys left then?
Michelle, you're supposed to protect this.
Been telling you about Chicago's battle with gun violence. It has been on the decline, but then came this holiday weekend. According to the Chicago Tribune, since midnight Thursday night, 82 people have been shot, 14 of them died. Dean Reynolds is there.
In the 13 hours between Sunday afternoon and early Monday, at the worst of the weekend violence, 4 people were killed and 26 wounded. One of those killed this weekend was shot after apparently flashing the wrong gang sign. Police have tried to fight that kind of bloodshed with better street intelligence so they can anticipate gang warfare. But while the murder rate has dropped, Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy conceded the gangs have become more audacious.
Have the gunmen or the gangs altered their behavior to thwart your efforts?
We've actually found, Dean, that they are doing counter surveillance where they're looking at us.
And shooting back. 8 separate incidents involved police face-offs with armed suspects and an exchange of gunfire, one with a 16-year-old boy. For some gang members, surrendering themselves or their weapons is not an option. They face greater sanctions from their gangs than from the law.
What kind of sanctions do they get from the gangs?
They get severe beatings. Sometimes it's financial at the same time. Losing a gun is a big deal to these guys.
Gesturing to some of the 3,400 illegal weapons seized by police this year, McCarthy said it's not an easy assignment.
These are guns. They kill people. What do you think? People come up to you and say, hey, I got a gun, arrest me. It's not the way it works.
The trouble in this town is still mostly confined to a few neighborhoods on the south and west side, Scott. And while hundreds of officers working overtime were deployed to those problem areas this weekend, they themselves acknowledge they were unable to contain the violence.
Dean, thanks very much.
Exodus 20 and 13, thou shalt not kill. And really the word is murder. Murder is Hebrew Strong's 7523. It's premeditated murder. Like I'm thinking about killing you, then I go do it. Or murdering you, then I go murder you. It's rashash. It's to murder, to slay. Okay, short definition is manslayer. Now this isn't talking about somebody breaks in your house and you kill him. Let me give you scripture. Exodus 22 and 2. If a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he die, there shall be no blood shed for him. I mean, somebody breaking in your house and you got a 22 rifle and you take him out, that's righteous. They breaking into your house, okay? Now, and speaking of thief, let's get this next. We got 3 of them up in here. Exodus 20 and 15. Thou shalt not steal. That gets you killed. That's something I was doing in the street. Now I wasn't stealing from homeboys, because I had a thief's honor, for at least for that. But from a company or something, oh yeah, if I see you slipping, I'm gonna come get you. You know what I'm saying? I repent. But I'm just bearing y'all my soul right now. I'm telling y'all, I used to break these laws, and I seen, it's not all of them per se, but I done seen a lot of these laws get broken, and outcome wasn't good.
What's the police saying? Is they on their way? Ma'am. 901 552 0338. I work too. Thank you. Oh no, y'all ain't finna roll, bro. I don't know what the fuck y'all got going. I'm finna get that. Who your phone, baby? What money you supposed to have? Nah, I'm need that. I got her money.
Did you get her thing?
Are they on their way? Yeah, they on their way.
She went in the bathroom.
She said you the only one that been in there. I'ma need that.
Whoa, I ain't got your
stuff.
stuff.
You see him out there? We finna see. Oh, baby, you can go and know. If you got her money, just give it to her. You the only one been in there. Do you got her money? And it's over $400, so you know you ain't finna go nowhere, baby.
400? Oh, nah, we would've been passing lit.
You ain't ready to go nowhere.
Baby, ooh, we 400.
These outside, but she ain't going nowhere.
You can go leave because you know the police.
Hey, let me see your phone right
These your kids coming in here?
Yeah, ma'am. I ain't letting no park go, baby.
See, Al.
No,
oh, you embarrassing your dude.
They all right, she was the only one up in there. Who he with?
He was. Yeah.
If you got her money, just give it to her.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. Can you just get a lady her money because, like, you
that's
don't go to jail?
You must finna give me me.
Yeah, go get my purse out.
Hell, motherfucker, not get my purse.
I'm trying to get in the purse. Can you let my purse
Pull
out?
up this rainbow on Friday football. Get my bill for me.
Oh, man. Please get that lady her money.
What's up?
She won't let my purse go.
The police on me to tell me. I'm at the
I'm trying to get in the purse.
I'm at Rainbow on Fraser Boulevard. Give me all of it.
Don't use the phone, y'all.
Look, now look, hold this, like, hold this. Now I'm finna count this, baby girl.
Alright. She will have to get it. Whoa.
I wanna beat the fuck out of her.
Shit, that shit was finna go.
Huh? The fuck I look like, boy? Instead of running these folks' houses, boy, I'ma fuck you up out here, nigga. Don't play with me, nigga. Why? Get up. Get your weak ass up. Don't no motherfucker love you but me, nigga. No motherfucker, nigga. You ain't hurt, nigga. You ain't hurt. Ask your uncle, nigga. I got you. Ask me. I'm gonna give you something. Do what you supposed to do, nigga. I'm gonna give you something. You don't break in no motherfucking house, nigga. Now lie like you ain't do it. This my city, nigga. Everything gonna come through me, nigga. Motherfucker gonna tell me, boy. I'ma fuck you up in front of your homeboys, your mama, my mama, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I'm sick of letting you niggas make it. Let me hear it again, boy. I'ma give it to you for real this time. Ain't gonna be no body shots.
John, that alleged purse snatcher Adrian Terry is here at Bronx Criminal Court waiting for her moment in front of a judge. But already today she's learned a tough lesson. Miss Bernice is a senior citizen you do not want to mess with. Did you really snatch an 86-year-old woman's purse?
She wanted to hurt me. And the bitch don't even know me.
At 86 years old, Bernice Starnes is full of spunk. She's traveled the world, seen a lot, but but never anything like this.
I hope that they beat her. Some of the women in prison beat her every day for long as she's in there.
Some people might say that's harsh.
Well, so what she did to me was even worse.
Tonight, Bernice spoke one-on-one with...
Shit!
Yo, he booked it, bro. Shit. The fuck? Oh, hey, man. What are you doing? I'm sorry, man. My hat fell in your car with the wind. But I saw you from far away. It takes you that long to grab a hat. It just takes this much. I'm sorry. What have we got here? Little fool, huh? Ah! Shit! The fuck? Ah! Bitch. So I can just flick it. Hey, what's up, man? What are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, there was like a bird that just kind of flew in and... A bird? Yeah, flew in? Yeah, where's the bird? I was just trying to get him out. Well, he already flew out, but I was just trying to keep him away so he wouldn't shit all over your car. A bird flew in? Sorry. A bird flew in my window? Yeah, it just flew in and flew out. Seriously? Yeah, for real. Oh, and I've been watching you for like the past minute. You've been like going in and out, in and out. I didn't see any bird. Oh, no, I didn't? That wasn't it, bro. That wasn't it. Let's go.
Basically, trying to pull off that truck and rob them. Yeah. They've got AKs on the back there. We identified ourselves as police officers. They fired at us. We defended ourselves.
How many dead? How many living?
I don't know. I've just come out of the line.
So now let's get into the food, okay? Oh, and about the lies and the gossip, real quick here. You see Lil Wayne, man. He ain't nothing but a coon agent. He'll sit there and say, oh, I never experienced racism. Why was you writing songs about it? We got to understand who signs these people check. Just like Kyle Kaepernick kneeling and all that stuff. You got to understand who signs these people check. They allow these people to do this, okay? Walmart, I'm sorry, I was just saying Walmart. You see this murdered woman right here. Dude got 60-day charge in Jacksonville. 60 days. Even in these wars isn't, see, the thing about wars in Israel, we were protecting our land. Okay? We were protecting our land. The U.S. has wars because they're coveting land. They're coveting other people's land. So they're murderers. These armies, not, again, this isn't everybody's in the army, but the higher ups, even their higher ups, they're trying to get to the NWO, the New World Order, so they can get all these lands, have a U.S. base in them, so they can just go ahead and put the mark of the beast on people and shut everything down after they get their next World War done. So you see they're dumping their remains in landfills, man. That is so disrespectful. So disrespectful. And you see the UFC fighter Tim Kennedy says he didn't kill women and kids, man. I keep telling you, all these people, especially when election come around, oh, we can just go to war with them, go to war. It's always something about war with somebody. You don't realize how ugly war is. You better do some research, and there's a lot of research on this now. So let's get into these foods. Leviticus 3:17. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings, that ye eat neither fat nor blood. I don't eat fat. I don't eat no blood. With the meat, I like my stuff well done. I always have. You know that fat is not good for you. You can even look at this just from a medical standpoint. Because the thing about this law is I researched this law. Like I was like, why did just like I said with the marriage thing, why did he say this? Why did he say that? Was he just saying that just to say it? And when I started to do, this is before I knew who I was, I started to research it, and I'm like, no, this is the best way to live, to be healthy. This is to give us life. The law gives you life. Okay? That's why Christ said to follow the law. How you going to, see, that's why I say the spirit and the law are hand in hand. The spirit of the Most High is going to lead you to follow the law. I'm not going to say you in the spirit and go against it. Okay? Where am I at? Acts 15:20. But that we write unto them that they abstain from pollution of idols and from fornication and from things strangled and from blood. I say this why? Because those other cultures, they drank blood. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm reading this, I'm just gonna throw up some pics so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Okay? Genesis 9:4. Genesis 9:4. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. Okay? Now what he's saying, because people use this to say you shouldn't eat meat because in the flesh is the blood. That's not what that's saying. That's saying don't eat no bloody meal. That's saying don't eat no bloody steak. Make sure it's well done. You don't have to abstain from steak because there was once blood in. No, it's saying cook it out of it. Right here, Genesis 7:8, of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls and of everything that creepeth upon the earth. So in Genesis 7, the 7th chapter of the beginning, he makes a distinction of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, including the fowls and things that creepeth upon the earth, things that crawl on the earth. There was a law of clean foods in the very beginning. When Adam named the animals, there was already a law. So it wasn't there wasn't no law until Moses. There was already a law. Leviticus 11:7. And the swine, though he divided the hoof and be cloven footed, yet he cheweth not the cud, he is unclean to you. Pork is unclean, man. Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see. I'm gonna show you these clips on this stuff as I go through it, because it's the reason why he says that these things is unclean.
You haven't put those two on yet. Yeah.
No.
Here, let's. I'm gonna put this. Sorry. That's a
The miniature one, but it's, I guess it's not. Yeah.
That comes off your fresh pork chop.
This is how they start, guys.
I'm not eating that.
Imagine and then washing it down with Coke.
Oh, sorry. These are new students who have never seen this. I've never seen this before. Look at. Oh.
Salty, it's dirty meat.
It's true.
Boy, yeah.
See him? He's trying to get away.
Oh my God. Bring it to me.
Right there, right there, right there.
That's a good shot. Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
Let's name him. What's his name? Let's name him. Let's name him Stretch.
One blank.
He moved it.
Yeah. Let's see the camera.
Are you making like a shelter? Are you like teaching how to cook?
Un barco será. ¿Dónde está Carlos Valero? Se está perdiendo. No. De lo bueno. Bien. Foto, ven tomando foto. ¡Ay, sí! ¡Cómo miran a uno! Yo le voy a enseñar esto en video grande a mi familia y mi televisor de 62 pulgadas.
La hija mía come demasiado ese día.
Está viva de verga. Pero llega muy tarde. Lee llega más temprano. Está bueno, parece un Yo no como espagueti, doctor, por eso no estoy firmando, si no lo estuviera aquí. ¿Ese muchachito de dónde es? ¡Dios! ¡Wow!
Es una niña.
¿De dónde es el muchachito?
Es una niña, hija de aquí.
¡Ey, mire cómo levanta la cabeza, ve!
Aquí, no sé.
¡Padre! Parecen de esto, pasa con huevo.
¡Ay, doctor! No diga eso.
Están vivas, mira cómo se mueven. ¡Oh, my God! Esta es sumamente grande. Porque esta bicha se destruye, ¿no? Una niña de esa edad.
Doctor, ¿y qué pasa? ¿Y qué no puede?
Vean hacer la pasta de tomate!
O ella igualito botaba y...
Chiquita.
Ah,
Wow, sebelah sini. Okey, David ada rasa lah. Okey, sekejap. Boleh tahan sekejap bagi dia keluar.
Bagi dia ambil gambar kecil.
Yo. Wah. Very fine lah. Oh, ini net juara. Juara banyak Banyak. Tuyu. Wah, this one. Very good. Wah, dekat hidung banyak air. Boleh tahan lah David ya? Boleh ya? Boleh. Okey, sekejap. Sekejap lagi dia keluar. Dia tutup mata dengan mulut saja senang.
Coming now.
Jangan buka mata mata sama mulut jangan buka.
Ambil aja. Ambil có được kỹ to.
Tadi first ini tak ada
Iya, bang. Yang kau tidak. Okey. Wow, ada kau to.
Banyak. Okey. Okey. Oh, banyak air. Ada rasa Okey, angkat sikit. Tutup mata sama mulut saja semua buang.
Khẩu sừng có được đuôi dò này á.
Cầu nha.
The most common cause of adult-onset epilepsy in the world is called neurocysticercosis, which literally means pork tapeworms curled up inside our brain. A review last year out of the Mayo Clinic describes the problem. Cysticerci, meaning the pork tapeworm larvae, create cavities in the human brain and other body tissue where their tiny bodies grow sometimes into tapeworms 2 to 7 meters in length and can live up to 25 years in the human body. 7 meters means 23 feet long. On MRI, so-called wormholes appear. On CT scan, there can be so many in the brain at one time, it can appear similar to a starry sky. Each star is a fluid-filled cyst with the beginning of a living, growing tapeworm inside. This is what they look like on autopsy. This is what their face looks like. They have these rings of hooks to grab onto our brain tissue. Earlier this year, a review was published by the CDC on the public health implications of cysticercosis acquired in the United States. Pork tapeworms on the brain has emerged as a cause of severe neurologic disease in the United States. Even after pork tapeworm larvae infect our brain, some people remain asymptomatic their entire lives, while others can go for years without symptoms and then suddenly become very ill with seizures, headaches, and other focal neurological deficits as the larvae multiply within the nervous system and other tissues and can cause sudden death just due to the pressure buildup in the brain.
Of this fish is harvested daily in the fish industry. The natural food of algae and lake plants is replaced by GMO soy and corn. The most important ingredient in fish oil, cannot be found in this fish. Reasons why tilapia is not good for your health. 1. This fish is very popular because of its availability and inexpensiveness. However, you must learn everything that can be possibly known about this fish before consuming it. The consumption of this fish can increase the inflammations that are going on in the body. The increased inflammations can lead to heart problems, asthma, and many other serious diseases. The consumption of this fish is worse than eating bacon or a hamburger. We eat fish in order to consume omega-3 fatty acids that decrease the risks of having a heart attack, but this fish does the opposite. It increases the chances of having a heart attack.
This restaurant in Shanghai is all about fresh fish, straight out of the tank. The fish is still alive, but the chef goes right ahead and scrapes off its scales. Then he cuts it open. And guts it. He dusts it with a little batter, then fries it in piping hot oil. For the chef, the tough part's keeping the fish alive while he cooks it. For the fish, the tough part is, well, being a fish. Puts a little of that special sauce on it, and it's ready to be served. The customers want fresh fish, and they get it. It's alive and, well, it ain't exactly kicking. This type of Chinese cooking traditionally requires freshness.
Con nào bự nha, nhỏ không lấy.
Này nửa ký khoảng mấy con chị? Vậy đại con bự đi về ăn nó sướng á.
Con bự đó ăn cái đồ nó còn biết đã thèm.
Giỏi vậy. Đây都是啥呀妈，还有泡呢。
Cái là số mà đây con, cái này có ai đặt hàng đây con. Chỉ là không được.
Cao không vậy? Đâu à?
eyes were right. It's Arby's brown sugar bacon. And what are those? Sandwiches? Oh, buddy, what's the occasion? Some sort of sandwich party? Go bacon! Go bacon! Go bacon!
What you making in your perfect bacon bowl?
It's crunchy and delicious. It's possibly nutritious. It's music to my soul. It's the bacon bowl.
How about it? No, thanks. Getting nuked is for losers. If I start nuking now, I'll never achieve my dreams of becoming a baconator. I'm out of here.
There are a lot of ways.
I was barbecuing, man. I seen some fire just come out the window, man. The window busted out, man. Only thing I think first, man, make sure them ribs is right. And ran them and got my family, man. Brung everybody out safely, man. I carry everybody out myself, man. Yeah, I got my kids first. First thing I got my kids, and I thought about my ribs. Like, I ain't want to let my ribs burn and stuff because I take pride in what I do, man. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I was hungry, man. I was like, man, put them ribs on there, man. Some hot links and stuff, man. We got it going and stuff, but I looked over, man, the fire was bursting out, man. I was like, man, this is crazy, man. Real crazy, man. Let me get my kids up out this situation, man. That's all I know. You feel me? Did I get any injuries? Oh, no, I ain't get no injuries and stuff except for all the smoke in my lungs and stuff. I already had smoke in my lungs.
I'm in a dog. That's why we don't eat pork. You know what I mean? And this one I have specially designed to go up on Facebook. Come on, dog. Oh my God.
No. Look out.
Just go! Suck it up! Suck it up!
No. Okay. Lên này, như vậy. Okay, wait.
खेत से सब्जी तोड़ के लाते हैं और होदे में गिर देते हैं, उसे धो धा के और रंग वंग लगा के और फिर वो जमा के और सुबह मंडी ले जाती है। सर ये स्प्रे है। शाम को जो बासी सब्जी बच जाती है उसमें हम लगाते, ताज़ी सब्जी लगती है। ये हम ही नहीं करती, सारा ही जमींदार करता है जो सब्जी को बोता है। रंग तो ये है जी, वो तो हरी सब्जी में मिलती है जी, और किसी में नहीं। तोरी हुई जी, भिंडी हुई, परमल हुई, बीन्स हुई।
Don't eat anything. Leviticus 11 and 12. Whatsoever hath no fins nor scales in the waters, that shall be an abomination unto you. This is shrimp, crab, lobster, shellfish, duck, sharks, oysters, etc. Anything that doesn't have no fins nor scales is an abomination to you. Leviticus 11, 13 through 19, 29 through 30, and 41 and 42. Okay? And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination. The eagle, the ossifrage, and the osprey, and the vulture, and the kite after his kind, every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the night hawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after its kind, the little owl, and the cormorant, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, that includes the duck too, y'all, and the gear eagle, and the stork, and heron after her kind, the lapwing, and the bat. These also shall be unclean to you among the creeping things that creep upon the earth. The weasel, and the mouse, and the tortoise after his kind, and the ferret, and the chameleon, and the lizard, and the snail, and the mole. I'm gonna stop right there. Satanists their diets consist of a lot of these animals I'm reading. A lot of these animals. And every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth shall be an abomination. It shall not be eaten. Whatsoever goeth upon the belly, and whatsoever goeth upon our floor, or whatsoever hath more feet among the creeping things that creep upon the earth, them ye shall not eat, for they are an abomination. Only locusts, as far as I've read, is lawful. Okay, which I don't eat that anyway. But just putting that out there. All these, he put all this in there for a reason. A lot of these are scavengers. They'll eat anything. They'll eat their turds. They'll eat whatever. It's a reason why he doesn't want to eat these animals. Okay, they all have a job to do, usually with cleaning or something else. He might use them to spread something, just like the mouse that caused the black plague. But you want to eat mice? Okay, keep on. You have black plague in your stomach. Leviticus 11:24. And for these ye shall be unclean. Whosoever toucheth the carcass of them shall be unclean until the even. Again, until the what? The even. We're going to get there. 1 Timothy 4:1-3. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with the hot iron, forbidding to marry. Remember we went over that? And commanding to abstain from meats, which the Most High had created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. The food to be received with thanksgiving is talking about the foods he said we can eat in Leviticus. You got brothers that they'll go vegan. We like, oh, you still eating blood? You a carnivore, brother? Let me tell you about some vegan stuff. I'm gonna air some clips, okay? But all that fruit ain't necessarily GMO free. It ain't necessarily without chemicals. It ain't necessarily even grown how they told you it was grown on some organic farm somewhere. It was probably grown in somebody's factory, but they don't tell you that. So don't be so high-minded. For you brother, not everybody, but some of you brothers that just went vegan and now you're at war with everybody eating meat. Maybe the Most High put that on you to do for your health. And people gonna ask you by your walk. They gonna be like, man, you ain't meeting some years, man. What you been leading at? You know, show me how to do. I've been thinking about doing that. That's how that happens. Okay. So we gonna move on to the next one. Okay. We're gonna talk about tithing. Okay. It's gonna hurt some of y'all feelings, man. But I never been one to care about feelings being hurt when it comes to the truth. Okay. Matthew 6:3. But when thou doest alms, this is tithes versus alms, y'all. But when thou doest alms, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth, that thy alms may be in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. So it's saying, like, not every time when you are, when you giving, you should just give out of the joyfulness of your heart. Like the Most High said, He loves somebody to give with a cheerful spirit. You're not supposed to give, be like, I'm posting this on Facebook, let me get a pic. Yeah, you see me out here doing the work. Now I understand, so you're supposed to get praise reports, but every time it's like me and we do a lot of giving. People never hear about it. People get mad and they have something on them where they want to bash me over there. They be like, all you do is you think you big and bad because you making videos. I'm like, oh, you think you big and bad because you making videos, and you post and you got some precepts. And I'm like, there's a bunch of stuff I do outside the scene that I don't even speak on. It's not about that. Okay? But it's alms, not tithes. Only tithes are only supposed to go to the Levites, according to the law. Numbers 18:24. But the tithes of the children of Israel, which they offer as heave offering unto the Father, I have given to the Levites to inherit. This is Numbers. Therefore I have said unto them, among all the children of Israel, they shall have no inheritance. The Levites didn't have a land. Their tithes were the inheritance. Deuteronomy 26:12. When thou hast made an end of tithing all the tithes of thine increase the third year, which is the year of tithing, it shall be given unto the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled. So that's the Levite, the stranger. You see in order, the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, the widow may eat within thy gates. So this is talking about giving back. Tithes wasn't so pastor could live in a mansion. Tithes wasn't so pastor could have 8, 5, 6 different cars. Tithes, again, if the Christian church actually gave them back to the congregants, I probably wouldn't even have to talk about this like this. But I have to, because they thinking tithes is something to go to the pastor. That's never what it was in Scripture. It was for the Levites, because they didn't have no land. They didn't have no inheritance. The tithes was their inheritance. They lived among all the other tribes, along with the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, because they needed it. Because there again, the fatherless and the widow, they didn't have no man to bring home nothing. Deuteronomy 14:14 through 15 and 29. And if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which the Most High thy power shall choose to set his name there, when the Most High thy power has blessed thee, then thou shalt turn it into money, and bind up the money in thine hand, and thou shalt go unto the place which the Most High thy power shall choose, and the Levite, because he hath no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gate, shall come, and shall eat and be satisfied, that the Lord thy power, or the Most High thy power, may bless thee in all the work of thine hand which thou doest. So this is saying, if you have 1,000 sheep and our 50,000 sheep, you don't have enough to move 5,000, 10%, 5,000 of those sheep, you could turn that into money and then go give it, but you're still getting to the Levite. It's all about getting to the Levite. And the Levite would take his portion, then distribute it among the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger. They didn't have any inheritance in Israel. It was about the community. At the end of the day, the community of Israel, the Levites being first, because they're the priests. Amos 4:4, come to Bethel and transgress, at Gilgal multiply transgression, and bring forth your sacrifices every morning, and your tithes after 3 years. This is when the Most High was wroth with us, because this is what we used to do. We come to these places and transgress the law, and then want to bring our sacrifices. Okay? To the priests, the Levites. Deuteronomy 16:16, 3 times in a year shalt thou males appear before the Most High thy power in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the Feast of Weeks, and in the Feast of Tabernacles, and they shall not appear before the Most High empty. So this is when you come and bring your tithes to the Levites. Those 3 times in the year. Unleavened bread, weeks, and tabernacles. Matthew 12, 41 through 44. And Yeshua sat over against the treasury and beheld how the people cast money into the treasury. And many that were rich cast in much. They had big coins, so when you cast it in, it make a lot of noise, and people would get some kind of honor from that. And then there came a certain, and there came a certain poor widow. She threw in 2 mites, which make a farthing. So she threw in about it added to a penny. 43. And he called unto him his disciples and saith unto them, Verily I say unto you, that this poor widow hath cast more than all they which have cast into the treasury. For all they did cast in of their abundance, but she of her want did cast in all that she had, even all her living. He likes those that give with a cheerful heart. Period. It's not about being big and bad, and it's like these people that's a couple rap groups, a couple other singers and stuff. They'll come to these events, and you know how they make the big checks, and they'll say $5,000, and they'll have the whole thing with it written down. They'll take pictures and be on Instagram. The Most High ain't seeing all that. He's seeing that person that just send out the money, don't even say nothing, just send it. See somebody struggling and just help them. That's what I'm talking about. Daniel 4:27. Wherefore, O king, let my counsel be acceptable unto thee, and break off thy sins by righteousness, and thy iniquities by showing mercy unto the poor, if it may be a lengthening of thy tranquility. This is what Daniel was saying to the king when he was saying, you know, leave your sins alone. And y'all, when we break down the dreams, leave your sins alone by righteousness and show mercy unto the poor, man. Yeshua even said, you gonna always have the poor, but me you ain't gonna have all the time, as far as, you know, life on the earth. Okay? Then we're gonna talk about voting, and this is real quick. Y'all don't need to vote. By the scriptures, no voting. Why? Deuteronomy 17:15. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Most High thy power shall choose. Now, you're not going to sit up here and tell me that the Most High chose any other candidates that's running, Trump or Hillary. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. So we can vote for our brethren. But let you know right now, Obama is not our brethren. Why? Christ said, he who does the will of my mother, he who does the will of my father, the same is my brother. Is he doing the Most High's will by okaying gay marriage? Is he doing the Most High's will by being a Mason and dealing with this Masonic, Freemason, Luciferian religion to get into the White House? No. We're in Babylon. Whoever's over Babylon is going to rule it until it falls. Period. No matter what face they put in there. It's just called a shadow government. It said, thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. None of these people are our brothers. I'm not just talking about bloodline, but bloodline and according to scriptures. You are who you serve. You don't serve the Most High, you're not my brother. You don't serve the Most High, you're not my sister. The same that does is my brother and sister. 1 Samuel 16:3. And call Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will shew thee what thou shalt do, and thou shalt anoint me unto him who I name unto thee. This is when Samuel anointed David as king. This is after Saul fell off. He went and anointed David. His brethren. That's who I'm going to vote for David. Put my vote in for David. The house of David. Okay, let's go to, now we're going to talk about hair. Okay. That's why, again, do not be sitting there fighting over who president. It don't matter if they both liars, they both Masons, they both racists. In the discussion. Hair. Isaiah 3:17. Therefore the Most High will smite with the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion. The Most High will discover their secret parts. So this is again that scab when these sisters using these, again helping that curse by using these chemicals in their hair. I had to think about it. I know plenty brothers that got locks, and their locks run all the way down their back. Look at Snoop. Look at T-Pain. Look at how Busta was. Look at Lil Wayne. Now, I'm not saying these brothers are righteous, but I'm just talking about hair right now. They got the longest. Why is it so hard I had to think about this. Why is it so hard for some sisters now? Some sisters to grow hair for 20 years, and it's like this long. I'm like, man, what's really going on? They putting these chemicals in it, and this scripture, Isaiah 3:17. Now Leviticus 13:30. Then the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be inside deeper than the skin, there shall be a yellow thin hair. Then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. If it is a dry skull, even a leprosy upon the head of the beard, upon the head or beard. So this is talking about of a yellow hair. If you went to a priest, because again the priest also did cleaning things. Okay, when you went to the priest and he looked at your skin here, there, your arm, whatever, your hair, your beard, and you had like something like an infection, I'm guessing, and like I said, it'd be deeper than this because they call it a plague actually, and there'd be a yellow hair in there. You'd be pronounced unclean. Why are you getting blonde weed? You see what I'm saying? And this is just what I'm saying off the general. I don't want this to be looked at as hate, because when I brought this up originally, it was not on here, but in my city. There's a lot of hate. Like I'm hating on sisters, woo, this and that. I'm not saying you can do whatever. You can do, it's your hair. You can do what you want. I'm saying make sure that you're not buying hair that will sacrifice the demons. And I'm, on top of that, I'm saying love yourself, your own hair, your own natural self, more than you love the what they put on as the European beauty standard. That's what I'm saying. You got sisters that hate themselves when they natural. I've seen it my whole life. They don't even act the same. But as soon as they get this European long blonde, oh, you can't stop them from taking selfies.
What happened?
She said that she gotta move in slow motion. Yes, bitch. Bitch, I don't know nothing about black guy no more. Bitch, I don't know nothing about black guy no more. Bitch, I don't know nothing about black guy no more. That's why y'all gotta move in slow motion.
But interestingly enough, studies show that if you have between 104 degree or 108 degree nasal tip rotation, those are the ones that are considered the most beautiful, and hers is 106.
Somebody in here to measure our nasal tip rotation.
And then we know if we have the most beautiful noses.
But symmetry is what they say is a lot in the eye of beauty, right?
Okay, the second most requested eyelids.
Discrimination at the end of the day. Yeah. They don't understand. If you're not black, you don't understand. These parents, students, and community folks showed up for you to listen. Yes, we did. And what you just did was insulting. Yes, and I can't believe you did it.
My hair has been a thing that's followed me my entire life.
Erase everyone.
even in primary, I was told my hair is not natural, it's exotic, my afro was not wanted, or anything like that. And then the issue followed me to high school, where I was told I should straighten or relax or cut my hair off because it is not wanted and it is dirty.
A teacher came to me and said, you ladies with dreadlocks, you're so dirty. That really touched me deeply, and I was afraid to even come to school.
What motivated us was that all the racism, like, it's not just in Girls High, it's all over the country. Black children are going through this and their cries are not heard. So it's about time their cries were heard.
He likes it. Let's smoke it. So you get that way with it? Come on up. Like it, sir. Love it. All right. Here, Mr. Wild Down. Smoke it. Take it that way. Get a shot.
This is why the revolution won't be televised. I can recognize that the body must be edified. Nationwide, included in them streets like the center line. Them Edomites wanna hit us up at 25. The same ones who finance the legs idolize. They plan on committing a mass genocide. So DHS and FEMA's can box us like 97.9. Yes, you can say we prophecy fulfilling in the Yeah, bro, I got that wool off my eyes. Christ hair like wool. I wish you would realize you don't want to go to school. They would rather push them high without a thought of where they might be headed when they die. You can search the whole world trying to look but never find wisdom of the Most High with a heart full of pride. Be humble. We in the same struggle, different sides. When he read the book of light, it's understood who gon' shine. Yeah, bruh, I know this world evil, but it's written tribe of Judah, real certified people. But not for our sakes, for the good Lord's reasons. Reign king for all seasons, gonna give us all freedom. 400 years fighting, no man have redeemed us. Prophecy is hidden, heathens calling us heathens. Said this come to pass since the days of the Phoenicians. Before the Dead Sea Scroll, our people used to speak. I shall bring thee by sea to a land that you never seen. There none will succeed. said you bring me by sea to a land that you never seen. None will succeed, but I said you.
Is the black doll? And which one is the white doll?
That one.
Which doll is the pretty doll? Which doll is the nice doll? Which doll is the bad doll? Which doll is the nice doll? And which doll is the bad doll? And why is that doll pretty?
Because she's white and he has 2 eyes.
Which doll is the ugly doll? Why is that doll ugly?
Because he's black.
Which doll looks most like you?
Like me?
Yeah, which one looks like you?
And that one.
Okay.
Can you show me the doll that you like best or that you'd like to play with?
This one. I like that one.
Show me.
Okay.
This one.
That one?
This one. I like to play with this.
And can you show me the doll that is the nice doll? And why is that the nice doll?
He's white.
And can you show me the doll that looks bad? Okay. And can you give... And why does that look bad?
Because it's black.
And why do you think that's a nice doll?
Because she's white.
And can you give me the doll that looks like you? "15 out of the 21 children preferred the white doll."
Yeah, that one.
Which one?
This one.
Why do you want that skin color?
Because I don't know. I don't know.
Not sure. What do you think of that skin color?
Well, it looks kind of whitish, and that's all I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about you? Why do you want that skin color?
Because it looks lighter than this kind, because this looks a lot like that one.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't like the way brown looks, because the way brown looks really nasty for some reason, but I don't know what reason. That's all.
So you think it looks nasty?
Well, not really, but sometimes.
Sometimes. And Brielle, they asked what color adults don't like. Do you remember what you said? Which one? That's right, that's what you said. Why do you think adults don't like that color?
Dark.
Dark. And adults, you think adults don't like dark?
Well, maybe some adults do, but maybe some of them don't.
Mm. And then which was the ugly child?
So show me the smart child. Okay, why is she the smart child?
Because she looks like me.
Okay. Show me the mean child. Okay, why is she the mean child?
Because she's way darker.
Okay. Show me the good child. Why is she the good child?
Because I think she looks like me.
Okay. Show me the bad child. Why is she the bad child?
Because she's a lot darker.
Show me the ugly child. Why is she the ugly child?
Because she's like, a lot darker.
¿Cuál muñeco es bonito? ¿Cuál muñeco es feo? ¿Cuál muñeco es malo?
Ninguno.
¿Cuál muñeco es malo?
Este.
¿Y por qué?
Porque, bueno, este es moreno y este blanco.
¿Cuál muñeco es feo? ¿Por qué?
Porque a mí no me gusta el color café.
¿Cuál muñeco te gusta más?
Este.
¿Cuál muñeco es bueno?
Este.
¿Y por qué?
Porque no me dan miedo los güeros porque tengo más confianza con si los un poco más así como este. No tengo mucha confianza.
¿Cuál muñeco es malo? ¿Por qué?
No sé.
¿Cuál muñeco es feo?
Este. No sé, es que me parece que está un poquito, ¿cómo te diría? Más moreno y no se ve tan blanco. Y no tiene mucho aspecto.
¿Por qué el muñeco blanco es bueno?
Porque sus ojos son azules y todo su cuerpo es blanco.
¿Cuál muñeco es feo?
Este.
¿Por qué?
Porque está negro.
¿Por qué ese muñeco es malo?
Porque está café.
¿Y por qué que este café es malo?
Porque pega.
¿Cuál muñeco te gusta más?
Blanco. Porque sus ojos están bonitos y su raza también.
¿Cuál muñeco se parece más a ti?
Un poquito a este. Es que soy un poquito güerita de mis piernitas y de mis aquí, de mi espalda y de mi carita y mis bracitos los tengo morenitos.
¿Cuál muñeco se parece más a ti?
Este.
¿En qué?
Las orejas. Sí, vamos.
Why is she the bad child?
Because she's black.
And why is he the ugly child?
Because he looks like he's white.
Why is he the dumb child?
Because she has dark brown skin.
Why is she the bad child?
Because she makes fun of everybody else's skin color.
Show me the child who has the skin color most adults like.
And show me the child who has a skin color most adults don't like.
Dumb child.
Dumb child.
Okay, why is she the dumb child?
Because she has black skin.
Show me the mean child. Why is he the mean child?
Because she's brown.
Show me the bad child. Why is he the bad child?
Because he is black.
Okay. Show me the ugly child. Why is he the ugly child?
Because he's brown, black.
Show me the child who has the skin color most adults like. And show me the child who has the skin color most...
Beth and Aunt Cynthia. Go ahead, open it up. Give Rainy hers. Give Rainy hers. What's wrong? Do you like it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like it right now? Why? What's wrong?
This is what I'm talking like. But you see these other nations, I'm trying to show you, they want to get their hair to look like ours. I'm gonna show you. Okay. And Leviticus, because you're gonna see now your sisters wearing wigs and stuff and throwing his brothers off for years, and we've been complaining like you got the makeup, you just look like a whole different person. You gonna see brothers getting wigs too. So how you gonna feel when you running your hand through your hug, you kissing, you rubbing, and his whole flat top come off in your fingertips? Leviticus 13:40. And the man whose hair is falling off his head, he is bald, yet is he clean. So if your hair falling out, you still clean, brother. You still good. This is bald brother at work, and the ladies love him. So if I hope my wife feel that way about me if it come to that for me. You know what I'm saying? That's all I ask. But I'm not finna get no. You're not gonna see G Militia Dub in no wig. No sir. No sir. I'm not. That's too RuPaulish for me. Leviticus 18:3. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings, because they wore wigs in Egypt, they would shave their head to put on a wig. Go figure, right? And after the doings of the land of Canaan, where I bring you, shall you not do, neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. So, we're in another land, right? Why are you walking after their standard of beauty? When they trying to look like, again, this isn't racist. This is just true. Why do you think that the Edomites want to get tans? Why do you think women like Kim Kardashian get lip injections and butt injections? Who are they trying to look like? You sisters, you 12 tribes, you Israel, okay? Peep this now. You gotta love yourself, man. You really do. And seek the Most High first. And then love yourself. Watch him increase you. Ezekiel 5:1. And thou, son of man, take thee a sharp knife, take thee a barber's razor, and cause it to pass upon thine head and thine beard, and take the 3 balances to weigh and divide the hair. So this is when he was showing, take 3 balances, mean take a third of it here, a third of it here, a third of it here. And he was going to say 2/3 going to be cut off. That was back in Ezekiel. So he was giving this prophecy in Ezekiel and Zechariah. But when he says to pass the knife, the razor, it was the words the pole. Pole means cut. Like if I just want to trim, that trim. You know, I can trim, I can trim my head. That's a haircut. You know, that's different from shaving bald. Like to where my whole head is bald, like this. I can pull my hair, but to shave your hair off, no, that's not what we supposed to be doing. That's what the pagan cultures did. Okay, again, all of them cut their hair. That's why it says Leviticus 19:27, because I'm telling you this because he wouldn't told Ezekiel to do it, and then in Leviticus 19 say it's a law, it's against the law to do that. You shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shall thou mar the corners of thy beard. Ye shall not make cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am a higher. Now these are tattoos he's also talking about here. A lot of people don't see this as a big deal, but y'all don't understand. I'm an artist, and not just a musical artist, but I draw. And when I started getting tattoos, I was like, I could print my own art on me. Like, oh man, I'm doing this. So I started getting tatted up. Like, I think like 18 or something like that. I just started hitting the tattoo shop. And there's something addicting about it. Once you get one, you're like, man, I'm getting an itch. I want to get another one. And I just kept getting them. And eventually, once I read this, once I came to the truth and I read the scripture, I still had I had another tattoo I was going to get. And I'm glad I didn't get it because I didn't know the Most High's name. But that's what I want. And I'm reading the scripture, and it says not cuttings for the dead. You know, people be like, R.I.P. my cousin. You're not supposed to do that. So I'm like, okay, I really don't do that for the dead. But then that next part, nor print any marks on you. I was convicted, y'all. And a lot of people say, oh, it's not that big deal. You don't get tattoos. Y'all don't understand. I used to love it. So when I had to I gave that up for the Most High. People see my tattoos all the time, like, man, you're not supposed to do that though. You're not gonna see me sitting up here telling you to get that. No, I ain't tell my wife, we ain't getting no more tattoos. I'm not getting no more. I feel fine. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to keep his law. But about the cutting, right? He in Leviticus 19:27, Hebrew Strong 7843, shekath means to destroy, ruin, devastate, lay waste. This is if I take a razor and just cut all this off until it's smooth. That's what it's saying not to do. But Hebrew Strong, number 3697, Kasham, K-A-S-A-M, pole to shear, trim, or clip. Now here again, brothers going overboard. Telling brothers, if you cut hair, you breaking the law. So Ezekiel had to go talk with a sinner to get a barber knife? I tell you, man. When he said don't have no league with him, right? But he gonna go, y'all gotta read these scriptures, man. Y'all gotta start asking these brothers, take these brothers the test, man. Test their fruits. Leviticus 21:5. They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave off the corner of thy beard, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. Again, not supposed to. That's when I showed you on the last video. They took, they gave me a strike for that. I had a video where the Muslims. I showed y'all some pictures though. The Muslims was cutting themselves. They had like these things, like these knives on the end of it, like a whip, and they were cutting themselves and praying, just like they did in the scriptures where I showed y'all. It says, whose adorning, 1 Peter 3:3, whose adorning, let it not be outward adorning of plaiting of hair and of wearing of gold or putting on of apparel. This is, Peter was saying, don't let all your adorning be in what you got in your hair. Because sisters was doing this back then, and wearing of gold. See what I'm saying? Because they were doing that, relishing in that, and not in the Most High. That's what he's saying here. Okay? So he's saying, let not your adorning be all that. Let your adorning be for what? The Most High. Okay? All that is secondary. Because what happens? He's going to smite you with a scab. I know, this is a quick story here. It was a sister I think I used to work with, and she had a partner. And they used to hit the club and all that and everything. Her partner was just like always turning down dudes, acting high and mighty, nose in the air, stretch neck, tinkling of feet, all that hottiness. Turn dudes down, talk raw to them. And what happened was, I think she was in the HOV lane, if I'm not mistaken. It was a long time ago. And she got in a wreck. And, you know, she went forward. I guess she hit her. She had some rings on, or she had something on, and it left 3 scars all the way down her face. And my homie said it humbled her. She couldn't go out now, because now guys look at her like, oh, okay. Again, you got humbled. Not saying that if a girl got a scar, she, of course not. But I'm just saying it's like the Most High will take that from you. Keep on adorning in that, and He'll take it from you. 1 Corinthians 11:4-6. Every man praying or prophesying having his head covered dishonoreth his head. But every woman that prayeth or prophesieth with her head uncovered dishonoreth her head. For that is even all one as if she were shaven. So cover your head when you pray. That's all it's saying. Like, if you go to Numbers 5 and 18, they had head coverings. When she came before the priest, when her husband had something against her, but he didn't have any witnesses, he was jealous against her. She came before the priest. What the first thing the priest would do was uncover her head. Why? Because her hair was already covered. And there's history when we talk about the fallen angels. When they seen that the daughters of men were fair, their heads was uncovered. So that's nothing. Where do you think the Muslims got it from? The Muslims got it from Hebrews. To cover the head. And to tell the truth, man, that's dope to me, man. I'm just gonna be real, man. When, like, I don't think y'all understand how comely that is. Cause it's saying, you say, like my wife, she has her hair covered most of the time. Well, I can say most of the time, like going out and everything, you know. But like around the house, most times, when she takes it off and I see that beautiful hair, oh man, it's like, oh yeah, that's what's up. You been hiding that all day, girl. Come here. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's cool. Just like Alicia Keys walking around with no makeup. Why is that controversial? Because they want you to wear it to try to match. Because usually when makeup was trying to match their standard of beauty, not your natural beauty that they trying to match. So if we can't look like you, you need to look like us. So I'm gonna run a couple clips after this, but I just want to read this last part of this these verses. For if the woman be not covered, let her also be shorn. But if it be a shame for a woman to be shorn or shaven, let her be covered. This is what they was doing in the Old Testament. Women was covering their head. Period. Okay? But if Corinthians 11:15, but if a woman have long hair, it is a glory to her, for her hair is given her for a covering. Okay? That's not saying that your hair is your covering. No, it's saying when you pray to cover your hair, then you can take it off. It's like covers are like $2. I go to the dollar store every time. My girls have so many. They're all over the place. But it's like, it's not no big day. Put it on, pray, take it off. Put it on, pray, take it off. It's like one of the easiest laws. And they did it in the Old Testament. Right to the Sabbath day, so let the Most High be true and every man a liar. So let's get right to it. Let's say Nehemiah 13:15 through 21. In those days I saw in Judah some trading wine presses on the Sabbath, doing work, and bringing in sheaves, and lading asses, and also wine grapes and fruit and figs, and all manners of burdens which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. Again, selling, buying and selling, doing work. They dwelt, men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Judah. So there was other men of Tyre that came in and sold. Okay, and I believe Tyre is a descendant of Japheth. Okay, let's get it. It said, what evil thing? Okay, it said, then I contended with the nobles of Judah. So he went to the nobles. Like, why y'all? I'm not going to go to them. I'm going to the people supposed to be over them. Of Judah, and said unto them, what evil thing is this that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus? And did not our power bring all this evil upon us and upon the city? Because again, this is another law that was broken, okay, that made that we fell for. We wasn't listening to him. He wanted us to keep this. Yet ye bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to dark before the Sabbath, because what? Began to dark before the Sabbath. Listen to me, Israel. The darkness brought on the Sabbath. This is what Nehemiah says. Dark before the Sabbath. I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gates, and there should be no burden brought in on the Sabbath day, so that the merchants and sellers of all kind were lodged without Jerusalem. Once or twice. Okay? Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? So he closed the gates at the dark up, when the dark was coming on the Sabbath, the sundown to the night. He closed the gates. They lodged outside the gates. So this is what he said. Why lodge ye about the wall? If ye do so again, I will lay hands on you. They don't need no translation for that. He gonna mess you up. Okay? From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath. Now listen, y'all. The Sabbath is the 6th day, which is Friday, sundown, to the 7th day, which is Saturday, sundown. Okay? And again, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all give Esau too much credit. The Romans did not invent Saturday. Only the Most High has the power to invent a day. All they did was name it. I'm going to show you right now. They got 24 different languages for the 7th day. And I want you to look at this and stop just looking at them, because all these cultures I'm showing you were before the Romans too. Okay? Look at what they called it. Okay? Stop giving them all that credit, man. Exodus 20:8 through 11. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Listen very closely. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. 6 days. Because there's 7 in a week, right? So 6 days you're going to work. But on the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Most High thy power. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor the stranger. Again, the stranger, the Gentile, that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Most High made heaven, earth, the sea, and all that in them is, rested on the 7th day. Therefore the Most High blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Okay? Now, 6 days. Let's go to these days. Let's talk about these days. Genesis. We're going to go right to the beginning. And we're going to talk about these feast days too, because we're supposed to keep the feast days by the law that was given to us in Jubilees. This is a commandment forever, okay? Even if you can't get with the body, you could always practice it on a spiritual level. You understand what I'm saying? All right. Genesis 1:3 through 5. And the highest said, let there be light, and there was light. Okay, now let's let y'all know this light wasn't the sun. The sun wasn't made to the 4th day. This is Genesis 1:3 and 5. This light is just Shia. Okay, now I'm gonna break it down what he was talking about. Okay, because a lot of brews say that there's 12 hours in a day. Now, before I start, let me knock down 3 things I want to knock down. There's a day as in the daytime, and there's a day as in the 24-hour period. And I understand there was no 24 hours because we were operating on the 18-hour system. If you know about anything about Hebrew times, we operate on 80 minute hours, and it was 18 of them. Okay, so the day had 9 parts day and 9 parts night. Okay, what I'm trying to get y'all to understand is that there's 2 types of days. If I say, let's say we're roommates, whoever's what, me and you roommates, right? If I tell you I'm going to be gone from the house for 3 days, can you look after my dog or something? I'm gone for the house for 3 days. Do you think I mean 3 12 hours, 3 periods of 12 hours, or 2 periods of 12 hours? I'm talking about 3 complete days. It's like when y'all say I'm gonna raise up the temple in 3 days. Think about it, Israel. I'm gonna raise the temple up in 3 days. This is talking about 3 periods of daytime and nighttime. The whole 24 hours, or whatever 18 hours, Hebrew hours, but in that time we're under Rome dealing with 12 hours. That's why he said there's 12. Now, when he said there's 12 hours in a day, he's talking about the daytime. People ask me, why does the sundial have 12 parts? What's the good as a sundial at night? You show me one night dial. How you gonna judge a night dial? I'm gonna break all this down because it's so simple. But this is where we stumble. With 6 days of work and the day of rest. We stumble with this, Israel. And it vexes me. I tried to wait till I wasn't vexed. Because I was vexed when I was first doing this. Not because I'm angry at anybody. But I'm angry at the foolishness, because when this stuff gets brought out, that's why I'm glad it's on this forum where I can keep going. It's like when I'm breaking it down, they start throwing in all this madness, like not letting me finish what I'm saying. So we just gonna get all the way into it. So that's what I'm gonna bring out first. There's the daytime, which Yahshua, when he said 12 hours in a day, he's talking about a daytime. But then there's days. If I say I'm gone for 3 days, I'm gone for 3 complete day periods, not just 12 hours. So I'm gonna have to break this down like this. Okay. The second thing is, if I say to you, I'm going to come to see you at the end of the day, are you going to look for me tomorrow morning? If I say to you today, you see it's still light outside, it's the sun, y'all. I ain't got no lights like that, so that's the sun out there. It's a little cloudy. But if I say to you, brother, sister, deacon, reverend, elder, person, manager, I'm going to see you at the end of the day, are you going to look for me in the morning? Are you going to look for me when the day ends? See, the banks close at what? 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock? Because the day is what? Ended. At the even, the day's ended. At the even, the day's ended. Then the new day starts. Darkness came first and then the light. Darkness and then the light. Matter of fact, I don't want y'all to think it's me. Give me 1 second. Darkness and then the light, okay? Now, if I say I'm going to see you tomorrow, see the word morrow, it dictate, even in scripture, you can go, I got some scriptures I'm going to show y'all. The word morrow literally means, or adheres to morning. So if I say I'm going to see you tomorrow, it's the same thing as me saying I'm going to see you in the morning. But if I say I'm going to see you at the end of the day, you're going to be looking for me tonight. Because tonight is what? The end of the day. So just peep game. So let's now I gotta go get the sword. See, I gotta get off the paperwork and get the sword to show brothers what a day is. This is amazing. But you know what? I'm not high-minded. I'm not puffed up. But I'm just a little. If I sound a little, you know what I'm saying? Because I get angry with brews that don't just want to look at it for what it is. I'm gonna show y'all some Hebrew Strongs too. It's gonna cut all this out. This lunar calendar. It's gonna cut all this out. Oh, you're using the Gregorian calendar? We use the Jubilean calendar. In Leviticus chapter 25, it talks about Jubilees. Okay? That's the calendar we're using. It says in Genesis, this is 1:1, the first sentence of the book. In the beginning, Ahai created the heaven and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. So this is the very beginning. Did the very beginning, was it light or was it dark? It was dark. And the spirit of Ahiah moved upon the face of the waters. And Ahiah said, let there be light, and there was light. So that's where I'm at right now. So let's get back to the notes. Okay, so we see in Genesis 1:1, darkness was upon the face of the earth. Then he said, let there be light. So darkness, then light. So let's see. Because Ahiah works in order. I'm going to keep saying that. And Ahiah called the light day, and he called the darkness, and he called, and the darkness he called night. And evening and morning were the first day. You see how it starts? Evening and then morning were the first day. Okay, they want to say, oh, morning is only one part of the day. But let's see what he's talking about here. Genesis 1:8. And Ahiah called the firmament heaven. That's the firmament that we're under. Because I'm going to touch that. Because it has a lot to do with the calendar that we use and everything. Because this society is built up on sun worship, period. They deify the sun. They worship the sun. They reverence the sun. So I'm going to bring it all full circle, Israel. I'm telling y'all, ride with me, baby. You're going to feel me at the end of this. You're going to feel the Most High at the end of this. Because it's clear in Scripture. The firmament, heaven. And the evening, so he created the firmament. And the evening and morning were the second day. I'm going to put a chart up here. You see evening, morning, first day. Evening, morning, second day. Let's keep it moving. Genesis 1:13. I'm not going to read the book of Genesis to you. And the evening and the morning were the third. You see how I keep, what is it? What does the day start with? If I wrote this all out to you and gave you a test and said, what started the day? Why would you put morning? He said evening and morning. He says evening, morning, then the daytime, then the next evening, that's when the next day started. It's like if I said, if I'm going to see you at the end of the day, you're going to wait for me to be there by nighttime. You're not going to wait for me to be there in the morning. Because that's morning. I said I'm going to see at the end of the day. The morning, by the morning, you see what I'm saying? The morning is just part of that daytime. But the true day starts at even. This is why businesses close at even. If you don't get your work done by the business closing hours, well, you have to wait till what, the next day to do it. You see what I'm saying? Go home, get some sleep, the darkness, then the light, then you come back to work. Genesis, because this is the thing, brothers talk about the new moon does this and the moon was follow the moon, you off. And I'm gonna tell you why you off. It's not, I'm not blaming y'all. See, the thing about, I'm not really mad at y'all a little bit because you don't study, as you know, the Hebrew Strongs, which I'm gonna show you here. But it's not that so much. It's really at these Khazarian powers and the lion pen of the scribes. First, the lion pen of the scribes, our forefathers that went and followed the moon. And then the lion pen of the scribes that took everything that our forefathers did wrong. They took the names that we called on wrong, a custom that we did wrong, the 6-pointed star that we did wrong. They took all that and said, oh, well, this is ours now. And then give it back to us. Here, this is y'all culture. Well, when we look to the Hebrew Strongs, it says nothing about that. Genesis 1:14-19. And Ahiah said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. Okay? Now this is when he created the sun. Okay? And the moon and the stars. And let them be for signs. I'm going to run it back. I'm going to get my DJ on today. Them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. Man, all praises, honor, and glory to Ahiah, because I struggle with how to understand this. And the more I struggle, the more I pray and the more I study. And once I got to study and got to see, I'm like, this is what he, it was like, I was kind of like, I wanted to kick myself because I'm like, it's so simple. He puts it right in our faces. And I'm going to show you how the Jewish powers that be and how when we find out who we are, we run right to Amalek and take what they're doing and claim it as our own, when what they're following is straight Canaanite, straight pagan. You understand what I'm saying? So ride with me. And let them be for lights in the firmament, in the heaven. This is the firmament again, because the shape of the earth does matter, y'all. Y'all think it doesn't? It definitely does. Ask the schools that teach us that we one of 9 planets going 1,000 miles an hour circling around the sun. Okay? When the Most High says over and over in Scripture, as I showed y'all before in the life and death video, because I had to show you that we go up to heaven, but we're all in the earth as far as our bodies, because at the resurrection, how are we gonna resurrect and we already in heaven. You see what I'm saying? We in Jacob's bosom. Are you in Hades? One of the two. So on resurrection, you either come to the New Jerusalem or you go to the lake of fire. But you're not already in heaven. You know what I'm saying? So just peep game. Okay, the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and it was so. And the higher made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. People will use that. They'll skip over all the other verses I went over and say, oh, see, greater light rules the day, and the lesser light rules the night. Yeah, we know that, but he said evening and morning. This is what he said. We came out of darkness to the light. I'm telling y'all, man, it's deep. It's really deep, man. It's deep too. It's plain, and then it's deep. So I'm gonna cover the plainness of it, then I'm gonna cover the spiritual aspect of it. So just ride with me, y'all. Okay. Okay, the lesser light to rule the night, he made the stars also, and the highest set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Ahiah saw it was good. And again, and the evening and the morning were the fourth day. You see where I'm going with this, Israel? He keeps saying, after he created this, evening, morning, created this, evening, morning, created that, evening, morning, then evening. So just ride with me. Genesis 1:23, and the evening and the morning were the fifth day. Again, Genesis 1:31, I think almost the last verse. And the highest saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. So tell me this: the evening and morning were the first day, the evening and the morning were the second day, evening and morning were the third day, evening and morning were the fourth day, evening and morning were the fifth day, evening and morning was the sixth day, and on the seventh day we're supposed to start when the sun rises. I'm telling you this, Israel, because I was guilty of this. I used to think the day started with sunrise. The daytime starts with sunrise, but at the end of the day comes what? Night. I'm pretty sure you listen to, you heard New York rappers, at the end of the day, at the end of the day. That's mean when everything's said and done, at the end of the day, when night comes, that's what they, at the end of the day is night. Okay? Now, a whole day, a whole period, the day starts at even, then you get morning, then the next even, the next day starts. I don't understand the confusion there, but we got to just go way back to the basics. That's why we in Genesis chapter 2, verses 2 through 3. And on the seventh day, Ahiah ended his work. Because you now say, oh, see, that's the day. He said evening and morning was each day. So at the seventh day, that's saying that the evening and morning were the seventh day. So the seventh day, Ahiah ended his work which he had made. He rested the seventh day from all his work that he had made. It's not talking about daytime. It's talking about this 24-hour period, the seventh day, the whole day. You see what I'm saying? And Ahiah blessed the seventh day, not just the daytime. He blessed the whole seventh day, the 24-hour period, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which Ahiah created and made. You see what I'm saying? He blessed the whole day. He didn't just bless the daytime. So you telling me the night is cursed then? What you the whole day? Because what created? We created a 24-hour day. The evening and the morning, that made a 24-hour day. The day, the day part that people want to talk about, Yahshua was talking about. Yahshua was just talking about the daytime. You got to understand it's the difference between day and daytime. Like if I say I'm leaving for 3 days, you're not going to be looking for me at nighttime. If I say I'm leaving for the whole day, then you'll look for me to come back at night. Okay? But if I say I'm leaving for a whole 24-hour period of day, you're not going to look for me until that, you know what I'm saying? If I leave that evening and I say I'm going to be gone for a whole day, you're not going to look for me in the morning. He blessed the whole seventh day. That's my point. Exodus 16:22 through 23 and 26. And it came to pass that on the sixth day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rules of the congregation came and told Moses, and he said unto them, this is that which Ahiah had said, tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto Ahiah. Okay, which means tomorrow during the morning when you wake up, you're not supposed to do any work. That's what he's saying. You're not supposed to do no work. I use that morrow there. Nah. He's saying when you wake up, you're gathering your food on the 6th day. So when you wake up tomorrow, what's he saying? is the rest of the holy Sabbath. That's the other part, because you're already resting at night. When you get up, do no work. Is what he's saying. Unto Ahia, bake that which ye will bake today, and seeth that ye will see it, and that which remaineth over lay up to you to be kept until morning. See, so when you wake up, you don't have to cook. He's not saying morning is the Sabbath day. No, morning's only 12 hours is only half a day. You know what I'm saying? He's saying when you wake up in the daytime, you already have your food because you kept it up from yesterday. 6 days shall you gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, the 7th 24-hour period, there shall be in it there shall be none. Let's go to the New Testament, because Christians always love to tell me, oh, that's old, that's done away with. Y'all should never broke a law. Okay? Luke 13 and 14 through 16. And the ruler of the synagogue answered with indignation, because that Yasha had healed on the Sabbath day, and said unto the people, there are 6 days in which men ought to work. In them therefore come and be healed, and not on the Sabbath day. So the dude came and got healed by Yasha on the Sabbath. And they mad at that. They mad at somebody being blessed on the Sabbath day with healing. They say, no, you should have came the first 6 days of the week. This sounds like people today. That's why I know this book is about us. I know it, man. You can't tell me it's not. This is exactly what we do. Exactly what we do. The Most High then answered him. I'm sorry. The Lord, the Hamashiach, that's what should be there, then answered him and said, thou hypocrite, doth not each one of you on the Sabbath loose his ox or ass from the stall and lead him away to the watering? And not this woman, being a daughter of Abraham, whom Satan hath bound, lo, these 18 years be loosed from this bond on the Sabbath day? So he's saying, man, I'm healing this woman. She's a daughter of Abraham, so she's an Israelite. You understand what I'm saying? Whom Satan has bound. She's been bound by her infirmity for 18 years. Isn't it a blessing she was healed today? But they'll go loose their asses and their oxes to go, or oxen to go water, to go get water. Like I gotta feed the dog today. You think I'm gonna let the dog starve out there because it's the Sabbath? No, I gotta feed, gotta eat today. You think if I wake up, I got my baby, I wake up and he ain't got no milk or no baby food, you think I'm gonna sit here and be like, son, hey, sundown, I got you? Come on, man. It's a such thing as righteousness. If you sitting in the house on the Sabbath day and your mama or your dad call you and say, hey, I got a flat, I'm out here, I'm stranded, I don't have a spare, you gonna leave them out there till sundown? Or what they call the tow truck places acting like you, oh brother, we ain't working today. Hey, just sit on the side of the road, we'll be out there around 7:30, 8. That's what it said. Like, it's some things you got to do on the Sabbath. Like, it's not a unlawful thing to help somebody on the Sabbath. Now it's unlawful for you to go and hit the mall now. No, you shouldn't be, man, give him his day. His full day. Okay, where am I at? Okay, Acts. Again, we're going to go, because they kept the Sabbath all through Acts. I don't see how they never dealt with Sunday as a Sabbath day. They did stuff on Sunday, because Christians will say, oh, look, the first day, they'll just look for a verse that say the first day of the week, but that verse never says that this is now the new Sabbath. That's confusion. And for the Old Testament Hebrews that think that believe that when they say that, they in error, just like you in error. Y'all both in error. Acts 13:44, and the next Sabbath day came almost the whole city together to hear the word of Ahia. Sabbath day. Acts 15:21, for Moses of old time hath in every city that preached him being read in the synagogues every Sabbath day, on the Sabbath. Okay? John 19:31. Listen to what happened when our Messiah was crucified. The Jews, therefore, because it was the preparation that the body should not remain upon the cross on the Sabbath day, for that Sabbath day was an high day, besought Pilate that their legs might be broken, and that they may be taken away. This is actually scriptural, y'all. Okay, this is why I'm about to bring it home. Okay, I need y'all to follow me. Okay, because you got to understand what the Bible says and what the school says is two different things. But who you gonna believe? why they said during the Sabbath day, right? So they'll argue, oh, that's daytime, not for day 12 hours. They'll argue that. Let me go to the Deuteronomy, because Yahshua fulfilled what they said the prophet said he would do in the Old Testament. Deuteronomy 21:33. His body shall not remain all night upon the tree. Hold on. His body shall not remain all night upon the tree. All what? All night upon the tree. They took him down before the night. It was all night upon the tree. It took him down before the even. At the end of the day. Why? Why does it say that? Let's read. But thou shalt in any wise bury him that day, for he that is hanged is accursed of Ahiah, that the land may not be defiled. So if you let him on the tree all night, you're defiling the land. Why at night? You notice in the old law, and remember I was going through the law, said you'll be unclean until even? Because even started the next day. At the end of the day came the even. Even began the next day. Evening, then the morning. I'm going to bring it home, y'all. Because this has got to be done. And I'm going to show this Hebrew Strong's again. And I want you to look where it says even, what it says about it is right there. Okay? Where am I? Okay, which the Most High thy power giveth thee for an inheritance. Now we're at Galatians 3:13. Yahshua, which is the Messiah Christ, hath redeemed us from the curse of the law. That was the curse of the law in Deuteronomy 21:33. Being made a curse for us, for it was written, curses everyone that hangeth on the tree. Genesis 1:3-4. And Ahiah said, let there be light, and there was light. And Ahiah saw the light, that it was good. And Ahiah divided the light from the darkness. This is going back to Genesis 1:3. Let's go to John 8:12. Then spake Yahshua again unto them, saying, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. You see what I'm saying here, Israel? Let's get another precept. John 9:4. I must work the works of him that sent me, while it is day. The night cometh when no man can work. You gonna work at, I'm talking about back then, okay? You didn't work at night. Unless you grave digger or something like that. But you don't work at night. You would do that stuff during the day. Because at night is the end of the day. That's why he said, the works of him that sent me while it is day. Because they'll use that to say, oh, see, it's only 12 hours in the day. No. It's 12 hours in daytime. Say the whole thing. Daytime. Okay? John, I'm going in again on this. I'm not even half. I got another page to go on this, man. I want y'all to really understand. I get heated. This is one thing that I get heated on when I get these messages. Not from everybody. Some people just ask me. I'm not talking about y'all. But I'm talking about these brews that all they do is post scripture. All they do is post from the law, post this, post that, but turn around and tell me, by me keeping down worshiping Saturn, Satan, because I'm keeping the 7th day. When I show them 24 languages overseas and down south that don't deal with English, where even which Hebrew is very close to the Arabic, and they call that day the Sabbath. I show them all that, show them all the scripture. The moon wasn't created until the 4th day. So how was Adam and Eve using a new moon? The moon was new on the 4th day. They wasn't even around. Go there. Who using the new moon in Genesis? That's why you gotta look at the Hebrew Strong. Over 240 times in the Torah, it meant month, not moon. I'm going to the lost books next. I'm going to the lost books next. I got to show y'all in the Torah and the New Testament. Then I'm going to go to the lost books and show y'all what I'm talking about. So y'all can't say that I'm worshiping, because it makes me mad when you make my good evil. Because I had to learn how to keep the Sabbath. You don't just jump into this, oh, you know how to keep the Sabbath. I was going out shopping and everything. I just thought you had to just honor the Most High on that day, but I wasn't getting food on that day. Sometimes, again, you don't have time to understand, but I had time, but I didn't understand the fullness of it. I'm telling y'all, I'm bearing my soul to y'all too. I used to mess up with this. I spent weeks and months on the days. Weeks and months dealing with the name and reading about the name. I did the same thing with the Sabbath. I have no problem if it was scriptural, keeping a lunar Sabbath, I would have no, man, I would be the first one on here teaching that. Because when the brother told me I was keeping it wrong, it was on the Sabbath. I don't like to argue on the Sabbath. We're going to get into that too. But when I found out that it wasn't the Sabbath, the lunar Sabbath isn't the Sabbath of the scriptures, the brother wasn't really feel. I showed him all this I'm showing y'all and more. But I'm about to show y'all even more. Because I don't want no questions on this. If any questions, I want to be from something that you researched. Okay? Not what a brother told they do. Do you follow so-and-so on YouTube? I follow Yeshaya in the scriptures. That's better than you. The scriptures was here before YouTube. You understand? So, we got to look at this from a scriptural standpoint. John 11:9 through 10. Yasha answered, are there not 12 hours in the day? Daytime, y'all. Daytime. It's not even like daytime. Okay? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of the world. See how that light comes back in, that light of Genesis? Okay? But if a man walk in the night, he stumbleth, because there is no light in him. See, now this is more of a spiritual thing too. Because what he say, men hate the light. They don't want to come into the light because their dark deeds will be reproved. You don't want to come into the light that keeping the 7-day Sabbath we've been doing. I even looked into when the Romans was playing with the calendars and seeing, did we still keep the Sabbath, or was there still a Sabbath? And there was a sect of us in Israel that kept it. This is why the Romans was coming writing decrees, y'all. Writing decrees saying, hey, y'all can keep the Sabbath that y'all keeping. It wasn't until we started getting puffed up in what's that book, man? Josephus, getting puffed up, going against them. And then, of course, few hundred years later, then they said, nah, we changed the Sabbath to Sunday. They keep saying the Romans kept the Saturday Sabbath. I'm going to be honest with you. I looked it up plenty times. I wanted to make sure I was right. I seen just the opposite. They kept the Sunday Sabbath. Why would they change it? If they were already this is common sense, y'all. If Romans already keeping the Saturday Sabbath, and so-called Jews or Israelites were keeping a Saturday Sabbath, why would they change it to Sunday? When they were saying, when they first took over, hey, you can keep y'all Sabbath. We just going to keep ours, but you can keep doing what you do. You just follow your customs. But then we start rising up against them, and all the turmoil started happening. And we started fighting against them. Then they besieged our city. That was when Yasha said, flee toward the mountains, go into Africa. Yasha told us to go to Africa. Okay? Why is it that then at like a few hundred years after that, after all that was done, the Romans taking over the world, that they changed it to a Sunday? They always worship the sun. From Ra, Vishnu, Krishna. Go look at that Christ video I did. All of them. Even that's why they painted Jesus as the sun god. When they twisted our scriptures, they painted him as the sun god. Now the Jesus of the Christian church, yes, that does relate to Ra. But the Jesus of the scripture, which is Yasha, has nothing to do with Sunday worship or Christmas. Or Easter or none of that madness. So question these brothers, man, and look up what they say, because I'm telling you, I wanted to make sure I was right on this. Okay, now let's get to it. Isaiah 58 4 through 5 and then 13, because they twist this scripture too to try to bash you on what you do on the Sabbath. Okay, behold, ye fast for strife and debate. Again, this is about that fasting too. These brothers here, they'll fast and strictly for strife. Like the prayer of the Pharisee. Oh, I fast twice in a week. Then I see these Christian sites. Should we fast twice in a week? That wasn't what the story was about. The story was about serving the Most High in truth and in spirit. It wasn't about how much you fast. That's physical. Because if you fast for strife and debate, you're then turning it physical. It's supposed to be spiritual. Now you're supposed to tell nobody when you fasting. You're not supposed to make no big, grand announcement. To smite with the fist of wickedness, ye shall not fast as ye do this day, to make your voice to be heard on high. So you should be fasting on the Sabbath. Okay? Is it such a fast that I have chosen? A day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush, and to speak and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Will thou call this a fast, an acceptable day to a higher? So again, like I know I said you shouldn't fast on Sabbath. If you're already in the fast, if you're doing like a 3-day fast, you start Friday, yeah, you can go. I mean, you're already in the fast, but saying you shouldn't start on that day. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm gonna cut that. I'm gonna cut that. I'm gonna cut that. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of the Most High, Ahiah, honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thine own ways, nor find thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words. So he's saying here, don't do your own pleasure. Like again, this has to do with you. It's saying if you like getting up and playing video games, that's your thing. That's your thing, your free time thing. It's saying that day, just put that aside for that day. If you do that all week, put that aside. Even if you don't, just put it aside for that time. Then at sundown, do your thing. As long as it's lawful, of course. You know what I'm saying? You can play games. You want to go hoop. You want to do. It's saying put that whatever it is. You got to fill in the blank there. But the underlying statement of all of this was, the whole verse is about debating and strife. I dare you to go into a group on a Saturday or Friday evening. These brothers is strifing and debating like they've been doing all week, but they turn it up. They turn it up on Friday in the Shabbat. I'm not finna argue with you on that day. That's what I realized about this scripture. That was what I wasn't doing necessarily on that day. I'm definitely not gonna do it on that day. Including my play. I'm trying to set my pleasure aside until just to give him this day, man. It's not grievous, man. Jubilees 6:33, 35 to 38, because the moon calendar keepers they won't read this one, okay, in its full context. But if they do neglect and do not observe them according to his commandments, they will disturb their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from this order. They will disturb the seasons, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances. For I know, and henceforth will I declare it unto thee, and it is not of my own devising. For the book lies written before me, and on the heavenly tablets the divisions of days is ordained. Listen, this is the Most High is giving us the days. Lest they forget the feasts and the covenants, and walk according to the feasts of the Gentiles after their error and after their ignorance. I'm saying this because I've seen Hebrews celebrate their feast days. Like, let's say they'll celebrate Passover when the Christians will celebrate Easter. They'll celebrate Pentecost and say they have as the Christians. Christians ain't dealing with Jubilees. That's why I'm saying you gotta look into this. Because right after he says going about the Gentiles, this is what the very next verse. This is 36. For there will be those who assuredly didn't mean for a show, make observations of the moon, how it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. I did the math. In 5 years, they're gonna be celebrating the moon. I think like February or January, like end of January, their new year according to the new moon. This is why they have to add months. You look at any lunar calendar, they add a 13th month. I asked, what scripture is that? You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna go real quick into it next. I want to finish this out though. For this reason, the years will come upon them where they will disturb the order, okay, and make an abominable day the day of testimony, an unclean day, a feast day, and they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean. Again, arguing on the Sabbath, trying to keep this lunar calendar. The Most High is telling you this right here. I don't understand it, because like I said, if and this isn't the only book. Enoch says the same thing. Enoch even numbers. He even says that the moon's calendar year, okay, is, I think he's what he say 354 days. 354 days. That's something that this says. They gonna it comes in 10 days too soon. Okay, 10 days too soon. 364 is the Jubilee calendar. Where am I? The holy with the unclean day with the holy, for they will go wrong as to the months and the Sabbaths and the feasts and jubilees. There's a law of jubilees. How do you keep a jubilee law if you're not dealing with a jubilee calendar? I keep asking them that. Look at Leviticus 25. A jubilee, of course, the 7-day Sabbaths, it talks about that in here, but it also talks about every 7th year you're supposed to have a sabbatical. You're supposed to let the land, you're supposed to rest, you're supposed to work for those 6 years and let the land rest for a year. That's why it says our land's being defiled, the whole earth. That's why it's not yielding forth like it's supposed to. You got GMOs and all types of craziness. Where am I? For this reason I command and testify to thee, that thou mayest testify to them. I'm trying to testify to y'all. For after thy death, this is what he's telling Moses, after you die, thy children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. This is also in Enoch. And for this reason, they will go wrong as to the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths. You see, new moons and Sabbaths is two different things. I want you to peep that. There's new moons and then there's Sabbaths. New moon and Sabbath ain't the same thing. A new moon, yes, it is a Sabbath, but there's a new moon that we're supposed to keep, which is the first month, the first month, the fourth month, the 7th month, and the 10th month. 4 times, 4 divisions of the year, 4 new moons we keep. Matter of fact, Shabbat Shalom to you, September, this is September 30th, this is the new moon of the 7th month. Okay, this is what we're keeping. It's also in the same chapter, Jubilee 6. I'll put it up there for you. Okay, and it said, for this reason they will go wrong into the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals. They will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. So again, you got people that love gumbo, love all this madness. They're not keeping none of this. They're keeping that's why they have to add a leap year, because they're adding days. On the Gregorian calendar, they're adding days. The Most High said 364. Leviticus 25:11 through 15. This is the Jubilee law. Listen, because when Jacob worked, you think it's a coincidence that Jacob worked 7 years for Rachel and then another 7 for Leah? I mean, 7 for Leah. You know the order that he worked them in? That he worked exactly 7 years for each of them? Because in 7 years, that was the Jubilee. Okay, let's get it, man. A Jubilee shall the 50th year, and also the 50th year was also a Jubilee. A Jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap which thou groweth of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of thine vine undressed. For it is the Jubilee, it shall be holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. In the year of the Jubilee ye shall return every man unto his possession. If thou sell aught unto thy neighbor, if thou buyest aught of thy neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. That's why in this, after he worked 7 years, he can go. Because 7 years, you see what I'm saying? According to the number of years after the Jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor according to the number of years of the fruits he shall sell thee. These are all Jubilee laws. Okay? Ecclesiasticus 43:6 and 9, because they'll throw this out at y'all. I'm going to give y'all some game, some free game, y'all. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. Again, we got 4 new moons that we recognize. 1st month, 4th month, 7th month, 10th month. The 1st month is in March. Okay? The mid-March to April, to mid-April. Okay? The 4th month is in, usually the new moon ends around July, somewhere in July. This year was July 4th, was the new moon of the 4th month. The 7th month, which is 3 months later, is this month, September. Septa means 7. Septo means 7. Okay? They even named the month. The months are still named somewhat. You see how you can pull it out. And December, D-E-C, Deca. Decade is 10 years. Deca means 10. That's the 10th month. That's the next new moon that we celebrate. This is what he meant. Okay? It's a declaration of the times, because we know the sun comes up, goes down, but the moon, we know we got 1 new moon a month and 1 full moon a month. So even if we got thrown off somewhere, we can look up and be like, okay, so we must be, this is the 6th new moon that we've had so far, so we must be in the 6th month. You see what I'm saying? That's what he's saying. Okay? Because you couldn't look up at the sun and see that. That's what he means by the moon. Okay? But it said from the moon is a sign of feast. That's the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th. A light that decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name. I'm going to touch that, because they'll say, oh, see, that's why we say we go by the month. So the moon, but the moon only gives you 354 day years. So I'm going to that. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. The beauty of heaven, the glory of the stars, an ornament giving light in the highest places of the Most High. Okay? And again, the sun was mentioned in verses 1 through 5, but we're going to focus on the moon. Let's go to Hebrew Strong 3391 and 3393. It's Yurak. That word means month. Plain out, it means month, period. When it says the month is called after her name, this is the word it's talking about. Why do I say that? Let's go to the next photo. Uriach, Hebrew Strong 3394. It means moon. It's only used 27 times in scripture. That's it. 27 times. But the word Chodesh, which also means month, is used 240 times in the Torah. So look, this is what I'm saying. You got to look into this stuff, man. These brothers is just, they either lost, and some of them I showed this to, and they still want to go off. That's on now. It's off of my hands now. Okay? You gotta do a good read, because like I said, if it was we supposed to keep a lunar Sabbath, I had no problem keeping it. But let me tell y'all a couple things about that lunar Sabbath though, okay? He said he appointed the moon for seasons, the sun knoweth is going down. This is Psalms 104:19. Okay, again, the seasons. That's the 4 divisions of the year. You're gonna get 4 seasons: spring, summer, fall, and winter. 4 new moons. Do you think that's a coincidence? You see what I'm saying? That's what the Most High is trying to show you here, y'all. Okay, it's not really complicated as brothers make. That's what I was seeing when I looked into this. Okay. And I'm going to give you some websites, and I'm also going to have all these websites I have here. If you don't have time to type them in, and you really can't see them like that, I know my vision kind of bad, but I'm going to have them all in the description section, so you can go look them up for yourself, because I did too. And I'm going to also get into that. But you can. I'm going to show you proof of a calendar too. I got some pictures up here of the new moon. I'm going to show you what I mean by people that strictly follow the moon. It's not just me looking at this and saying, oh, this is what they're doing. I literally, when they told me that, I was still keeping the 7-day Sabbath, which I'm supposed to. But at the same time, I'm looking at what they were doing. I just looked at them. I didn't look at the calendar. I looked at them. They are off, y'all. And I say this out of love, y'all. You are off. Why do I say this? I watched y'all keep a Sabbath on a Wednesday one week. The next week, I watched y'all keep the Sabbath on a Thursday. The next week, y'all did Thursday again. The next week y'all did Thursday again, but that following week y'all kept it on a Friday. Then the next week y'all kept it on a Friday again. Then the next week I seen y'all keep it on a Saturday. So tell me, how do you get 6 days of work and 1 day of rest when you're going from Wednesday to Thursday, or when you're going from Thursday to Friday? I even seen one where they're going like from Monday to Wednesday. That's 9 days. You're working 9 days, then taking a Sabbath. What scripture is that? Y'all, I'm serious. It'll be 8 to 9 days before they keep in between the moon Sabbath. Look at these pictures, y'all. July 4th, like again, the new moon was on a Monday, right? July 12th, that was the first quarter. They say they go by the quarter of the moon, which I don't see no scriptures on that either. The first quarter was on a Tuesday. And I seen them observe it. I'm not just putting this out there like, oh look. No, I seen them observe it just like how I have it here. Then they go to July 19th, the full moon Tuesday. Then the July 26th, the last quarter moon was a Tuesday. Then they'll jump to Wednesday on August 3rd. Then August 10th, they're on a Wednesday. Then August 18th, they're on a Thursday. So you see, from July 4th, they went from a Monday to August 18th. They're on a, August 18th and August 26th, they're way on a Thursday. How, Sway? How? I thought it was 6 days you work and 1 day you rest. You can't divide a lunar Sabbath by 7. You can divide a Jubilees calendar and the Enochian calendar by 7 because they're the same calendar. Like I said, the new year for lunar in 3 years, if you just keep a lunar calendar, in 3 years, their new year is going to fall on February 4th, 2019. The Most High said we make it to there. 2019, February 4th, that's when their new year is going to come in. That's why they add days, y'all. I'm telling you. The new year for the lunar calendar in 5 years is January 12th, 2021. That seems real close to January 1, don't it? You see why I said we're going to be, if you do that, you're going to be right with the days of the Gentiles, following other calendars other than the Jubilees? I'm telling y'all, I'm going to put up my website here too. You go to that website, I update the calendar, I look at the calendar, I go back over the calendar, I check it every 2 months just to make sure, okay? I deal with the Jubilees, man. Colossians 2:26. Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of an holy day or of the new moon or of Sabbath days When it's saying judge you, it meant judge you to kill you. Judgment meant death. When I say I'm bringing you up for judgment, that means you about to die. That's what it's saying. It's saying not to say you keeping the wrong day. And the scripture says the scripture is given for reproof and correction. So if I can't correct you, that's what the Christian church say. Don't judge. But John 7:24 says judge righteous judgment. If I see you keeping something wrong, I'm going to tell you. This is me telling you in detail. Because I went over this once, but this needed to be said. This, man, the Most High, I don't believe he moved me to do this for no reason. Genesis 1:29, and the highest said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree which in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat. So, you know, this is saying also, because, you know, he said not to judge you with meat, just to jump back to the food thing. Like I said, brothers will deal with not eating meat, and then they'll judge brothers that are. Our brothers that are dealing with meat, they'll judge brothers that ain't. You're not supposed to do that. As long as it's lawful, you're not supposed to do that. Okay? Genesis 9:3. It said, every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb has given you all things. So this is what the Most High is saying. He gave us the meat and the so you, if you want to eat one night, that's fine. But that's what he's saying, not to judge. But people, you like to use this, throw this out on Sabbath day too. So I'm gonna kill them two birds with that one stone. Let's go to Enoch 73, 1-3 in verse 34. Let's get it. After this I beheld another law of an inferior luminary. This is talking about the moon, okay? Enoch talks about the sun and the moon. It doesn't talk about worshiping angels. It doesn't say Eve slept with Satan. I don't know where all this man, brothers really need to stop listening to man. When people tell me stuff, like when you told me about the lunar Sabbath, I literally took some weeks. I was already studying the calendar on and off, but I study this stuff. Like I said, I still study it, okay? But I'm not going with, oh, this brother got a lot of followers. After this I beheld another law of the inferior luminary, the name of which is the moon, and the orb of which is as the orb of heaven. Its chariots, which secretly ascends, the wind blows, and light is given to it by measure. Every month at its exit and entrance it becomes changed. This is because it changes. You know, you get a crescent moon, then you get a larger crescent, you get a full quarter, half quarter, all that quarter stuff. That's what he's saying. He's saying not to follow that Sabbath. He's just talking about it. And its periods are as the periods of the sun. Okay, and when in like manner its light is to exist, its light is as a seventh. Its light is a seventh portion from the light of the sun. I've seen people talk about the moon give its own light. It reflects its light, but it reflects it because it's reflecting it from the sun. Okay, if that's the case, how is it half dark? Is it only reflecting half of its light that night? See, that's what I'm saying. Philosophy will have you on some other stuff, man. When the sun's going down to its portal, it's shining only a portion of that on the moon. On the moon. That's how we can regulate. And again, I'm gonna get into these portals too for people that believe that the Earth is a round ball that we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour. I'm sorry, spinning 66,600, which 3666, and we're leaning on an axis at 666 degrees. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see this Freemasonry? Yeah, they're gonna tell you the truth about the Earth. From the light of the sun, on that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts. Okay, now this is what I'm talking about, y'all. Listen. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. Okay, remember there were 80-minute hours. Okay, 9 parts meant 9 times 80. 9 times 80, so 720 minutes. Okay, was the day when the day and the night are even. That's what he's saying. This is when the year starts. Okay, and the night is equal to the day. When the night's equal to the day, I believe this was around like I said, mid-March. I'm gonna put my calendar up there because I don't have it in front of me. But mid-March, okay, because the Passover was I believe it was the 19th or 20th. The Passover fell this year on April 2. Okay, it is exactly as it and the year is exactly as to its days, 364 days. So 364 days from that day, you got your next year. You see what I'm saying, y'all? Enoch 72 and 2. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising. Rising is an action. If I tell you to rise, That means we're not spinning. The sun is rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and it's setting in the western portals of the heaven. You know the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. Okay, now listen to this. Portals are things that the sun goes into and comes out. Like imagine the earth is a big compass, right? This is the firmament over it. This is the flat, and it's compass. It rises in the east and sets in the west, right? Okay. Now I want you to think about this for a second, okay? On a round earth. Now we got dealing with a round ball earth. You know what I'm saying? Like a ball. I don't think I have one over here, man. My son be having a bunch of toys. Yeah, I can't find one. But on a ball, what is the need for portals? It don't need no portals. But I'm going to even show it to you even deeper. I showed you in the life and death one about how they lied to us about the earth. Because why I had to tell you that? Because people think we go to heaven when we die. All that stuff. No, we go to judgment. Then he chooses where you go. But check this out. You can look this up for yourself. I had it blew my mind to see this, okay? The flat earth, Korea and Mexico, okay? So I wanted to see, because I didn't want to do America and somewhere. I wanted to see a country that I wasn't in, and another country that I also never been to, okay? So Korea and Mexico, according to their false globe model, as you can see here, the U.S., which is the Western world, Korea are on opposite sides of the globe. You know, you'll see it's spinning, but they're right next to each other, right, on the globe. Okay, go to the next picture here. You see, but also according to the false globe model, the U.S., the Western world, and Korea are just across the North Pacific Ocean. You see that there? Just going across the North Pacific Ocean, you should be able to go back and forth from Korea and Mexico. So when you get made in Korea, they should just go right across the North Pacific Ocean. So let's go to the next picture. So I wanted to schedule a flight, Israel. Let's man fly with me, man. So it means if we want to fly from Indonesia to Mexico or vice versa round trip, it should be a straight flight, a straight shot from Indonesia to Mexico and vice versa over the what? Over the North Pacific Ocean, right? Okay. So I looked up some flights. Yes, I did. I sure did. I'm showing you. Either they got a lot of money to burn or they're lying. I'm going with the latter. Notice all but a few of the flights have 2 stops, and all will take over a day, over 24 hours, to arrive at this location from Mexico to Indonesia. Now you see that there, right? All these flights got 2 stops. Now I looked at the stops because I'm thinking, how you gonna stop over the ocean? You gonna stop on an island? Shouldn't you just fly straight over the North Pacific, right? Let's read. Notice all of these stops are in London. So hold on. If I'm going from Indonesia to Mexico, I should just fly over the ocean. Why am I going way to London? What are we doing in London when we should be flying over the North Pacific? That's what I asked myself. So flat earth, let's look at the LHR, because this said the LHR airport. I wanted to make sure that this was London. I wanted to make sure I wasn't tripping. Look it up for yourself. Yes, it's in London. Let's go to this next picture, y'all. Okay, so why are they not going over the North Pacific? Because those in power know the true form of the earth. Why are they wasting gas? This is why no wars are fought over Antarctica. You cannot live, explore, or travel there. Prove me wrong. Don't tell me about no globe. Prove me wrong here. Tell me why they flying over London to get to Mexico when we should just be flying over the ocean. Tell me. Tell me why we can't go to Antarctica. Tell me that. Tell me about this picture, these pictures I'm about to show you, of clouds behind the sun. Tell me that. That's what I want to know. But back to it. This is why no wars are fought over Antarctica. And if you do go down there, you need special government clearance and must remain on their government sites. Once again, the globe Earth supports evolution, the Big Bang Theory, and the evolution theory, sun worship, the sun being the center of the universe, planets, planetary life, and that the Most High, that they call it the Most High life. That's the whole thing. This is why they can teach evolution in schools, but you can't bring a Bible to school. They got kids praying in school. Who do they praying to? They already took our prayer out the school of the Most High. So who they praying to? They bringing prayer back. They having meditation classes for kids that go to detention. Who they praying to? Okay.
Getting older now, and I realize they plan on committing a mass genocide. I'm just trying to run the race to the finish line until his chariots crack open the city sky. Getting older now, and I realize they plan on committing a mass genocide. I'm just trying to run the race to the finish line until his chariots crack open the city sky. Streets is full of blood, youngins pushing drugs. Neighborhoods is tough, plenty shy shack boys who look for plugs. Long sentences, tailored suits for a money run. Wanna put us in cuffs from a block hopping since double dutch. Breaking news, somebody bit the dust and then another one. Negroes put our lives on the line, but thoughts are coming up. They scared the prince, can't say free my brother to the judge. They plan to throw the book hunt, toss us all under the bus. This is real talk 101. Bet you never heard about the chosen curse. I learned about the comforter. We hated by the heads of state and the governors. Thinking back, I done lived for years without furniture. And they be saying all my words slurred, but I'm a southerner. Sick of racial slurs, bruh, exhausted, no muffler. Bars hit him in the gut like a tummy tuck. Uppercut, all that false doctrine, enough's enough. Getting older now, and I realize they plan on committing a mass genocide. I'm just trying to run the race to the finish line until his chariots crack open the city sky. Getting older now, and I realize they plan on committing a mass genocide. I'm just trying to run the race to the finish line until his chariots crack open the city sky. We've been in that hot water since before being taught how to swim. Obvious that we the natural branches that forgot our limb roots. They covered up archaeological digs. I think CIA running anonymous. Whoever makes the top 10 was highly esteemed amongst men. The most.
Now, when the days are equal, okay, by the scientific term is called an equinox. Let me read it. Equinox is an astronomical event, okay, in which the plane of the Earth's equator. This is what I'm saying. You got to watch what they're saying. The plane of the Earth equator passes through the center of the sun, which occurs twice a year around March and September. But we know that what they call an equator ain't no equator, because they call an equator on a round ball. This ain't no equator. The Earth is not a ball. Okay, it's a compass. Equinox is not a god. They'll say, "Oh, see, that's why he dealing with Enoch and dealing with Jubilees, man. You dealing with Equinox, man. There's no god named Equinox." Okay, period. Do they do stuff on the equinox or after the equinox? Yes, they do. But it has nothing to do with what Enoch says when the day is 9 parts and the night is 9 parts. That just like, okay, I'll give you an example. They also do the occult, pagans do stuff on the new moon, but they're not honoring the Most High. They're worshiping the moon on the new moon. So them worshiping the moon and me keeping the Sabbath has nothing to do with each other. You understand what I'm saying? It's like them taking the rainbow and using it to do debauchery and straight foulness. Has nothing to do with me respecting it for the Most High and His covenant against all mankind. It's a descriptive term, is equinox. And also, this is also true. The occult celebrates their new year in the fall, and not the East, but they do an Easter celebration. But the Easter is their mid-year. They celebrate their new year in the fall. The Jewish calendar, their new year's coming up. We're in September now. Their new year's coming up in October. You think it's a coincidence that that's around the time of Halloween? Like, you think it's a coincidence in these horror flicks when there's a new moon that there's a bunch of madness? I talked to a doctor, actually a paramedic, and she told me, this is her word, during the full moon, what she called drugs then, but now she knows now it's demon possession that they're dealing with. She said during the full moon she would get more calls for demonic possession than ever. This is the moon Sabbath that they kept. I'm gonna run some clips here, man. But all this, I'm gonna leave all this because that's why you gotta kind of watch when you're looking for the equal day time. I'm gonna show you about 10 sites I looked up, might be 11, but 10 sites I looked up to see when the days are equal, and I also looked, okay, and I got the March equal parts day and night around the 19th and 20th. Okay, so check all that out, and let's go to the now.
Herodotus, in his work The Histories from 5th century BC, portrayed the Scythians as people who drank from the skulls of their enemies. Similar traditions were described for China in the 1st and 2nd centuries BC, and for Viking tribes by Magnus Olafsson, written in 1636. Discovered in the Goes Cave in Somerset, UK, this is said to be the earliest directly dated human skull cup ever found at approximately 14,700 years old. Human skull bowls were fashioned from the oval upper section of a human cranium and used as a cup. This practice is performed as a ritual in some sects of Tibetan Buddhism, where blood is consumed from the decorated human skull known as a kapala, which means skull in Sanskrit, as the practice is also known in Hindu Tantra. The skulls are usually from other deceased monks, but not always, and the purpose it is done is sometimes symbolic in some cases, but it's also often described to be for enlightenment purposes. When used for esoteric rituals, the history of the cranium's original owner can often have important bearing on the ritual's potency. The skull of a murderer or execution victim is believed to possess greater tantric power, for example, than the skull of one who has died from an accidental death or from an illness, let's say. The skull of someone who died peacefully in old age has virtually no occult power. Having the greatest potency are skulls of children who died during the onset of puberty. Plutarch said, "Man was made of earth, but the power that made a human body grow was the moon, source of menstrual blood." The lives of the very gods were dependent on the miraculous power of menstrual blood. In Greece, it was euphemistically called the supernatural red wine, given to the gods by Mother Hera. The esoteric secret of the gods was that their mystical powers of longevity, authority, and creativity came from the same female essence. The Norse god Thor, for example, reached the magic land of enlightenment and eternal life by bathing in a river filled with the menstrual blood of a giantess. Odin acquired supremacy by stealing and drinking the wise blood from the triple cauldron in the womb of the Mother Earth. Odin's theft of menstrual magic paralleled that of Indra, who stole the ambrosia of immortality in the same way. Indian myth, according to some occult interpretations, called this sacred fluid soma. Soma was drunk by priests at sacrificial ceremonies and mixed with milk as a healing charm. Therefore, it wasn't milk. Soma was especially revered on Samvara or Monday, the day of the moon, which has been, a documented symbol for a woman's monthly cycle since the Pleistocene, or Ice Age. Tantric worship of menstrual blood penetrated the Greco-Roman world way before the Christian era and was well established in the Gnostic period. This worship provided what they called a spiritual marriage, and it was practiced by Gnostic Christians like the Ophites. And another name for this was the way of Shaktism, meaning tantric yoni worship. Shaktism was declared a heresy before the 7th century AD, and subsequently the spiritual marriage, or love feast as it was also called, disappeared, and women were completely forbidden direct participation in Christian worship, and the menstrual mysteries basically went underground. Egyptian pharaohs became divine by ingesting the blood of Isis, a soma-like ambrosia called Sa. Its hieroglyphic sign was the same as the sign of the vulva, a yonic loop, and to many secret societies that go all the way back to ancient Egypt, the Holy Grail in its true original essence is the womb. It's still specified in the left-hand rite of Tantra that the priestess impersonating the goddess must be menstruating. In India, where menstrual blood is known as the kula flower or kula nectar, when a girl first menstruates, she's said to have borne the flower. In Chinese religion of Tao, the Way, they taught tantric doctrines, which later were supplanted by patriarchal philosophies. But the Taoists said a man could gain mystical insight, creativity, and wisdom, and in some cases become immortal, or at least very long-lived, by absorbing menstrual blood, called red yin juice, from a woman's mysterious gateway, otherwise known as the Grotto of the White Tiger, a symbol of life-giving female energy. So Chinese sagas call this red juice the essence of Mother Earth, the yin principle that gives life to all things, and they even claim that the Yellow Emperor became a god by absorbing the yin juice of 1,200 women. Taoist China considered red a sacred color associated with women, blood, sexual potency, and creative power. White was the color of men, semen, passivity, and death. Menstrual blood is full of stem cells, and in 2005, Thomas Rando at Stanford University in California and his team found that young blood returned the liver and skeletal stem cells of old mice to a much more youthful state during tests. The old mice were able to repair injured muscles as well as the young mice. So spooky things also happened in the opposite direction too. So when young mice received old blood, they appeared to age prematurely, and in some cases injured muscles did not heal as fast as would be expected. So we even see cases such as billionaire PayPal founder Peter Thiel, who believes transfusions of blood from young people can reverse his own aging process, and he allegedly pays $40,000 a quarter for blood transfusions from an 18-year-old by a California company called Ambrosia. So in light of these scientific findings, it seems that the general public is starting to reconsider old stories which were generally regarded as myth, such as those involving vampires, and in more modern times, secret occult blood rituals, which allegedly involve royalty and other initiated elite. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist and author, and I invite you to explore some suppressed mysteries with me in an attempt to unlock the riddles which have eluded any serious consideration in mainstream academia.
You can see, again, that's in the description box. Feast days. Let's go over a few here that I have on the site. The Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, Leviticus 23, 5 through 8. The Messiah being the lamb, and then the rushing out of Egypt, because the Messiah is the lamb. Under his blood we are saved, just like the firstborn was saved. Wasn't Yeshua the firstborn, the only begotten? Through him we're saved. You see the context? And the rushing out of Egypt, when we were rushing, we didn't have time to add the leaven to the bread, the yeast, to make it rise. So that's why we ate unleavened bread, which looked like tacos. Okay, that's April 1st and 2nd, 2016, and the unleavened bread started April 3rd through 9th. That was the unleavened bread. Okay, yes, a brother did keep those. You know, I'm trying to get better with that. Okay. First fruits and Pentecost, Leviticus 23, 10 through 11, 15 through 16, and then 20. He was the first to raise from the grave, And the Pentecost was the Holy Spirit descending on the apostles. It says, and when ye count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from again the morning after the next day, from the Sabbath, from the day that ye cut the sheep of the offering, that's 7 weeks, 7 Sabbaths. So it tells you 7 Sabbaths shall be complete after the Passover. That's Pentecost. Pentecost means 50. Okay, Pente is 50. Like pentagram has 5 points. Okay, that was from first fruits was from May 21 through 22. And even the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall you number 50 days. 50 days after the Passover, aka the day after the first fruits. So that's from even to even, again, May 22 through May 23. The Feast of Trumpets, Leviticus 24 and 24. The end of an agricultural year, harvest day, and the day of judgment. Okay, this is when around the time when the Jewish have their false new year. Okay, around again because they celebrate their new year in the fall, not in the spring. And they do everything backwards, like they took our map and turned it upside down. And the 7th month and the first day of the month. Okay, that was September 17th. Okay, again Saturday to Sunday. Feast of Atonement, Leviticus 23, 27 through 28. The Feast of Atonement, the Messiah was our atonement. Okay, the Messiah, what they did was they had 2 goats. One would be to get sacrificed. They cast lots. The one that the lots fell on would get sacrificed. The other one would get led to the wilderness, called a scapegoat. The Hebrew word for scapegoat is Azazel. Azazel was the fallen angel that taught us all that madness I showed you in Enoch 8. They buried him in the desert in Dudael under large jagged stones that no man can dig underneath them. Those are the pyramids. That's the eye above the pyramid, ladies and gentlemen. That's Azazel. Okay, led to that to be judged. Okay, but our focus isn't on that. Our focus is on the one that was sacrificed, the atonement that Yeshua made for us. That's where our focus should be. And he also did a 4-day fast. So on that day, for us to fast, you can't fast from food, fast from TV, fast from, if you drink wine, fast from wine. If you fast from, you can do a spiritual fast. You can fast from whatever it is that you feel like you need to fast from. Also on the 10th day of the 7th month, that's 10 days from the first day of the 7th month. This is Tuesday through Wednesday evening. Then you got the Feast of Tabernacles or the Feast of Booths, Leviticus 23, 34 through 35, Deuteronomy 16, 14 through 15. This is like the keeping us 40 years in the wilderness and the dedication of the temple. This is October 2nd through 8th, okay? John 7:37, this is in the New Testament too. And the last day, that great day of the feast, Yeshua stood and cried, saying, if any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink. So again, Yeshua was there. Feast of Dedication, 2 Chronicles 7 and 8, John 10 and 22, Maccabees 1 and 9, and 1 Maccabees 4 and 52. And it says in John 10, 22, and it was at Jerusalem, the Feast of the Dedication, and it was winter. So this is the winter feast that we have, 5 and 20th day of the 9th month. So this is December 11th through the 17th, okay, the 25th day of the 9th month. And then we have the Feast of Purim, which is where we give gifts, okay? The saving of our people from Haman, you read that in the book of Esther, and giving gifts. Esther 9:26, wherefore they call these days Purim after the name of Pur. Therefore, for all the words of this letter and of that which they had seen concerning this matter, and which had come unto them, keep the 14th day, the month of Adar, and the 15th day of the same yearly. So this is March 2 and 3rd, 2017. So me and my family, we're looking forward to dealing with that day as well. Okay. Let's get it. The new moon feast, Jubilee 6:23 through 27, and on the new moon of the 1st month, and on the new moon of the 4th month, and on the new moon of the 7th month, and on the new moon of the 10th month are days of remembrance, and the days of the seasons and 4 divisions of the year. This is what I'm talking about. Moon was supposed to regulate the seasons, okay? Every 3 months, the seasons change. These are written and ordained testimony forever. And Noah ordained them for himself as feasts for the generations forever, so that they had become thereby a memorial unto him. And on the new moon of the first month he was bidden to make for himself an ark. And on that day the earth became dry, and he opened the ark and saw the earth. And on the new moon of the fourth month the mouths of the depths of the abyss were closed. And on the new moon of the seventh month all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were open, and the waters began to descend on them. On the new moon of the 10th month the tops of the mountains were seen, and Noah was glad. So the first new moon again was April 7th. Okay. The fourth month was July 4th. The new moon of the 7th month again is today, September 30th. The new moon of the 10th month is December 29th. Okay. So, you know, prepare yourself for those days. If you can, have a feast. If you can't, completely understood. Okay. Now we're gonna touch some various customs. Okay. Touch the women of the Most High. Okay. First Maccabees 160, at which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women, which has caused their children to be circumcised. So these women was keeping the law even unto death. I know we talked about the men being martyrs. The women was martyrs too. First Maccabees, read it. Exodus 1:19, and the midwives said unto Pharaoh, because of the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. So the midwives, and this is how Moses was born. They wasn't listening to Pharaoh. Okay, we had some, we still have some down brothers. Lift up the sisters, man. You know what I'm saying? As far as don't be putting them down. They're not slaves. They're not wenches or whatever, or whores or none of that. Respect them as you want your mama to be respected. Brown Driver Briggs. The word is Hebrew Strong 2422 Chaya. You might see some Hebrew sisters with their name Chaya. Okay, I might be pronouncing it wrong, but y'all forgive me. It's an adjective. It's saying having the vigor of life, lively, man. Doesn't every nation wants a Hebrew woman, man. Come on now, that ain't no lie neither. Exodus 2:2-3. And when she could no longer hide him, she took him. She took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. She laid it in the flags by the river bank. And when she could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and pitch, and put the child therein, and laid the flags by the river brink. So this is when she put Moses into the to the Nile. Okay. 2 Maccabees 6:10. For there are two women brought who had circumcised their children, whom when they had openly led round about the city, the babes handing at their breasts, they cast them down headlong from the wall. So they cast these women down because they circumcised their kids. They cast them down off a wall head first, man. It was some down women in Israel, man. I'm trying to tell you. Judges 4:17-21. Howbeit Sisera fled away on his feet to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, for there was peace between Jabin the king of Hazar and the house of Heber the Kenite. And Jael went out to meet Sisera and said unto him, Turn in, my lord, turn in to me, fear not. And when he had turned in unto her into the tent, she covered him with the mantle, and he said unto her, Give me, I pray thee, a little water to drink, for I am thirsty. And she opened a bottle of milk and gave him drink. Again, yes, they dealt with milk in the scriptures. I'll be seeing that too. Why y'all drinking milk? We dealt with milk in the scriptures. I think we should just check on what milk we are dealing with, because we know right now they're putting stuff in everything. Okay, but and covered him and said unto her, Stand in the door of the tent, and it shall be, when any man doth come inquire of thee and say, Is there any man here, that thou shalt say no. So he came into the tent saying, Hey, if any man come looking for me, I'm not here. Then Jael, Heber's wife, took a nail of the tent. This is a nail they used to keep the tent up, and took a hammer in her hand, and went softly unto him, and smote the nail into his temple. So she put the nail into his temples and fastened it unto the ground, for he was fast asleep and weary, so he died. This is the granddaughter of Moses' father-in-law, Heber. You see what I'm saying? So she wasn't by these scriptures, she wasn't an Israelite, but you see what she did? Some righteous women, man. They gonna hold it down. I'm telling you. Judges 4:4. And Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, she judged Israel at that time. Yes, they were judges. Okay. I'm gonna also say this, that them holding positions of power and things of that nature doesn't mean, okay, doesn't mean that they could usurp authority over the man as far as anything spiritual or anything in the household. That's not what all this is saying. It's all about order, okay? Because in Jeremiah 31:22 it says, how long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding daughter? For the Most High hath created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man. Okay, if you see Revelation 7, when it talks about the 144, those are talking about ruling men. Okay, that's not saying women ain't gonna make it into the kingdom. They're gonna make it, but that 144 is men. Just like when Moses had the elders meet, elders was men. Okay, so it's not saying they couldn't hold any position, but not to usurp authority over a man, especially in a spiritual role. Meaning, you didn't see any women preachers in the Old Testament. You didn't see it in the New Testament. You see what I'm saying? So Luke 1:42, and she spake with a loud voice and said, blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. So once again, that's talking about that was dealing with Yeshaya's mom and also with her cousin. I think her sister who bore his cousin John the Baptist. So you gotta peep game that the Most High gonna bless y'all. The Most High gonna bless women. We as Israel, we gotta lift them up to their proper place as queens. Period. I'm definitely agreeing with that. The circumcision law, because this is what the women was killed for. For circumcision verily profiteth if thou keep the law. If thou be a breaker of the law, thy circumcision is made uncircumcision. For he is not a Jew which is one outwardly, neither is that circumcision which is outward in the flesh. He's saying here, just like I said about fringes, if you got on fringes, are you circumcised and you out there breaking the law, what does that mean? What do the fringes and the circumcision mean if you're not keeping the custom? That's a Hebrew custom, but you're not keeping the Hebrew law custom. You see what I'm saying? It's not saying that you shouldn't do it. He's saying you do it of little effect. Okay, but he is a Jew which is one inwardly, and the circumcision is that of the heart and the spirit and not in the letter, whose praise is not of men but of Ahia. Because that's what the Pharisees was looking to be lifted up in the sight of men, not in the sight of the Most High. Okay, so that's what he's saying. He's not saying that we shouldn't do it. It's like I'm not saying tell y'all not to wear fringes. I'm not saying do it. Yeah, you should wear fringes. Yeah, you should be circumcised. Definitely, that's our laws. But I'm saying you do it of null effect if you out here fornicating. If you out here not keeping the Sabbath, what does it mean? Now you're gonna be a stumbling block. So other Israelites might wake up and see who they are and see you and be like, well, shoot, I can be Israelite. Shoot, he's still doing his thing. I'm gonna put on some fringes and still mess around, do what I do. Okay, Jeremiah 9:25. Behold, the days come, saith the Most High, that I will punish all of them which are circumcised with the uncircumcised. Why does he say that? Because you're circumcised, but you're still running with these Gentile ways, as far as their religions and everything else. Okay, now let's talk about worship, repentance, and prayer. Okay. Oh, here we go. Deuteronomy 17:2-5. If there be found among you within any of the gates which the Most High thy power giveth thee, man or woman that hath wrought wickedness in the sight of the Most High thy power, in transgressing his covenant, and hath gone and served other gods and worshipped them, either the sun or moon. So if you worship the sun or the moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded, and it be told thee, and thou hast heard it, so you heard about it. But what does it say? You have to what? And inquire diligently. So you go, not just hear and act, but you go inquire about it, like, is this real? And behold, it be true, and the thing certain, so it's real, that such an abomination is wrought in Israel. Then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die. When they say the Bible is a sun worship book, and it's the Helios Bible. Helios means sun. That's the Helios Bible is what the Catholics deal with. Why? Because the Catholics worship the sun. The Catholics are the ones that said that the earth rotates around the sun. That's who told you that. Not no Hebrew. The Catholics told you that. The holy in the Hebrew means hagios, not helios, hagios. Hagios means holy. So we're not worshiping no sun. So for those who say, oh, Jesus is raw and all this madness, no, that's what the Gentiles and the Catholic Church promoted, and our forefathers even today run with. That's what they run with. But if you read in the scriptures, you see what happens, and it said if you worship the sun or the moon, it shall stone them with stones till they die. How can you get the Bible being a sun worship book when it's saying you worship the sun and you die, or the moon and you die? Exodus 20:4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Exodus 20:4. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I am the Most High, thy Elohim, and with jealous power, visiting the iniquity of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto the thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. So I'll jump right into it. John 4:24. The Most High is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and truth. You got to come truthful. Sometimes the hardest thing, the hardest prayer, the hardest words to say is Ahaya, Most High, Power of Israel. I've sinned, I've fallen short. That's sometimes that's the hardest thing to say. I'm wrong. And even confess it to your brothers when you're wrong. But it's best to do that. Because why? We have to worship him in spirit and truth. You can't come in here puffed up, keeping something that you know ain't scriptural, and try to be puffed. But brothers do it. I don't understand it, but they do it. Psalm 106:6. We have sinned with our fathers. We have committed iniquity. We have done wickedly. So again, we have sinned with our fathers. You see why is he? You see this is a prayer of David. This is another prayer of David. Psalm 109:14. Let the iniquity of his fathers be remembered with the Most High, and let not the sin of his mother be blotted out. The same thing happened to Israel. The sin of our fathers and the iniquity was remembered with us. Why? Because our forefathers came on them ships. Okay? Isaiah 65:7. Your iniquities and the iniquities of your fathers together, saith the Most High, which have burned incense upon the mountains and blasphemed me upon the hills. Therefore I will measure their former work unto their bosom. See what I'm saying? I had a brother tell me we don't need to worry about the past. We need to just move forward. I feel what he's saying, because we argue about the past, but there's only one past. There's only one history. We can easily see the archaeological sites, the sources, scriptures, what historians wrote, and see what matches up. I do it almost every video when I show y'all things. It's easy to see if you just look. Now, of course, if there's misinformation on, that's people that look on the surface. They just type something in, or they go look something up, and the first thing that comes up, oh, yep, see, there it goes. And they'll just look at the site and read like a couple sentences. No, I'm talking about the people that click that site, click another site, go look up some books on it, go look up some archaeology. That's what I'm talking about. It's only one history. You can let it get put over your eyes, but if we don't know where we came from, we have no idea where we're going, because we're doing the same thing our forefathers did. That's why it says this. Leviticus 26:40. If they shall confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers, which they trespassed against me, and that also they have walked contrary unto me. So again, Leviticus, praying for the. I thought we had to bear our own sins. You see though, it's such thing as generational curses. That's what we under, y'all. Jeremiah 14:20. We acknowledge, O Ahia, our wickedness and the iniquity of our fathers, for we have sinned against thee. That's what I'm talking about. We gotta acknowledge it, man. It ain't no big deal. Like, it ain't no big deal. What I'm saying is, if you're not prideful, if you're not built up like to think that you somebody when you're not, which we know we just dust. We're gonna return to it. But the thing about it is, if you out here acting like you big and bad, and you get found in error, yeah, that makes it hard. But you better humble yourself before the Most High humble you. That's the best thing to do. Okay, and that's what 1 Corinthians 11:4 is about. Every man praying and prophesying, having his head covered, dishonoreth his head. Take off the caps, man. Some of you brothers be outside on corners prophesying, like Yeshua said, verily they have their reward. They praying, they got a do-rag, a scarf, a wave cap, a beanie, a head wrap, a meat treat. Man, these brothers look hot. I'm like, brother, and these brothers believe in Yahshua. That's what's crazy. Even the Old Testament, like, I don't understand. But Matthew 6 and 5 and 16, when thou prayest, and this is what Yeshua say, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray, standing in the synagogues and on the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. This ain't talking about street preaching trying to lift up your voice for Israel. I'm talking about you talking about people out there boasting, cussing people out, acting crazy. I covered that in the wars video. This is what that's talking about. Moreover, when ye fast, be not as the hypocrites of a sad countenance. They disfigure their faces because they want to let you know that they're fasting, that they may appear unto men to fast. He say, verily I say unto you, they have their reward. That's their reward, what the praise they get from men. Okay? Proverbs 28 and 9. This is why this law is so important. He that turneth away his ear from hearing the law, even his prayer shall be an abomination. Abominable prayer, he not hearing it. Praying over Thanksgiving feast, we having Thanksgiving. Well, I mean, our country is going to be celebrating Thanksgiving. Not this household. We going to serve the Most High. But y'all be praying over all that pork. Most High see that as an abomination. Ecclesiasticus 9 through 10 and then 14. Say not, Ahiah will look upon the multitude of my oblations. Say not, he going to look at all the works I'm doing and all the sacrifices I'm giving. Say not that. And when I offer to the Most High Ahiah, he will accept it. Be not faint-hearted when thou makest thy prayer, and neglect not to give alms. Give charity. Brother, I seen people selling garments, and brothers getting mad at them, talking about they should give it away free. Shouldn't you get paid for your works? What was that thing about the talents, about the parable of the talents? They had to go do work to get money. There's nothing, as long as they ain't doing it on the Sabbath, ain't nothing unrighteous about that. Use not many words in the multitude of elders, and make not much babbling when thou prayest. So he has some rules for prayer right here. So when he says pray, another thing he says, I think in Matthew 6, to go into the prayer closet, go somewhere privately, talk to the Most High. I be seeing, man, some of these Christians and Catholics, bro, like, they be praying all out in the middle of the street. For who you trying to do it for? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, man. It's a little wild to me. But baptism, okay, faith in Yeshua HaMashiach, the Son of the Most High Yahweh. There's a couple verses I read. Ephesians 2, 8 through 10. For by grace ye are saved through faith, and not that of yourself. It is the gift of Ahiah, not of works, let any man should boast. Because you do need works, but don't boast in them. Because you're not saved through them works. You're saved through your faith. The works just show that you have the faith. For we are his creation, created in Yeshua HaMashiach, which is Christ, for good works, which Ahiah prepared ahead of time that we should walk in them. And then we have to repent. This is about baptism, okay? Acts 17, 30 and 31. And the times of ignorance Ahiah winked at, but now I commanded all men everywhere to repent, because he hath appointed a day in which he will judge the world. He gonna judge the world in righteousness by that man whom he hath ordained, whereof he hath given assurance unto all men that he has raised him from the dead. Remember Yahshua said, if they don't believe with Moses wrote, they ain't gonna believe if somebody rise from the dead. He's talking about himself. Confess and declare Yeshua as Lord and Savior. Matthew 10, 32 through 33. Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I confess also before my Father which is in heaven. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. It's spirit of Antichrist. I don't feel y'all, man. Y'all not reading the Torah, man. Y'all not reading it. Romans 10 and 9 and 10. That if thou confess with thy mouth the Lord Yeshua, and shall believe in thy heart that Ahiah hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. For with the heart man believeth unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. Okay? And this also comes with doing the works and getting baptized, walking. That's because you can't say you confess that he's the Christ sent to save us and we're not a follower of him. It said even the devils believe and tremble, so you got to follow him after you confess and do what he did. The conclusion of it is Acts 2:41. Then they that gladly received his word were baptized, and that same day were added unto them about 3,000 souls. Don't believe these brews talking about you don't need no water baptism. It says it right there. How you going what they say, what's the word? Metaphorically baptize 3,000 people. I haven't seen how sway. I don't know. Acts 8:26 through 39. I think that's through 29. Sorry. Then Philip opened his mouth and began at the same scripture and preached unto him Yeshua. And as they went on their way, they came into a certain water. The eunuch said, See, here is water. What doth hinder me to be baptized? And Philip said, If thou believest with all thine heart, thou mayest. And he answered and said, I believe that Yeshua HaMashiach is the son of Ahiah. Ephesians 4:4-6. There is one body and one spirit, even as ye are called in one hope of your calling. One Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God, Ahiah, and Father of all, who is above all and through all and in you all. John 3:1-7. There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Yeshua by night and said unto him, Rabbi, we know that thou art a teacher come from Ahiah, for no man can do these miracles that thou doest except Ahiah be with him. Yeshua answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot enter the kingdom of Ahiah. Don't let these brothers snatch your salvation, man. Nicodemus said unto him, How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born? He's ridiculing him here. He's not answering. He's not asking this in the trying to get some understanding. He's answering this trying to be smart at it. Where does it say? Yeshua answered, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of Ahiah. For that which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. Marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born again. You see what that's that water baptism, man. Wisdom of Solomon 7:10-28. Because it killed me. They say, oh, that's a Christian doctrine. That's a Christian thing. Where do the Christians get it from? The scripture. So if it came from the scriptures not Christian scriptures. The scriptures are Hebrew Israelite scriptures. The book is about Hebrew Israelites. Wherefore I prayed, and understanding was given me. I called upon Ahiah, and the spirit of wisdom came to me. I preferred her before scepters and thrones, and esteemed riches nothing in comparison of her. Talking about wisdom, y'all. Listen. Neither compare I unto her any precious stone, because all gold in respect of her is as little as sand, is as a little sand, and silver shall be counted as clay before her. I loved her above health and beauty, and chose to have her instead of light. For the light that cometh from her never go without. For Ahiah loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom. Talking about the Ruach here, y'all. Wisdom is the principal thing. Read Proverbs. Now let's talk about working. People love, oh man, they love to twist this. I can't really wait to get here. Okay. Exodus 21:2. If thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years shall he serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. That's a jubilee, y'all. Jubilee. Ecclesiasticus 7:21-22. Let thy soul love a good servant, and defraud him not of liberty. Hast thou cattle? Have an eye to them. And if they be for profit, keep them with thee. It's saying, let thy soul love a good servant. See, and these new translations, they changed servant for slave. See, when they had us over here in slave, they didn't let us read, they took Ecclesiasticus, was taken out, I think in 1688 by the Catholic Church, and we couldn't read the Old Testament. We couldn't read Exodus and Moses and the slaves leaving Egypt. They would hang you for reading that. They had an overseer in the church to make sure you read what they said to read, how they told you to read it. Again, changing that word servant for slave, because it say right here, you buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and then the 7 go free. We wasn't reading that. Leviticus 19:9-10-13. And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am the Most High, your power. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Why does he say that? If you owe somebody, pay him. If you wouldn't like it if your job did that to you. You work all week, you come for your paycheck, and they like, nah, we gonna give it to you on Sunday. We're gonna give it to you next Wednesday, when you know you're supposed to get paid Friday. Pay people, man. This stuff here has families in court. People got money, don't want to pay. Just because somebody don't pay their bills don't mean they broke. They cheat. They haven't learned this yet. And it's saying not to take all the grapes from your vineyard and stuff. What it's saying there, ladies and gentlemen, is that you're supposed to leave that for the poor. That's why the Most High talking about Esau. He said, "Are his things sought out?" Because Esau try to take everything. But he's saying, that's why he's like, wow, won't a thief leave something? If a thief come rob your house, he's not going to just leave you nothing. You might have something in there that he didn't take, some grapes or something in the refrigerator. But nah, that's why he wroth with Esau. And moreover, the governments. Not like, again, you have to look into what he's saying, okay? Because I'm gonna get into the Gentile thing coming up soon here too, okay? So I want y'all to understand what the scriptures are saying. But it says, Proverbs 3:27, withhold not good from them to whom it is due, when it is in the power of thine hand to do it. I'm gonna use my marriage in this. When I'm able to do something nice for my wife, I try to run out and do it. When I get a little bonus or something, I try to run out, and my children. I'm not trying to bag them both here neither, you know what I'm saying? But it's just because there was a time when I couldn't do that. It was a time when I had to walk and not ride the bus so that my babies could get to school, have something to eat. It was a time I had to sacrifice. So now that he's blessing me, most definitely. I see righteous brews out there doing the work. You think I'm not gonna bless them? I see a brother outside on the street hurting. Now I got my family starting to catch on. They starting to do it. They looking for change and stuff when we come to the freeway, which we need to give them more food. But even so, it's just I'm trying to help them, man. When it's in your power to do it, do it. It's not unrighteous. Exodus 21:26 through 27. If a man smite the eye of his servant, now this is nothing. They don't see. They read all. What it say that scripture they read? A slave shall love his master and serve his master. They're not reading what. See, first of all, it's talking about a servant being respectful to his boss. You're respectful to your boss at work. If your boss tell you, hey, go over here and get these files of so and so, you're not gonna be like, shh, you ain't my master. No, that's your master. Well, the slave master and a boss is two different things. That scripture was talking about a boss. It says, if a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. So that's saying if you hit your servant, you mad and you strike him, and his eye perish, his eye either rot up or he blinded it now because you hit him, you let him go. You let him go for free. Okay, you let him go out for free. They beat us in slavery until we was crippled and we still had to serve. You see what I'm saying? This isn't talking about slavery, y'all. The Bible's not a slave manual. That's another lie that people listen to the Roman Catholic Church. Listen to the Romans. And if he smite out his main servant's tooth or his manservant's tooth or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. So if you hit them and knock their tooth out, you gotta let them go free. You see what I'm saying? This is not a slave manual. This is for all y'all who think that it is. Okay? Colossians 3:22. Servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh, not with eye service as man pleasers, but in singleness of heart, fearing power. This is what I'm talking about. When it says servants there, it's talking about workers, not slaves. The new translation says slaves. It say obey in all things your masters. You're talking about your boss. You serve at your company, you work at your company. Don't you obey your boss? Does that mean that you're a slave? You may feel like that because I know you, but that's not the context it's talking. It's not talking about Deuteronomy 28. You understand? Jeremiah 30. This is again, the Bible's not a slave manual. I had to touch this on the working part. Jeremiah 34:14. At the end of 7 years, let ye go every man his brother in Hebrew, which has been sold unto thee. And when he has served these 6 years, thou shalt let him go free from thee. But your fathers hearkened not unto me, neither inclined their ear. Remember 7 years, Rachel and Leah? It's all in there, fellas. It's all in there. Okay. Also about working. I wanna talk real quick about being a doctor. Luke was a physician, y'all. Okay. Ecclesiasticus 38, 1 through 4. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah. Look, Ecclesiasticus 38, 1 through 4, and then 16. Okay, we'll just 1 through 4. Okay, honor a physician with the honor due unto him for the uses which he may have of him. For the Most High hath created him. For of the Most High cometh healing, and he shall receive honor of the king. The skill of the physician shall lift up his head. In the sight of great men he shall be in admiration. A higher hath created medicines out of the earth, and he that is wise will not abhor them. Again, these plants like marijuana plants and all these stuff, the plants that people use like opium plants and all this, that had a use in medical terms, not the recreational use. Okay. So I don't hate them. I advise like you brothers that just want to just defile all plants like, nah, we should be. No, he gave us them for healing. Okay, and we know today's doctors ain't doing that. I got a vid on that about the doctors.
Appreciate you being on tonight.
Thanks for the invitation, Joe.
Okay, let's talk about the rat of the week. Why is Bayer Corporation the rat of the week?
Internal documents show that after this company positively, absolutely knew that they had a medication that was infected with the AIDS virus, they took the product off the market in the U.S. and then they dumped it in France, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. The medicine's called Factor 8. It was an injection medicine that was used for hemophiliacs, mostly children. Children had been born with an incurable disease.
Hold on, Mike. So hold on. So you're telling me that Bayer knew that this drug was infected with the AIDS virus. They yanked it from the market in America, and then they dumped it in markets overseas?
They had to figure out a way, Joe, to make a profit on a product that they could not sell in America. So they made a huge profit. They dropped the product in Japan, Spain, and France. By the way, Joe, government officials in France that allowed that to happen actually had to go to prison for it. In America, not one corporate executive for this company has been indicted or even criminally investigated by our Justice Department.
Why not? What, you're telling me that these people that dumped this AIDS-tainted blood in foreign countries, who killed children, have not been taken to task in the United States?
It's worse than that. The U.S. government allowed it to happen. The FDA allowed this to happen. And now the government is completely looking the other way. Thousands of innocent hemophiliacs have died from the AIDS virus. And not only they're dying, their family members are dying because they're becoming infected with the disease. This company knew absolutely that they had a problem with the product. They knew that it was infected with AIDS. They dumped it because they wanted to turn this disaster into a profit.
Mike, I want to read to you what Bayer told the New York Times about this scandal. They said Bayer behaved responsibly, ethically, and humanely. Decisions made nearly 2 decades ago were based on the best scientific information of the time and were consistent with the regulations in place. That sounds like a lot of legal mumbo-jumbo. Now, you say you have internal documents that show that they knew that this...
Cigarettes. So, I'm getting to that real quick, but I'm just showing y'all this is what it is. Now we're going to talk about music, okay? I heard people say music is pagan. This is what I'm telling you, Israel. Watch out for these heresies and these hypocrites, man. 1 Corinthians, and the whole, just to let you know real quick, the whole book of Psalms means songs. So David was doing nothing but writing songs. Was he pagan? You calling Christ's forefather pagan now? Listen, think about what you're saying. 1 Corinthians 14 and 15. What is it then? I will pray with the Spirit, and I will pray with the understanding also. I will sing with the Spirit, and I will sing with the understanding also. This is what Paul was. That's why I say Paul had a lot of metaphors and different things. So you got to understand in music, it's like music today. It's a lot of different things. So all of it isn't how do I put this? All of it isn't just literal. You got to look into the context. Again, the context of what it said. Psalm 47:7. For high is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. Check out my mixtape. If you haven't got the chance, it's free on SoundCloud for streaming. You can download it on Bandcamp. It's The Wilderness. I made a song about the wilderness, the old and the new. Things be on my mind. I'm singing praises unto the Most High. How can you call music pagan? It's again what you do it to. James 5:13. Is any among you afflicted? Let him pray. Is any merry? Let him sing songs. This is James. So again, Ephesians 5:19. Speaking to yourselves in psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, singing and making melody in your heart to the Most High. Nothing pagan about that, man. Now, if you rapping about slanging herb and doing all this and sleeping with so-and-so wife, yeah. Drake, every other line Drake says, I'm with your girl. Dang, bro, you with everybody girl, okay. Now, and now what? You ain't gonna fight a lick, but that's just something. Speaking of fighting, we gonna get right into fighting, okay, right? It was a cultural thing to fight. Make sure I got this out here too, man. Okay. Exodus 21:18-19. And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit. I said, if you fought somebody and you knocked him out, he had to go home and lay down, and he got and get himself together. And he got up the next day and was walking about. Y'all done. You should be quit. You should be through with that. It say, only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. So you got to pay for if you really hurt him. If you need to get some ointment or whatever, you got to pay for that. Okay. Proverbs 19:25. It says, smite a scorner, and the simple will beware. So I believe this is what Moses was doing to a lot of Israelites out there in that in the wilderness. Oh, we should go back to Egypt. Pow! Probably just scorner real quick. You know, nothing too violent. Just probably a little back. You know, Mama used to backhand you. My mom backhand me from the back seat. You think you could duck? Nah, it's like she had like a radar sense. Like do. Pow! Like I'm telling you, mom got a mean left, man. But it says, smite a scorner, and the simple will beware. I would beware, man. And reprove one that have understanding, he will understand knowledge. Again, it says one that have understanding. Because it said you could berate a fool, you could beat a fool with a pestle and some burning tar, and his foolishness won't leave from him. So you're not supposed to, not saying run up on any fool or deal with a fool at all. You shouldn't even deal with him. Okay? But when you have to, this is what it says in Proverbs 18:6. A fool's lips enter into contention. Like, let's say you out with your woman, you looking good, she looking good, y'all walking out a nice restaurant, brother, hey, baby, running all up on her, grabbing her arm, talking madness to her. Hey, you sure look fine, baby, I sure want some of that. His mouth calling for strokes. You can get that by the scripture. Now, I'm not trying to tell y'all get some assault charges. I know y'all ain't trying to tell y'all. I don't want y'all to say, oh, G said no, bro. Use your, but I'm telling you, me, brother gonna catch. Hey, you putting your hands on my woman, and I'll fight that in court. You know what I'm saying? But hey, yeah, definitely, man. That's definitely true. And if you don't believe that, if you're on the other side of that, go outside these streets and talk crazy to somebody. Just talk like how these brothers on the corner. I don't know if you heard, but brother been stabbed out there cussing out. I think it was somewhere in another country. Brother was Muslim. Brother stabbed him, man. Brother died. So watch your lips, man. Where are we at? Proverbs 22:10. Cast out the scorner, and contention shall go out. Yea, strife and reproach shall cease. So as much as you can, cast them out, and now don't avoid them. You're supposed to come to strokes if you have to now. That's what I'm saying. Don't say, G got you a case now. Okay, real talk. But where am I? Proverbs 6:16. These 16 does the Most High hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood. It's a lot of that, right? That we see in these streets every day. And heart that devises wicked imaginations, feet that be swift and running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren.
And the Jesus that I know, see, he came into the world to save us from our sins. Oh, thank you, Jesus. You say, wait a minute, Farrakhan. I thought you was a Muslim. Yeah, Jesus was too. Jesus was too. You never read in the Bible Jesus said, I'm a Christian? Come on, Reverend. He didn't say it in Matthew. He didn't say it in Mark. He didn't say it in Luke. He didn't say it in John.
Trying to spread that poison. Bunch of false prophets without stretched voices. Take it to the head and apply that ointment. Test these spirits and check their sources. Truth make them sick, homie, make an appointment. How many Judas fell trying to touch his anointed? Reprobate minds, avoid them boiling. Woe to the kingdom, getting rich off exploiting. We all got choices and learn from the wrong one. Truth hit hard on the track like a time drum. Getting wise to their lies feel awesome. Fall like Adam, cause sense not common. Instead of my fool, real Judah ride out in some high shoe. Don't know about you. Why your elders got you feeling doubtful with your counsel? Out the clubhouse full of scoundrels. By your Bible, saw the puzzle then. Was addicted to hustle, but I'm recovering. Sometimes I wanna uppercut the government, scuff a chin. Same with the ones who be dealing with the son of sin. I ain't saying that clear, boy, come again. Must ain't heard my in the zone with Mr. Sullivan. Been told him, been on it. Hebrew, no Yiddish, it's bogus. Plus split in the drift with Moses. Who's in love with bondage, new topics. Don't trip unless it's cruise control.
Boy, it's a lot of people sowing discord. I thought the Christian church was messy. I thought when I came to the truth, a lot of people like me woke up to who we are, realized that we Israelites, that we followers of Yahshua, where we disciples unto him. You know, why I see so much mess in this truth, man. Sad, really. People sowing discord among brethren. Like, I can't stand a messy man. I know a messy woman, I don't like that too. But a messy man, whew. Mouth calls. That's just what I'm fighting. This is what I'm saying. Hey, I know y'all feel me, man. I'm gonna just move on, man. You know, take it with a grain of salt, but just be wise with this, okay? Because this is how we got it out. I'd rather a brother go stroke, you know, we go out in the field, or go put on some gloves and go to a league somewhere with a boxing ring and box it out, then that's out here shooting each other, man. Okay? In all seriousness. People need to start picking up their hands. We used to pick up our hands in the old school. All this shooting, silliness, man. Brothers can't throw no hands. Proverbs 20:19. He that goeth about as a talebearer revealeth secrets. Therefore meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips. Man, why is these brothers as flattering, man? Because the same mouth he flatter you with, he gonna turn around and cuss you with. See that in Ecclesiastes too, man. Matter of fact, let's get there. Ecclesiastes 7:11 through 13 and 18. Laugh no man to scorn in the bitterness of his soul, for there is one which humbleth and exalteth. Devise not a lie against thy brother. If you wasn't there, or if you don't have any solid proof of what you speaking, don't even speak on a brother. Period. And you should speak to that brother first, if anything. Neither do the like to thy friend. Use not to make any manner of lie, for the custom thereof is not good. Change not a friend for any good by no means, neither a faithful brother for the gold of Ophir. That's selling people out. That's what Judas did to Yeshua, sold him out for that silver. Ecclesiastes 7:16 through 17. Number not thyself among the multitude of sinners, but remember that wrath will not tarry long. Humble thyself greatly, for the vengeance of the ungodly is fire and worms. That's why I say, man, I'm trying to be godly and be holy. I'm not trying to number myself. That's why, again, even in fighting, you have to be temperate. You can't be an angry man. Anger is also a sin. So don't be out there residing with anger residing. It said anger resides in the laps of fools. Okay? Galatians 6:2-3. Bear ye one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ. For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. So don't think because, oh, I got this law down pat, and somebody's struggling with something, you don't want to deal with them. Nah, man, you need to deal with. That's part of fulfilling the law. Listening and building with our brother, as much as we can. Okay. Cultural behavior and clothing. Okay. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Okay. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and suffer not sin upon him. So you got a problem with a brother. This is again cultural behavior, and I'm also touch clothing. But this is what you should do. You should rebuke him and show him the right way. Don't just rebuke a brother and leave him there. Explain it to him. Leviticus 19:19. Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let the cattle gender with a diverse kind. This is what the elites do. They let all these animals, like these ligers and whatnot, mate with outside of their, what they're supposed to be doing, outside their species. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed, neither shall a garment of mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee. That means you shouldn't be wearing no polyester. None of these weird products. You need to be wearing all cotton. Are you keeping that law? This is the law. I'm going over the law right now. Okay. Something else I'm gonna get. All these women wearing pants. Watch me shoot this down. Deuteronomy 22:5. And again, if a woman want to wear skirts, like my daughters, they love wearing skirts. I'm not gonna take that from them, because a woman should want to wear something that's feminine. I believe that. Okay, but sitting there beating them across the head, you shouldn't be wearing no pants. I'm gonna show you that's not exactly what the scripture was saying. Okay, the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. For all that do so are an abomination to the Most High thy power. That's saying when companies, okay, I'm gonna go way back to like before Christ. This is like 3000 BC in China. The horse riders were the first on record to wear pants. So in actuality, brothers, if you're pushing that doctrine, women shouldn't be wearing pants, men shouldn't either. Why? Because the pants were created by the Gentiles, by Japhethites, the Asians. They created pants. So if men shouldn't be, if women shouldn't be, we shouldn't be wearing them either. If that's what you're going to take this to mean that as. We shouldn't be wearing them either. You see what I'm talking about, straightening their necks? You see now how I'm bringing it full circle? 3000 BC, they was wearing pants. A Gentile nation. Really what that verse is talking about is if your woman shopping in the men's section wearing pants, these lesbians, because a spirit comes with that. When these lesbians wearing these dickies and white beaters, and they women, are these brothers wearing wigs and dresses? A spirit comes with that.
Wait, what the hell are you wearing? Is that a bra?
What? It's just a white beater.
Wear your pants. Why are you wearing a skirt?
No, Granddad. These are gangsta-licious shorts for thugs. See, they got an extra flap with a pocket, so you hide what you want to hide from the police. Kinda hot, right? You want me to see if he got your side?
But you're carrying a purse.
What? Come on, Granddad. This ain't no purse. It's a gangsta-licious man bag. What's wrong?
Nothing. No.
That's what that's talking about. Brothers wearing tight pants, he's wearing their women's pants. That's what this is talking about. And even more so, during war, the heathen nations like the Vikings and other ones that were surrounded would the women would put on men's garments and go out and fight. It happened in the book of Jasher. They came to a city, nothing but women and children. So I'm like, nah, we're not gonna mess with them. It's only women and kids here, we weren't barbarians, you know what I'm saying? We're just gonna keep it moving. But the women threw on the men's garments, ran up on the roof and was throwing rocks at the sons of Jacob. So they're like, okay, well, let's go then. You know what I'm saying? Because that spirit came with that. So that's what that's saying. So again, if you're gonna strain that gnat, strain that the whole gnat. The whole pants came from other nations, period. Nobody in scripture wore pants. That's why when it says gird your loins, that was girding your robe that you were wearing. You were girding it up so you can fight. You were wrapping it up. You wouldn't have to gird your loins with some pants on, brother. Okay, let's get it. Render therefore, Romans 13:7. Render therefore to all their dues, tribute unto whom is tribute, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, and honor to whom honor. It's not saying fear no a man. That's not what it's saying here. It's saying fear in that term meant reverence. Not the same reverence as the Most High, but respect. You're supposed to respect who you're supposed to respect. Like, you're not going to go to the top manager of your job or your company, or even your mom or your dad, because you're supposed to honor your mother and father, right? You're not going to go up to them and just talk crazy to them, are you? Why? No, that's not what the scriptures say to do. It say to honor them. That's what this is saying. Isaiah 33:18. Thine heart shall meditate terror. Where is the scribe? Where is the receiver? Where is he that counteth the towers? So this is again talking about, it's, of course, more to that verse. But when it says, where's the scribe? We have people that wrote. Where's the receiver? People that collected taxes. Okay. He that counted the towers. This is people that took inventory. This is what this is talking about. Okay. So there were jobs in Israel. People talking about you got a job and you working, you pagan. It's what I'm talking about, man. I'm casting all this foolishness down. These brothers don't want to go into history in the Hebrew Strongs and see really what these things mean. They're taking doctrines of men and imposing that on people. What this Yasha said, that the Pharisees impose laws on people that they don't even keep themselves. Okay, Exodus 38:26. A bekah for every man, that is half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for everyone that went to be numbered from 20 years old and upward, for 600,000, 3,550 men. So there was a tax that was given in Exodus, right there, for of the sanctuary, building up the sanctuary. Okay, so again, we always pay taxes. Okay, and just now we know it's unfair, but what did Christ say? Give unto Caesar what's Caesar's. People hate when I said that too. I didn't realize how much hate. Brother, give unto Caesar what is Caesar. Just work harder, save up more, cut expenses. It's a lot of things you can do. Okay, so let's talk about exercise. I already talked about the sports earlier, so we're gonna skip that and get into what it talks about. Ecclesiasticus 30:15 through 16 and 25. It said, health and good estate of body are above all gold, and a strong body above infinite wealth. Working out ain't pagan. I'm gonna reiterate. Working out ain't pagan. Working on your body ain't pagan. This is no riches above a sound body. You can't pay for health. I done seen people that caught cancer and stuff like that, and when they think back, when they talk back about how, like, dealing with health, how they just seen as their youth or whatever, just took it for granted. We take it for granted. You can get up out the bed and walk somewhere. There's people that wake up in a wheelchair every day. They pray every day just to take a step. I'm telling y'all, appreciate that. And no joy above the joy of the heart. A cheerful and good heart will have care of its meat and diet. That's the key right there. Watch your meat and diet as well. We gotta watch everything we eat in Babylon. And period. Even when we leave, we gotta watch everything that we eat. I never thought I'd be one to be in the grocery store looking at labels. I take 30 minutes. I'm all in the aisle. Procorrectomy, like, you know, I'm telling you, you got to do it though. It's worth it, because you find out some stuff that you glad you found. Isaiah 40:29. He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might he increases strength. Even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. But they that wait upon the Most High shall renew their strength, shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. So dealing with the Most High had warriors. The thing I like about it, when I was thinking, you know, I was just following Christianity and I came out of that and reading the scriptures. Yeah, he assembled a lot of warriors. These men had to be fit men. They couldn't be no fat glutton slobs sitting on the couch withering away. No, these brothers was taking care of it. So dealing with that and adding the spirit of the Most High in them, man, that's why I think about that when I hit the gym. I want to be like, if I lived back then, I want to be one of the ones the Most High tell David, hey, I want him in the army. That'd be the most honor I could ever think of, man. Where am I? 1 Corinthians 16 through 20. What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, which is in you, which ye have of Ahiah, and ye are not of your own? For ye are bought with the price, the price of Yeshua's death, okay, his crucifixion. Therefore glorify high in your body and in your spirit, which are highest. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Keep yourself healthy, man. Work on that. And 1 Corinthians 9:25, and every man striveth for the mastery is temperate in all things. Now they do it to obtain a corruptible crown, but we an incorruptible. So it's saying people that strive for the mastery, which is sports, that strive for that, they do it, you know, they're temperate in all things, but at the same time, you got to be spiritually set. Because I'm gonna say this about it. You got these people that work out and they're all about their body. Oh, I'm buff. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I need to work on my tri. The brothers big, like what Kevin Hart said, they big in the mud. Ain't got no room for no more muscle, but that's all they care about. But you ask them something spiritually, they don't have no idea what you're talking about. Okay? That's what it's saying. You got to put spiritual life first before anything. That's putting the Most High first. Where am I? Okay, Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ which strengthens me. Because that's your real strength right there. Okay, you can be swollen in the mug and not know a higher. Where's your strength then, brother? Where's your real strength? Psalms 84:5. Yeah, you're gonna be the ones taking that mark. Blessed is the man whose strength is in thee, and whose heart, whose heart are the ways of them. Okay, so. Got on that. So now let's go into sickness, okay? All right, so we're going to go, people have a cold, flu, things of that nature and whatnot, okay? Leviticus 15:5, and whosoever touches his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even. Again with that even, you see what I'm saying? Okay, until even, because what even starts the next day, as we went over. Even starts the next day, as we went over previously, okay? Leviticus 15:19 and 24. And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart for 7 days, and whoever touches her shall be unclean until even. This is the woman's day, the woman's cycle, okay? And if any man lie with her at all, and her flowers be upon him, flowers, you know, that's what they call it. That's where the old school get it from. I'm telling you in these scriptures. He shall be unclean 7 days, and all the bed whereon he lying shall be unclean. So that's saying when your wife is on her cycle, her women's day, you need to put her apart from me for 7 days. Are you any of y'all doing that? I don't know any brothers that are. Now you could make an argument we're in captivity, which we are. I'm not gonna argue that. But this is a law that you can't say you're keeping all laws and you're not keeping this one. Okay? Ecclesiasticus 18:19. It says, learn before thou speak, and use physic or ever thou be sick. So physic is talking about medicine, a physician. Okay. Now we're going to talk about child raising. Got a few more to go through. Okay, Exodus 21:17. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. That happened. Okay, this that's part of the Exodus 20:12. Honor thy mother and father, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee. Ecclesiasticus 7:23 through 25, 27 through 28. Hast thou children, instruct them, and bow down their neck from their youth. Bow down, you know, like when you give them that ride, bow, you know, okay. Hast thou daughters, have a care of their body, and shew not thyself cheerful toward them. Okay, it's saying that don't all that, oh, my child is my friend. No, your child is your child. Marry thy daughter, so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter. But give her to a man of understanding. Say, marry your daughter off, but give her to a man that understands. Say, honor thy father with thy whole heart, and forget not the sorrows of thy mother. Remember that thou wast begotten of them. Now how canst thou recompense them for the things they have done for thee? You can never pay them back. Okay, so honor them. Ecclesiasticus 22:5 and 9. She that is bold dishonoreth both her father and her husband, but they both shall despise her. Live honesty and have withal, they shall cover the baseness of their parents. Okay, Ecclesiasticus 16:1 through 3. Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children, neither delight in ungodly sons. Like I seen a mother, her sons was gang banging out there in California, and you know, one of them died, and they was of a certain gang, and the other one was wearing a shirt, rest in peace to his brother, and he ended up dying. And instead of the mother, I don't know if she had any more kids, but instead of her saying we need to stop this gang banging, we need to at least stop killing each other in the least of that, she shows up to the funeral with members of the gang. And it's like, you lost both of your sons to gang. You lost them forever to gang banging, and you run around with gang members. It hasn't clicked yet. Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children. Okay? You should have been instructed them. Rejoice not in them, except the fear of the Most High be with them. Trust not thou in their life, neither respect their multitude. For one that is just is better than 1,000, and it's better to die without children than to have them that are ungodly.
Y'all ignorant as hell.
No.
No, wait. No.
When I say something, I mean it. Now ask me what my name is again.
Ms. Cox, how do you feel about this situation? How do you feel? How are you feeling about this situation?
I need you to throw your whatever you're throwing. I need you to throw them away. Whatever beanies you're throwing, I need you to throw your beanies away. Okay, young lady, I'm going to have to ask you to have a seat. I'm going to have to ask you to have a seat.
You on camera?
You're on Candid. No, Chloe!
I'm finna smack her ass with a whole bag of M&M's. Adrena just saved your ass.
Here's your garbage. Throw this away. I need you to measure.
Cut the camera.
They funny as hell.
Cut the camera.
No, okay.
Why you backing up?
Young people, I need
Shut tell her ass how it is.
Give me the damn M&M's.
I need you to those in the class, I need you to have a seat. For those of you who are working on your assignment,
Can you help me with my assignment?
Sit down. Sit down in your chair.
Again, young man, I need you to
Sit down in your chair.
Have a seat. All of you to have a seat.
Sit your ass down in your chair.
Have a seat. Can you guys security?
Hold on. Back up.
Get someone.
Sit down in your chair.
Your security's not out there.
No, just sit down.
Wherever your
Ain't no
security is.
security guard. What's
Because
your
you're not.
What's your security for?
Again, young
Well, she sat down in that seat though, right?
Have a seat.
She sat down in that seat though, right? She sat down in that seat though, right? But she sat down in that seat though.
Y'all ass got VIP pass to hell. Y'all, Miss Cox, I got your back, G, on folk now. We not about to take. Get up. No, wait. Get up and come get some. Oh,
Oh.
You get security. Look, you just sat here and let them fight me like that. Now I'm mad now. Oh, no, him. You just let them beat my ass like that. Oh, like I'm for the second.
Give me the. Give me all this. Be quiet. Oh.
For your child's cry hole.
No, honey, you'll spoil your...
Hey parents, tired of those out-of-control kids? Throwing embarrassing tantrums wherever they go. At the grocery store, on the playground, even at the dinner table. You've had it with parenting, but wait, there is a solution. Introducing Nap Time, the latest, most effective tool for child tantrum prevention. It's simple. Just douse a rag with our patented Sleepy Time formula, place it over your child's cry hole, press and hold gently for 8 to 12 seconds, and presto, no more tantrum.
I was beginning to think adoption was the only way out. Then a friend of mine introduced me to Nap Time. It's never been so quiet around here.
The secret lies in Naptime's revolutionary fast-to-sleep formula. Developed by military-trained scientist doctors from NASA, Naptime's powerful molecules rush to the child's brain on contact, gently inducing instant tranquility.
This is chloroform.
for drag you out of this window if you don't open this door. Are you serious? Look, Cody.
Open the door.
Ivande.
What?
Go get my key. Cody.
Open the door.
Go get my key.
Where's it at?
It's in the garage.
Okay.
Hurry up.
Oh God, it's so dark in here. Where's the key at? Don't see the freaking key. It's a light. Huh? I'm coming. I don't see no key. Where's the key at? I don't see it. I don't see no key. Oh, he's actually driving.
This boy, God.
He can't even drive. So what we do now? You gotta be joking with me.
Oh, no.
Just for a controller? What? Alright, I'll turn the camera off.
You see how people are? You see how people are? I just got my car and they talking about you hit their car. They're lying. They're lying. They're lying. They're lying. Please send the officer immediately. Are you shopping? Please send the officer immediately. All that. Really, hurry up. Hurry up and tell them to send somebody out here. Please send somebody out here. They're accusing an 8-year-old boy of hitting a car. Please send somebody out here. Please send somebody out here immediately, please. Please send somebody out here immediately, please. Please.
No,
Please
she's
send
not.
somebody out here
She's not.
immediately, please. Please send somebody out here immediately, please. Get closer. Get closer. See what's really going on. Get closer. That tape.
Go get him.
Yeah, you go get him. You're the one trying to fucking get some money off nothing. You go get him. Stop hugging him. 5 inches off. No shoe having wearing, bitch. But you steady recording though. Always fucking with me. Always. It's always somebody bothering me. Always somebody bothering. Get your kid out the car. Where's the kids? Where's the don't put your hands on me. He's putting his hands on me. He's putting his hands on me.
The door landed right here.
I just hit you. Accusing a fucking 7-year-old little boy of hitting your old raggedy dented ass car. That's crazy. Tell the motherfucking police to hurry up and come.
Where's your manager? She's not here right now. Find her. One of y'all need to get her on the phone. Because you're going to apologize to my children for your little racist ass comment. You asked my son, was he about to go trick-or-treating tonight because you saw them in cultural wear?
No, I said it.
Fucking apologize.
Honey, I'm sorry.
Get your manager on the phone.
I wasn't her, honey.
You shouldn't make comments like that to no child that come in here.
It wasn't me.
It's the
in
minute
no bad
was it
way.
this one right here?
I asked him.
And then you gonna stay here and tell me no, it wasn't you?
No, I didn't say
you
it wasn't
asked
him.
him, was he going trick-or-treating tonight?
No, I didn't say tonight.
Are you going trick-or-treating tonight?
I didn't say
It's September. When will he be going trick-or-treating?
Well, let me just tell you, because
When will he be going trick-or-treating? I just asked for information too because I plan on calling. Exactly when in September would my son in African garment be going trick-or-treating? But you standing in the middle of a black neighborhood and you're going to see 3 children dressed beautifully. What's your name? Sandra. What's her name? Alicia. Alicia, you the manager of this store?
Leviticus 19:29, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. Who wants their daughter to who really wants their daughter to grow up and be like Nikki? Who wants their daughter to grow up and be like Kim Kardashian? A worldly parent probably, but somebody in these scripts. Even the worldly parent don't want that. I mean, what honor is in that? Ephesians 2:2, wherein in time past ye walked according to the counsel of the world, according to the prince of power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. See some of these bad kids, that's the spirit that's working in them. Their parents allowed that to go free in them. You've been in the store and they just telling mommy no and knocking stuff down. Yeah, that's what this verse is talking about. You're not walking in that no more. Spare not the rod. Joshua 2:19-22. For in those days the sons of man began to transgress against Ahiah, and to transgress the commandments which he had commanded to Adam, to be fruitful and multiply in the earth. Some of the sons of men caused their wives to drink a drop that would render them barren, in order that they might retain their figures, whereby their beautiful appearance may not fade. This right here is the first instance of birth control. They was giving them, it came in a drink. And when the sons of men caused some of their wives to drink, Zillah drank with them. And the childbearing women appeared abominable in the sight of their husbands as widows, whilst their husbands lived, for to the barren ones only were they attached. So again, they had multiple wives, but they only want the ones that couldn't have kids. They were just being lustful, just like today. It's no different, you know. You look at what a lot of things is going on. That's exactly what they're doing. Okay, Deuteronomy 21:18-21. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastened him will not hearken unto them. Again, you're trying to chastise him to hearken, to listen to you, right? Then shall the father and mother lay hold of him and bring him out to the elders of the city and out to the gate of this place. They shall say unto the elders of this city, this our son stubborn and rebellious, he will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. All the men of the city shall stone him with stones, shall he die. So shalt thou put away evil from among you, and all of Israel shall hear and fear. That's why the Most High is saying, if you don't fear your parents, if you don't fear your mom or your dad, they're not going to fear him. And society says, oh, this is just wrong, but the society kills. Like I said, I know brothers, they get a case at a teen and get 40, 50 years. Isn't that stoning them? They just doing it slower. These brothers never going to be right in society, never going to be able to live normal lives. Especially for a crime that they give another, again, because the curses come to the Israelites first, the Jews first, then the Gentiles, right? The other cases, like I just showed you, where they'll commit heinous crimes and get like months. So let's go to burials. People say we ain't supposed to do burials, funerals is pagan. Let's see what the scriptures say. Ecclesiasticus 22:12. 7 days do men mourn for him that is dead, but for a fool and ungodly man all the days of his life. So, you know, that's true. When somebody passed, like, that first 7 days is the hardest usually. Genesis 25:9-10. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. So Isaac and Ishmael buried him there, over there in that cave. That was a burial. Okay, Genesis 49:31. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. And there they buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife, and there I buried Leah. This is this is Jacob here, okay? So we had burials. 2 Kings 2:21. I don't know why. I don't understand what books y'all read. For Josachar the son of Shimeath and Jehozabai the son of Shomer and his servants smote him, and he died. They buried him with his fathers in the city of David, and Amaziah his son reigned in his stead. Again, burial, right? Genesis 35:29. And Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and he was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. His sons Esau and Jacob buried him. This is also in Joshua. Okay? This is when they had a fight. Again, families fight at funerals too, so this is how you know this is our people right here. Okay, Luke 9:59-62. And he said unto another, follow me. But he said, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. Because Hebrews bring this out like, see, he didn't want him to bury his father. You see what I'm saying? That's not what he was saying. Look here. He said, Yasha said unto him, let the dead bury their dead, but go thou and preach the kingdom of Ahiah. He's saying, okay, you know, I know you got to deal with it, but understand that what is Yeshua there for life? He's saying don't, because, you know, sometimes people will get caught up on somebody that died and they'll never get over it. I know you've seen people that never get over it. That's what Yeshua is saying. People that died in somebody's family, they just never get over it. That's what Yeshua is saying, okay? And another also said, Lord, I will follow thee, but let me first go bid them farewell, which are home at my house. Okay, so then let's look what he says about that. Yasha said unto him, no man having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of Ahiah. So to that man, he's saying, you know, just like you want to check on everybody else and everything else and not sit up here and deal with the kingdom that's at hand. Deal with the kingdom that's at hand, okay? You can't transpose. He answered one guy, then answered the other guy. He wasn't saying the same thing to both of them, as you can see here, okay? Read these scripts for yourself, Hebrews, okay? Ecclesiasticus 22:11. Weep for the dead, for he hath lost the light. That's the life. And weep for the fool, for he wanteth understanding. Make little weeping for the dead, for he is at rest. But the life of the fool is worse than death. So it's saying, you know, have a little bit of weeping. Yeah, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? It's cool to, it's normal to miss somebody when they're gone. Okay? Acts 21:27-31. And where am I here? Oh yeah, that's what we're gonna get into. We're gonna get into the Gentiles, okay? And when the 7 days were almost ended, the Jews which were of Asia, when they saw him in the temple, stirred up the people and laid hands on him, crying out, Men of Israel, help! This is the man that teaches all men everywhere against the people, against the chosen people, and the law, and this place, Jerusalem, right? And further brought Greeks into the temple, and hath polluted this holy place. Now we see Greeks here, he's talking about Gentiles, okay? For they had seen before with him in the city Trophimus and Ephesian, whom they supposed Paul had brought to the temple. So they seen him, Paul, with the Greek, and thought he brought this man into the temple. Let's see if he did, though. Okay? And all the city was moved, and the people ran together. They took Paul and drew him out of the temple. So they snatched him out of the temple, and forthwith the doors were shut. So they snatched him and shut the doors. And as they went about to kill him, tidings come unto the chief captain of the band that all Jerusalem was in an uproar. Verse 40. Okay? And when he had given him license, Paul stood on the stairs and beckoned with the hand unto the people. And when there was made a great silence, he spake unto them in the Hebrew tongue, saying, okay, so he's speaking unto the people in Hebrew tongue. Let's finish the story. Acts 24:1-3. Men, brethren, and fathers, hear ye my defense, which I make unto you. And when they heard he spake in the Hebrew tongue to them, they kept more silence. We speak in Hebrew, y'all, not Yiddish. I am verily a man which am a Jew, born in Tarshish, a city in Cilicia, yet brought up in the city at the feet of Gamaliel. Paul was a Benjamite, what you call today a Jamaican, okay? And taught according to the perfect manner of the law of the fathers, which was zealous toward Ahiah, as ye are all this day. So I was zealous just like y'all. But I confess unto thee that after the way which they call heresy, so worship I the God of my fathers. He worships the Most High, believing all things which are written in the law and in the prophets. So he's saying he didn't let Gentiles in the inner temple. That was something they would kill you for. So you can't, because the thing about these Gentiles and some other people I've seen, you know, that know that they're not Israel, okay? They'll sit there and say, oh, first they'll say the lie, Esau isn't the white man. When it says in 2 Ezra 6:9, Esau is the end of the world. Jacob is he that right? It said Jacob is he that followeth it. But then they'll say, oh, we're not Esau. White people ain't Esau. But then they'll go along and say all this other stuff like, oh, we gonna be in the kingdom, everybody gonna be equal, we all got a chance, which is true. But there's order. Any kingdom, in the whether dealing with the Most High or on earth, these kingdoms, everybody wasn't a king in the kingdom. Okay, everybody wasn't a peasant in the kingdom. Everybody wasn't a servant in the kingdom. It had levels. You had servants, you had kings, you had subjects, you had all types of stuff. So what makes you think in the kingdom to come there's not going to be order? We always going to be holding hands. What? That's not scriptural. Okay, and I'm gonna get into that because I don't agree with that at all. Yeah, you can be grafted in, but you got to know where your spot you're being grafted in at. Now I say that meekly because when I thought I was a Canaanite or Ethiopian, which my Allah said I ain't, but when I thought I was cool with the fact that, you know what I'm saying, that we well, I thought I was being a Gentile, that it came to Israel first. This is why Christ dealt with the woman at the well the way he dealt with her. This is why he dealt with the centurion the way. So I haven't seen faith like this in all of Israel. It was a reason. He wasn't just saying it just to be saying it. Okay. So 2 Maccabees 6:4-6. Okay. For the temple was filled with riot and reveling by the Gentiles who dallied with harlots and had to do with women within the circuit of the holy places. So they was acting up in the temple, dealing with harlots in there and everything. And besides, they brought in things that were not lawful. The altar was also filled with profane things, which the law forbidded. Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days or ancient fasts, or to profess themselves at all to be a Jew. So when they took over in Maccabees, you couldn't walk around saying I'm an Israelite. You couldn't walk around saying I'm of the tribe of Benjamin, I'm of the tribe of Judah. You couldn't do that. It was unlawful for you to do that. Okay? They were trying to strip us of our stuff back then. This is the Edomites that took over the land of Greece after pushing the children of Japheth eastward into China and those other lands, as I covered in the wars. Okay? Romans 11:18, boast not against the branches, but if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root thee. Thou wilt say then, the branches were broken off that I might be grafted in. This is the Christian dogma that they operate in. They'll say, ain't no more children of Israel. We the children, the Most High cut them off. Now we the children, the church is the children of Israel. That's not scriptural. This is what Paul says in the New Testament. Don't boast again. This is exactly what they doing, what they did. So that I might be grafted in. So this is what's being pushed. It don't matter, even if you pull out the slave ships, you pull out the Revelations 2:9, 3:9, you pull out all these facts, and they're just like, oh, well, the children of Israel are done away with. They're not reading the book of Romans. Well, because of unbelief, they were broken off, and thou standest by faith. It's what he says, be not high-minded, but fear. For if Ahiah spared not the natural branches, take heed lest he also spare not thee. Okay, I gotta talk about both sides. He say, if he cut off his own people, like I remember I had some brothers in my hood, they used to get in a fight, and these Negroes be ready to kill each other. And I had to think, man, like if they gonna do that to each other, I need to take heed how I deal with them, because I know if I fight, we gonna have to go all the way out, because they ready to kill each other, and they brothers, blood brothers. Okay, so that's what that's saying. He might not spare you if you high-minded. You ain't gonna get in. Romans 11:22. It said, behold, therefore the goodness and severity of Ahiah, on them which fell severity, but toward thee goodness, if thou continue in his goodness. Otherwise, thou also shalt be cut off. So if you continue in his goodness, like I'm going to show here, is these Gentiles that are saying you are the children. Don't mind posting about, not saying y'all the children, but it doesn't matter. That's not righteous. You're saying y'all the children, and awaken your people, awaken your brothers and sisters. It's like we trying to do ours. That's what you're supposed to be, on one accord, doing different jobs of the body. 1 Maccabees 3:48, because this is what happened. I'm gonna give the bad, and I'm gonna show you the good. Okay, this is the bad. 1 Maccabees 3:48, and laid open the book of the law. We know the Bible's the book of the law, wherein the heathen has sought to paint the likeness of their images. So they open up our books and painted the white Christ. This is why they paint the white Daniel, the white Moses movie. Even the old white bearded guy with the gray hair, that looks like God. What God? Not according to Daniel chapter 10. Okay? John 44:22. It said, ye worship, ye know not what. Like Christian churches, when you start breaking down, and I'm talking about specifically the ones by Gentiles and also us that follow the Gentiles, because in scriptures, the Israelites that followed the Gentiles were also reckoned to be called Gentiles too, because they were following them. Okay? Like Hellenistic Jews, they are Hellenistic Greeks were of Israel. Okay? But it said, ye worship what ye know not. You know, you worship, you know not what. You don't know what you worshiping. We know what we worship. For salvation is of the Jews. Salvation is of Israel. So this is what I'm saying. You can't say it's equal when the salvation is coming from a certain people and not from another certain people. It's equal as far as we can all get a piece of it. But what piece? Even the pieces ain't equal, because the Gentiles not going to be in the 144. The Gentiles not going to be ruling. I'm going to get into all that. It's not going to be bad for those that believe and those that hearken unto this, but those that are preached. I'll say this because I know Gentiles that I spoke to that push the moon Sabbath. They'll push all this they'll push an antichrist. They'll say Old Testament only. And they're Gentiles. They know that we're the children, but they don't believe the New Testament. This is what I'm talking about. It's Esther 14:10. And open the mouth of the heathen and set forth the praises of the idols, and to magnify a fleshly king forever. That fleshly king is Caesar Borgia. You know what I'm saying? That's that white Jesus. This is who the son of the sixth Pope Alexander. That's who they magnify to this day. Lamentations 1:10. The adversary has spread out his hand upon her pleasant things, for she has seen that the heathen entered into her sanctuary, whom they did command that they should not enter into thy congregation. It was rules. That's all I'm saying, because if you're a Gentile and you read this and you see that the heathen enter into the sanctuary, you might feel some kind of way. But this is the same reason why Yeshaya told the Canaanite woman, I didn't come for you. He still blessed her, because why? She humbled herself and knew her space in the kingdom. Okay, I know Israel comes first. Like I said, when I thought I was a Canaanite and I'm reading through the scriptures, I'm seeing, oh, Israel comes first. Now, I'm thinking, I knew from looking at it that the people over in Israel aren't Israelites. At the same time, I didn't know who was Israelites. You got to know who the book is about. It's not the only thing, but it's very paramount that how you gonna read the whole book and not know who they talking about? They keep talking about these people gonna be put in slave ships, they're gonna be fallen by the sword, gonna be led captive as captives into all these nations, serve these nations, and you don't know who they are. That's what I'm saying. You can't just be like, oh well, yeah, they did their thing, but I'm grafted in, so I ain't worried about. No, you can't do that. You can't just step over that. You can't step over 400 years plus of slavery, destitution, poverty, murder, and rape, and just say, oh well, I'm in. That's disrespectful. That's like if your mother died and left you something, and she also said for the neighbor that lives, whoever lives on the property, a little bit over or something, because we're good friends, and let's say it's in the family of another nation or another family period, and they just stepping over your mom's dead body like, yeah, well, where do I sign to get my stuff? That's what I'm talking about. You got to pay homage and understand that if it wasn't for these people leaving you something, you wouldn't have anything. It's of the woo of the Jews, not of the Jewish, not of the Israeli. It's of the 12 tribes of Israel. Nehemiah 13:1. On that day they read the book of Moses in the audience of the people, and therein was found written that the Ammonite and the Moabite should not come into the congregation of Ahiah forever. So you got to explain this. You can't say it's all equal when he says the Ammonite and the Moabite should never come into the congregation. They're going to be on the outside forever. So peep what he's saying here, okay? The white man is the devil, is false doctrine, and I'm going to prove it through the scriptures. You are who you follow. If you following Baal and Beelzebub, yeah, most definitely, you are his son. That's what Yeshua is saying. But your bloodline, your nation, your nationality doesn't depict that. Let me show you. 1 John 3:8. He that committeth sin is of the devil. He that committeth sin is of the devil. That means if you got a pastor out there shucking and jiving in the club, hollering that 19-year-olds, 20-somethings, but get in church and talking about y'all need to start committing adultery and get married and stop shacking up, he's of the devil. No matter what race he is. For the devil sinneth from the beginning. For this purpose the son of Ahiah was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. 2 Corinthians 11:3. But I fear lest by any means that as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, that your minds should be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Yeshua, or Christ. So all these other doctrines and people telling people things that feel good to the flesh, yeah, you getting subtly swayed by the most subtle beasts of the field. You know who that is. Romans 6:16. Know ye not that to whom ye yield yourselves servants to obey, his servants are to whom ye obey, whether of sin until death or of obedience until righteousness? So it's who you yield, what does it say? Yourselves servants to obey. If you obey in the flesh, obeying your haters is looked at as same as murderers. You preaching hate, you preaching murder. And I'm going to show y'all, you can't be talking about the kingdom is only for Israel. Who's going to serve you? Let me show you. 2nd Esdras 6:9. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. The Arabs ain't Esau. ISIS is financed by Esau. The World Bank is financed by Esau. These Arab nations would have nothing if Esau pulled the plug. Who do you think they got? They talking about they got oil. Who do you think they got to trade the oil with? With the petrodollar, the U.S. dollar. Period. They got to go. They got, and even if they go to pounds with England, that's the Rothschilds. That's still right there. The Pope. The Pope is Esau. Okay, Matthew 10:37. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. This is the words of Yeshua. He's saying, just like Johnny Depp, they were asking him about faith. He said his faith is in his kids. He don't do religion. He don't believe in nothing outside that. He just worried about his kids. He's not worthy of Yeshua. Matter of fact, this dude was letting murderers off, getting murderers out of a murder charge that murdered a kid. So John 8:44, ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh the lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. I understand that when you dealing with the fallen one, you dealing with the flesh, you dealing with any of those sins that that was prophesied that was going to keep us out of the kingdom. Adulterers, murderers, fornicators, idolaters. Yeah, you serving the devil. Check this out though. I'm going to show you in scripture where he called a black man the devil. So we can't go on color. We can't go on nationality. We got to go on what you serving. John 6:70 through 71. And I say this not to beef with y'all, man. I love y'all. I'm trying to get y'all to see this truth, man. So that you don't lead the people astray and lead yourself astray. Yeshua answered them, have I not chosen you 12, and one of you is a devil? He spake of Judas Iscariot, son of Simon, for he it was that should betray him, being one of the 12. He called Judas, this was a Hebrew Israelite, he called him the devil. He called him a devil. Not the devil, a devil. So you see what I'm saying? No, and I believe this too. No man on earth could harness the power of Satan. It's too much power. Okay? No one man can harness that. The government, oh yeah, they're a big part of it. That's what a big part Esau is, because that's why the lies got distributed through schools, through our food and everything. And you can also read, where am I? Okay, yeah, so being one of the 12. So this is what I'm talking about. When you dealing with who they dealing with, and understand who they dealing with, that's what depicts it. Not, oh, if you a Hamite, oh you done. If you this, then you done. No. Who are you dealing? Because there's even Israelites that Israelite was called a devil by the Messiah. Matthew, but hey, that's no shot against the Israelites though, because why? What did Yeshaya say? Again, it's an individual thing. Who are you serving? Matthew 15:24, but he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He ain't say the whole world. No, he said the house of Israel. So through the Jew, the Gentile could receive it. You can't step over somebody, their ancestors, their relatives for thousands of years and say, oh, well, hey, I'm in now. It's all good. I'm in here. No, hey, they died too. Hey, this is bad, but hey, I'm in here. You can't do that. This may seem controversial, but you got to get this. Acts 15:7 and 14. And when there had been much disputing, Peter rose up and said unto them, Men and brethren, ye know how that a good while ago Ahiah made choice among us that the Gentiles by mouth should hear the word of the gospel and believe. And Simeon had declared how Ahiah at first did visit the Gentile. God at first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. So this is the good part about the Gentiles. He has a people of them he's going to separate for his name. How was that written in the Old Testament? Yes, it was. This isn't just New Testament. Amos 9:11 through 12. In that day I will raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen. Again, talking about David. And close up the breaches thereof, and I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old. And that they may possess the remnant of Edom. They may possess the remnant of Edom to take, the remnant of Edom and all of the and of all the heathen, so all these other nations, which are called by my name, saith the Most High Ahiah that doeth this. Let me keep going. Again in the Torah, Isaiah 14:1. For the Most High will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land, and the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. They're going to cleave to us. We're not going to have to fight them to see we the people. They're going to cleave to us. You see what I'm saying? Daniel 7:9. I beheld the thrones were cast down. The Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. So you see his garment white, as snow, and the heads of his head like wool. What did he shine hair like wool? And he said, "If you see me, you seen the Father." So how are you going to disrespect for Gentiles that are going to continue in racism? How are you going to disrespect that? You're going to meet a God that looks more like me than the one you've been shown of this fake white guy. You see what I'm saying? How you going to disrespect his children and then get in? This is what I'm saying. This is why it's important to know who the children of Israel are, because you got to know who Yeshaya come for to give salvation to, so that the rest of the world can see it, and who is going to be the ones that is going to be exalted in the end. If you don't know, I suggest you just study and just stay out of it if you don't know. But you can't say, no, it's not y'all. That day has come to an end now. It's time for everybody to recognize what it is on both ends, the Israelites and Edom, that you're going to be righteous servant. Like, and think about, y'all don't want to be servants. I'll be hearing that. You serving at your job right now. You working for KRS, Toys R Us, or Target, getting little to no pension, taxes all out your stuff, working all odd hours, 40 hours a week, busting your behind just to keep the mortgage or keep the rent going, but you don't want to serve in the kingdom of the Most High. You're not disrespecting me by saying that. I'm just trying to check it. Okay, so this is the prophecy regarding the Gentiles, okay? So again for Israel, it said we're going to possess Edom in the kingdom. So how are you not going to make it? Ahiah said that evil can't dwell with them. He called these people out by his name. Cyrus freed us. Read that old video. In Isaiah, he spoke about Cyrus. Cyrus was a Mede who freed us. I said Ahiah called him by name. So you got to think about it. The ships of Tarshish is going to be bringing us to the Holy Land. It's going to be led by Gentiles. Okay, these are the righteous ones. These are the ones I want to deal with. I don't want to deal with anybody that's calling me out my name, calling me a byword or a proverb, or don't want to accept this at the end of the day. At the end of the day, now they might not accept it at first, I understand, Take some time. But if you reading this and looking to this, you still don't want to accept this, then my fight's not with you. Your fight's with the Most High. Obadiah 1:21, and Savior shall come up to Mount Zion to judge the Mount of Esau, and the kingdom shall be the Most High. Obadiah 1 is all about the judgment of the eagle, America's bird. Lamentations 4:22, the punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away until captivity. He's talking about us. He will visit thine iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover thy sins. So you see how he jumped from us straight to Edom? Edom is Esau. Esau going to be ruling at the end of the world. You got to know who's ruling at the end of the world. Because the judgment he's really looking forward to giving is to the governments. Now, if you following these governments and what they're doing, then that, again, you following Esau. Yeah. You following Esau. You need to be clinging to the house of Jacob, the righteous house of Jacob. Not even, some of these Jacobs don't cling to the Judas Iscariots. It's some of them. But you can't come in here and say we all gonna be equal in the kingdom. It says that if you teach the least of these laws that they can break them, you're gonna be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But if you teach them to keep them, you're gonna be called the greatest. So it shows there it's gonna be somebody gonna be called great, somebody gonna be called least. It's gonna be levels to this. Ain't gonna be no all holding hands. We're gonna have kings. We're gonna have people servants. We're gonna have this. It's like a kingdom. Okay. Exodus 21:16, and he that stealeth the man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. When your forefathers, for the Edomites and Esau, when your forefathers sinned, just like we had to pray for the sins of our forefathers, you have to with yours too. See, the thing about the Most High, he punishes us with captivity here, famine here, plague here, this here. He hasn't punished the Edom. He hasn't punished the other nations yet. He hasn't came to y'all yet. He gonna come with everything y'all did, and just come completely and just wipe everything out. This is why America gonna be destroyed. That's Exodus 20:17. Thou shalt not cover thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not cover thy neighbor's wife when they were raping the slave women in the field, taking them from their husbands, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. That's exactly what happened during slavery. So you got to repent for your forefathers like we had to do it for ours. This isn't me. This is what the Most High is saying. This is if you want to be called by his name. Now, if you're not feeling that, then I can't say nothing to you. But you got to accept Yasha too. You got to do the same things that you got to cleave to us, the righteous ones. Period. Ain't no other way to say it. Psalm 96:10. Say among the heathen that the Most High reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Okay, you got to understand, the world also shall be established. Israel's going to be established. Psalm 67:4. Oh, let the nations be glad and sing for joy, for thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon the earth. Selah. Okay? This is what's going to happen. It's going to be judgment.
How you doing? Hey, do y'all buy gold? Y'all don't? Okay.
Brothers and spent millions in here, man. I was coming here when I was knee-high to a biscuit, man, on the Shabbat. You dig? Brothers ain't getting no money at the moment. They're spending it. Then going back to the hood. And guess who own all this, man? People from the old world. Like they talk about the 12 tribe chart. It's all the new world. They want to know the old world too. But let me tell you about the oppressors in the old world. Yeah. Other stores shut down. But it's going to be something new there. Foot Locker. You understand what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying, Israel? We don't know none of this. We boycott and protest. We don't own none of this. So we come in here and spend money and go right back to our hoods. Or we get robbed with dope being sold. You understand what I'm saying? Teen pregnancies. You name it. Violence. And then jam a rapper CD all upstairs, man. Sure I get upstairs. Johnny's custom jewelry. When I was 19, first time seeing Johnny. But it's all good though, Israel. We gonna rise, man.
Psalm 78:55. He cast out the heathen also before them and divided them in inheritance by line. So he gonna divide he gonna divide them by line and made the tribe of Israel to dwell in their tents. So what does it mean he gonna divide them in inheritance by line? Depending on what you serving. If you taking this in the heart like, oh man, he's right, or not, he's right, the scripture's right. We gonna have to serve. We gonna have to do this. We gotta put the children of Israel. We can't just step again. Like I said, your mama leaves something for you and a friend down the street. When she gone, what if that friend down the street come to the funeral like, man, look, I just want to get my check. That's what you doing when you come in and saying, oh yeah, the children of Israel, yeah, that's y'all. But hey, long as I'm in, hey, long as I got mine, so you know what I'm saying? No, that's not gonna work. Okay, this is what I'm saying. It's gonna divide an inheritance by line. Isaiah 16:4. Let my outcast dwell with thee, Moab. Be thou a covert to them in the face of the spoiler. For the extortioner is at an end. The spoiler ceases. The oppressors are consumed out of the land. They're gonna consume. Yasha, when he comes back, he's coming over there to Israel first. He's stepping right over there first. Move them up out the land. That's when, you know, again, eventually we're going to get over there with Moab. When all that's done, that's when we come to the land and start burying them. We're going to be burying them for 7 months. Okay? So, this is what this talking about when we dwelling with Moab. Moab ain't the Chinese people. Moab is the Jordan. We're not going to be dwelling in China. We're going to be dwelling in Jordan when that time comes. Joel 3:1-3, 9 and 11 through 12. For behold, in those days and in that time when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem. He gonna bring it again, but he gonna take us out of it. I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat and will plead with them there for my people and my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. And they have cast lots for my people. Cast lots for my people and have given a boy for a harlot and sold a girl for wine. During slavery, they was literally selling our sisters, mothers, and daughters for a bottle of wine. Literally. That they might drink. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles. Prepare war. Wake up the mighty men. Let all the men of war draw near. Let them come up. Assemble yourselves. Okay? And come all ye heathen and gather yourselves together round about thither. Cause thy mighty ones to come down, O Ahiah. Let the heathen be wakened and come to the valley of Jehoshaphat, for there I will sit to judge the heathen round about. These are the people that, when they're talking about it's going to be an alien invasion, they're going to send them to the valley of Jehoshaphat. Ain't going to be no alien. It's going to be what 2nd Ezra was talking about when Yasha come back, and he going to be with the sword of his mouth. Okay? But they going to durst fight. Again, trying to fight for this kingdom. This kingdom's done. This kingdom's done. Isaiah 66:16-21. This is what he says. For by fire and by his sword with the Most High plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Most High shall be many. They shall sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the garden behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination with the mouth, and the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Most High. So he's saying, when we're in the wilderness, you're going to have brothers out there eating swine and the mouse behind the tree, and he's going to consume them with fire. For I know their works and their thoughts, and I will send those that escape of them unto the nations, to Tarshish, Put, to Lud, to draw the bow, to Tubal and Javan, to the isles afar off, that have not heard my fame, neither have seen my glory. And they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles. And they shall bring all your brethren for an offering unto the Most High of all nations, upon horses, and in chariots, and in litters, and upon mules, and upon swift beasts, to my holy mountain Jerusalem, saith the Most High. And the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel unto the house of the Most High. And I will also take of them priests for Levites, saith the Most High. So he's going to bring it all back. They're going to be bringing us back. You know. Micah 5:15. I will execute vengeance and anger and fury upon the heathen, such as they have not heard. This is that destruction that everybody knows that's coming. And it's something that they have not heard before. Jeremiah 16:19. O Ahijah, my strength and my fortress and my refuge, in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth. This is your part. This is the righteous Gentile right here. Listen. Ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanities, and things wherein there is no profit. They're going to say, man, my forefathers ain't inherited nothing but lies. Nothing but lies. We've been up here thinking that this is the way it's supposed to be, when all this is lies. Okay? The service in the kingdom. So Ecclesiastes 24 through 24:6. In the ways of the sea and all the earth, in every people and nation, I got a possession. This is talking about the possession of Edom, okay? It says, Psalm 2:8, ask of me, and I shall give thee heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. This is Psalm. Psalm 86:9, all nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Most High, and shall glorify thy name. Part of that is Revelations 2:9 too. Where am I? Acts 15:17. That the residue of men might seek after the Most High, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, saith the Most High, who doeth all these things. So that these are the ones that's gonna make it. Righteous servitude, righteously, not raping and killing. Isaiah 11:14. But they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines toward the west. They shall spoil them of the east together. They shall lay their hand upon Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon shall obey them. This is us ruling. Numbers 24:18. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do valiantly.
Hey, I'm back for my second video today. I am doing this video. I've been, like I said in my first video, I've been watching the Black Hebrew Israelites on YouTube, and I've been learning a lot. And so I just felt like everything that I've been learning, I feel like now it's my responsibility, now that I know the truth, to get it out there. So I'm hoping that by me doing this video, that maybe it will help to wake up some of the other Black Hebrew Israelites. I see them on the videos, I read their comments, and a lot of them are just like, the Bible's not talking about us, that can't be us. Like, that's not us. And I want you to know that yes, it is talking about you. So first things first, let me give a little bit of background about myself. I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness up until I was about 18. Something just didn't start with a clean slate. It took me about a year for my eyes to be opened, because even though I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness anymore, I still felt like that was the truth, and I was still defending it. And it wasn't until I pushed
facts, no matter how much scripture you all are presented with regarding who the Hebrews in the Bible were
and who they are in the earth today, which would be the so-called Negroes, Hispanics, the Native Americans, the Aborigines, no matter what you're presented with, you still want to dispute this and maintain your superior, pompous, arrogant attitudes. And it makes me sick. I come across these so-called biblically based websites, and listed for the 12 tribes of Israel are all European countries. What is wrong with you people? You should be ashamed of yourselves. After everything these people have been through at the hand of the white man, slaughtered, ran off their land, sold into bondage, had their heritage stolen from them, would it kill you? Would it kill you to acknowledge the fact that these could be God's chosen elect? Well, evidently so. And unfortunately, in the words of King Solomon, there's nothing new under the sun. As a matter of fact, I'd like to read what King David had to say regarding this. And this is from Psalm 83. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They have a confederate against thee, the tabernacles of Edom, that's you white people, Edom, and the Ishmaelites of Moab, the Hagareans, Gebal and Ammon, and Amalek, the Philistines, and with the inhabitants of Tyre. Ashur also is joined with them. They have holpen the children of Selah. So, yeah. You know, despite the fact that there's an African tribe with a piece of the Ark of the Covenant, and despite the fact that it's been proven that Native American tribes wrote in ancient Hebrew, a very, very ancient form of Hebrew, you still want to think that you're Israelites. And I hate to break it to you white people, but you are not. You are Edom. You are Edomites, the descendants of Esau, Jacob's brother.
Judaism is a religion, a spirituality to serve God, thousands of years old. Zionism is only around 100 years old. It is the transformation from religion to nationalism, to materialism, created by non-religious Jews who hated the religion, and they really didn't want Judaism. They didn't even want to make their state in Palestine, only in Uganda at the first meetings. The reason they used the name Israel, the Star of David, hijacking, stealing the identity of Judaism and the Jewish people, is in order to get a legitimacy for their existence, that people should say, oh, it's God given to them, and that they should put fear and intimidate people from speaking up against their actions because they'll call them anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
There couldn't be anything further from the truth. As I say, the best friends
of the Israelites, but may not necessarily be from the 10 tribes, but will also play a role. And it shouldn't be overlooked. It's a very serious scenario. Is in Africa. Africa has perhaps hundreds of millions of people with this identity right now of being from the people of Israel. Does that mean they were from the 10 tribes? Likely not. We were taught by the historians and within our own traditions that when the Romans conquered Judea a few hundred years after that the tribes of Israel went into exile, perhaps millions of Judeans were sold into slavery. Into Africa, into Rome, deep into Africa. And if you look now, you're seeing people who are most likely the descendants of those slaves who kept true. I like to bring up a few specific examples because they're going to be game changers. One of them wrote letters to Israel when it became a state. And they said, we're Israelites out in Africa. You know, everyone laughed at them and they said, African Israelites, these people are just trying to jump on the first world country bandwagon. They're living in a third world country. They got nothing. We're coming to Israel. We got innovation, technology. So they're trying to get on this train because there's such a thing called the right of return. All descendants of the Jewish people from around the world are able to move to Israel. So they said we are also. And everyone kind of laughed at them, like I said. And a few people took it serious and went out there and started studying them, learned about their culture. And a professor from Duke University went out there and did DNA testing on them. And he showed not only do they share Semitic genes from people who were in Yemen and back to the Middle East, these gentlemen, a large percent of them, have the Y chromosome to be Kohanim, to be priests. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, a priest is a specific family clan of the nation of Israel who come from Aaron, the brother of Moses, who was the first priest. And anyone descended from Aaron has the status title priest. And we found that these men in this village in South Africa called Lemba, L-E-M-B-A, carry this genetic marker to let us know that they share the same as from the Sephardic and the Ashkenaz and the population of the people in Israel today. They share the same exact DNA marker. That's mind-blowing. So everyone kind of got humbled a little bit who laughed at them and said, now what? Now what do we do about this? This could have tremendous implications. Another area in Africa you have something big happening is in Nigeria. You have the Igbo people, or Igbo, pronounced either way. There's 40 million of them, also Christians, like I spoke about before, how that could happen to the children of Israel very easily. But also a lot of them are now coming out and converting back or adopting the rules of the Torah without all the paganism that they've been practicing for hundreds of years. There's been books written about it from scholars in Nigeria, from scholars from the Jewish people. And where it gets interesting is, in America, there was a slave trade. And a lot of the slaves, a very high percentage of them, came from Western Nigerian ports. And in America today, you see a very large movement of African Americans who say that they're the real chosen people, that they're the children of Israel, they're the Judeans. You know, so what are they just trying to create an identity for themselves because they were slaves, or is there really something here? And the answer is, most likely there is something there. And most likely, maybe that they were the original Israelites, and maybe that the Jewish people today who are white, Caucasian people came in a little bit later on. We know that some of the greatest sages of the transmission of the Torah were converts from Rome.
We also teach this concept over here, and we try to get away from this one, the golden calf. Today's show is called Race, and I can't think of a subject where the expression, the ignored truths of history, is more apt than this one. When we talk about race, we're talking about that group of people that white people sometimes call niggers. I wonder how many of you actually know what that word means. You will by the end of this show. Now, if I were to tell you that blacks once had a great culture which exceeded the culture of whites, you'd probably find that pretty incredible. But we're talking about the ignored truths of history. Those of you who've been watching this show may perhaps recall that several weeks ago we talked about the fact that most of the Jews alive in the world today may actually be descendants of Russian converts. Now, Jews like to consider themselves to be descendants of Israel. So the fact that Russia was once a Jewish nation for 500 years, in fact, and that most Jews who are alive today may be more closely descended from Attila the Hun than from King Solomon, these are facts which are just glaring facts, and it's incredible that such things could be ignored. And the question of how such things could be ignored has an answer, and the answer is collusion. All the parties involved have silently agreed, even perhaps without ever talking to each other, they've silently agreed to just not discuss this subject. In the case of the Russian Khazar Jews, it's embarrassing and frightening to Jews to consider the possibility that they may actually be descendants of converts and may have very little Israeli blood in them. In the case of the Russians, it's a horrendous embarrassment to them to admit that for 500 years, in the Middle Ages, Russia was a Jewish nation. So they just ignore it. It's collusion. Now, if I were to tell you that blacks, for as many centuries as whites have been superior, if you want, in the Western world, that for just as many centuries blacks were superior, you'd probably find that hard to believe. And you'd wonder how such a fact could be hidden. And the answer is, again, collusion. The whites wouldn't want to admit such a thing. because whites like to feel superior and like to think that their superiority is somehow permanent, decreed by God. As for blacks, if you look into the black civilizations that we're going to take a look at momentarily, you find something pretty interesting. You find that those civilizations actually arose as Jewish civilizations.
That the Israelites, the so-called Jews that are living in Israel today, are not the real Israelites. The real Israelites are the black and brown people of the world. What happened was when the black people that were the true Israelites and the brown people that were the true Hebrew Israelites fell from God's word, as it is written, were cursed. So what happened was Rome came and sacked that land, and they all fled. They went out all around the place, all around up north, south, east, west, but mostly down into Africa. They lived there for a little while in the wilderness until they were taken by slave ships to the Americas. The people that are in Israel today are converts. They come from Khazaria, which is southern Russia. They were visited by Hebrew Israelites at one time and learned from them. That's how they know all the customs. They can speak Hebrew and all that. They learned that. But they converted to Judaism. They are not the true Hebrew Israelites. In 740 AD, their king Bulan switched the entire country's religion to Judaism, and somehow, over a few generations, they convinced themselves that they really were. Now, all the true Hebrew Israelites were spread across the four corners of the earth. We know that. And we also know that that land is surrounded by nothing but dark and brown people. So how could the ones there now actually be the true Hebrew Israelites? Also, we know about the Balfour Contract. In World War II, the Jews in Israel now, the so-called Jews, told England and France that if they gave them, through the UN, which was created for that purpose, if they gave them the Palestinian lands, they would get the United States in the war to save them. You can look up the Balfour Contract and you can see it for yourself. The true Hebrew Israelites are the only ones that are actually fulfilling Jacob's trouble. They are cursed and they are being basically beaten by God until they come back to His Word. They are the only people in the world that actually fit this prophecy. The people in Israel today, the so-called Jews, are on top of the world. We know they all control everything. They care about nothing but money, and they have all the riches. So how could they be the ones that are being cursed? Now, another excuse they try to use is, well, we were in slavery during the Egyptian days. Well, then why do the Egyptian hieroglyphs, which show the pyramids being built by black people, how does that confirm it? You tell me.
Through just verse 9. And it says, I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow. I know you Christians do not get that mixed up. It said garment white as snow. It didn't say his skin was white as snow. And the hair of his head like the pure wool. Wooled hair. White people don't have wooled hair. Who has wooled hair? Black people. Black people have wooled hair.
Okay, now this is about the remnant, because it's going to be not just a remnant of the Gentiles, it's going to be a remnant of everybody. It's the last section here. Okay, this is about the remnant. This is the bullseye. If you're trying to shoot, this is where you need to be trying to aim. This is where everybody, including Israel, Gentiles, and everybody, husbands, wives, children. Jeremiah 3:14, turn, O backsliding children, saith the Most High, for I am married unto you, and I will take you one of a city and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion. That's two of a family, one of a city. Imagine how many people in the city. He only going to take one. People of a family, he only dealing with two. That's what he's saying. That means it's going to be a small number of people that's going to make it as a remnant. 2nd Esdras 9:15 through 16. I have said before and do now speak, and will speak it also hereafter, that there be many more of them which perish than of them which shall be saved, like as a wave is greater than a drop. Wide is the gate. Christian church, wide is the gate. All these other religions, wide is the gate. See these people bragging about how many people in their religion. I wouldn't, you're not in any scriptures then. Matthew 7:14, because straight is the gate and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and there be few that find it. Very few. This is the remnant. Matthew 22:14, for many are called, but few are chosen. Speak for itself. Matthew 24:13, but he that shall endureth until the end, the same shall be saved. You're not saved until you make it to the end. Ezekiel 38:22-23, and I will plead against them with the pestilence and with the blood, and I will rain upon him and upon his bands and upon the many people that are with him an overflowing rain and great hailstones, fire and brimstone, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Thus I will magnify myself and sanctify myself, and I will be known in the eyes of many nations. They shall know that I am the Most High High. This is when He's going to show Himself. At the end. Very end. Jeremiah 12:17. But if they will not obey, I will utterly pluck up and destroy that nation, saith the Most High. It's any nation. You don't want to listen, Israel? You don't want to listen? As far as the tribes, those that's of us that's in the tribes that just want to listen to what they doing, listen to this elder, follow the lunar Sabbath, deal with fornication, deal with all that, adultery, pluck up and destroy. That includes, we're not exempt just because we the people. We're not exempt. We still got to follow this what? The law. Numbers 24:16-19. He had said, which heard the words of Ahiah and knew the knowledge of the Most High, which saw the vision of the Almighty falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. I shall see him. This is in Numbers talking about Yeshaya. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. We know Judah got the scepter. Yeshaya was of Judah. And shall smite the corners of Moab. Remember, you're going to deal with Moab. And destroy the children of Sheth. Everybody came through, well, not everybody, but Sheth, when Cain slew Abel, he had Sheth. So a lot of people came, the multitude of mankind came through Sheth. That's what they're saying. Like it said, the children of Sheth, usually that's what it's referring to. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir shall be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do violently. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. So again, that's only one of a city. There's going to be a lot of destruction. This is why we got to keep this law and follow these commands to the best of our ability. All of us. Ecclesiasticus 33:10. And all men are from the ground, and Adam was created of earth. Okay, so this is dealing with all men. 1 Corinthians 15-22. For as in Adam all die, so in Hamashiach shall all be made alive. So if you preaching this Jew or Gentile, and you preaching against Christ, that spirit of Antichrist, you're not gonna be made alive. You headed toward the second death, going 100 miles an hour, real quick. Psalm 22:27. All the ends of the world shall remember and turn unto the Most High. Now the kindreds of the nations shall worship before thee. Okay, so this is talking about the ends of the world. They gonna know. All the kindreds of the nations, they gonna know. Like I said, on Judgment Day, everybody gonna be a believer. Second Esdras 13:23. He that shall endure the peril in that time hath kept himself. They that be fallen into danger are such as have works and faith toward the Almighty. Okay? It's about faith and works. You see that? It keeps saying it over and over. So Revelations 22:14. This is who gonna make it. They keep saying, well, Yeshua said just calling his name, but that's part of it. The name is only part of it. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they might have right to the tree of life and may enter in through the gates of the city. What gates? The gates of the what? 12 tribes. His people can't be done away with it. They have gates for them in the city, y'all. Genesis 3:22. And the Most High said, behold, the man that is become as one of us to know good and evil, and now lest he put forth his hands and take also the tree of life and eat and live forever. So he's saying when they ate the fruit, they became to knowing good and evil. They didn't know good. They didn't know they was naked before. They didn't know none of that. So once they ate of the fruit, then they knew. Okay, Deuteronomy 30 and 19. This is why he says this. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. Because what you do, your seed gonna do. So you have a chance to enter into the gates and get that tree of life that he didn't allow Adam to get, because Adam sinned. Okay, Ecclesiasticus 16:6-8. In the congregation of the ungodly shall a fire be kindled, and in a rebellious nation wrath is set on fire. He was not pacified toward the old giants. Again, the giants existed, who fell away in the strength of their foolishness. Neither spared he the place where Lot sojourned, but abhorred them for their pride. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. We Revelations 11 and 8, where we at? The modern Sodom. Ecclesiasticus 37 and 27. My son, prove thou soul in thy life, and see what is evil for it, and give not that unto it. So once you know what's evil, don't give yourself over to it. That's how you prove your soul. You got to resist this temptation of the flesh. 2nd Esdras 7:33-35. And the Most High shall appear upon the seat of judgment. And again, he's going to appear, and misery shall pass away, and the long suffering shall have an end. But judgment shall only remain. Truth shall stand, and faith shall wax strong, and the work shall overflow, and the reward shall be showed, and the good deeds shall be a force, and the wicked deeds shall bear no rule. So that's that final judgment. Proverbs 7 and 2. Keep my commandments and live, my law as the apple of thine eye. It's about the law. 1 John 2 and 4. He that saith I know him and keepeth not his commandments is a liar. The truth is not in him. You can't, if you're not trying to keep them, you say you know him, you're a liar. John 14 and 15. If you love me, keep my commandments. So this is the last one. Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. So what is all this about? Let's hear the conclusion. Fear Ahia and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Period. So you're going to end with that. And Shalom, it's all about the law. It's all about keeping the law and moving forward in the law so that you may have life. Not just life here, but life ever after. Through Yeshaya, through the Ruach. Okay? Appreciate y'all. Like, view, share. This is going to be one that needs to go viral. Whether do or not, it needs to. So, salute you. Shalom.
I'm going, gone. I'm going, gone. Back to Zion. I'm going, gone. I'm going, gone. Back to Zion.
No peace in the hood, till we back to the east, let's get it understood. They wanna lock us up like should. Getting back what Esau took. They only wanna watch the news, the whole world too cold. I need 2 codes. They believe NASA and Pluto. Niggas all sweet, but I got glucose. Make it to the end, no loophole. Sims got me shopping demons, no judo. You know I ain't puffed up, just can't go back to my up chuck. Don't hear nothing where I'm from. Busting guns, fatherless sons, poison on the corner, in our water. Everybody wanna be the plug. Own people headed for slaughter. Lacking faith, my whole